Afternoon theatre.
Before the Screaming Begins, by Wally K. Daly, with James Lorison as Tom, Jennifer Piercy as his wife Sally, Patrick Troughton as the Prime Minister, and Donald Hewlett as A.P. Smith. Before the Screaming Begins.
Nice. You haven't gone off me yet.
Not yet. Ask me in a few years' time.
I'll just try it every anniversary.
Tom, do you think Sam will be all right at the moment?
A perfect babysitter, don't worry.
It's the first time we've left him.
I'm sure he's not going to begrudge his mum and dad popping off for an evening to the scene of the great beginnings. If this clearing in the forest wasn't so romantic, perhaps there'd be no baby Sam now. Here I proposed. Here we stopped as we passed on our wedding night. And here we've sat and watched the moon go down every anniversary for the last 5 years. Oh. And each time I've said I love you, and always meant it. A couple of years we'll bring Sam, let him into the secret. Oh, I love you, Sal.
Oh, I love you, Tom. What is it?
Don't know. From the clearing, I think. Got to get out of here. Start the engine.
I'm trying. Nothing.
Let me try. Right, open the door. Jump.
Come, Tom. Tom, let's get out of... Tom, there's a light all around you. Blue light. It's hurting my eyes.
Look away.
Tom, so bright.
Look away. It doesn't hurt. Can't feel a thing. It's coming from the clearing. A pinpoint of light, laser thin. See? Who the hell's doing it?
Tom!
Why?
I'm frightened, Tom. Really frightened.
We'll be all right. Don't worry. What the hell's going on?
Let's get out of here, quick. It still won't start. Oh, what are we going to do, Tom? Tom, why are you looking at me like that? Speak to me, Tom.
Please stay in the car. You are not required. You may leave in a few moments.
Where are you? But I keep telling you...
Madam, please try to keep calm.
How can I keep calm when my husband...
It's not helping at all getting hysterical about
What
it.
am I supposed to do? Sit here smiling? My husband has just disappeared before my eyes, and you ask my name and
There
address.
is a procedure laid down for missing persons, and it must be adhered to.
Person? Oh, can't you see? Don't you understand? My husband... My husband. Oh, it's no use. Why don't you believe me?
I'm sorry. I do understand, but look at it from my point of view, madam. We get some pretty amazing stories from that side of the counter, but yours really takes the cake. A pencil of light from a torch you can't see, and no husband. You must see, we've got to check you out. Make sure you're even married, for instance. We've been hoaxed before.
This is no hoax. I am married, and
I'm sure you are, but we've got to check. And while we're checking, there's a couple of policemen on the way to the clearing where all this is supposed to have taken place.
It did take place.
So there's nothing more you can do except help me to get the details down.
Leave the lights on, Walt. Okay. Reckon this is the place?
Yeah, gotta be.
Moors Copse. Lovers' Copse, they call it, local to the house for miles. Watch the moon go down and the fairies dancing in the clearing with no one to bother you. Very poetic. Now, let's see if we can find out where they're supposed to have parked. Man, wife, and mysterious vacuum cleaner.
Bleeding creep, if you ask me.
Wandering around the country in the dead of night. Not what I'd join the force for.
Cold feet, my little partner. In cold feet, aren't we?
2 things I can't stand is owls and little green men. Give me half a dozen villains to face any time.
Well, I don't believe them myself, so there's no problem.
Hold it, John. Over there. Car tracks in the mud.
Okay, we're on our way. Follow them in. Sherlock Holmes, his trusty assistant Watson holding the torch, heads into the unknown.
It's my turn to be Sherlock Holmes.
Rubbish, you were Sherlock Holmes last night in the timber yard.
Well, that was a false alarm. Doesn't count if nothing comes of it.
Of course it does. Even Sherlock Holmes had false alarms too, you know. So my turn.
Well, it's always your turn.
Anyhow,
Never get a chance.
how far in did she reckon they parked?
About 50 or 60 yards.
Right. Should be about...
Hey, just ahead there. See? A deep rut. That'll be it. Mud's a bit soft.
Right. This looks like the place. Yeah, a lot of spin at the back where she shot off afterwards. Grass chewed up. If they were facing the moon that way, she reckons the blue light shone from the right, over there, right? Let's swing the torch over, Walt. Right. Better call the station.
Don't you think we should take some measurements or something?
I think it's best we just keep away. Just tell them that what appears to be a perfect circle has been burned out of the grass and bushes. At least 10 yards in diameter.
Control 1. Unit 35 contacting. Subject 12 has been boarded. Static pressure satisfactorily. Received. Unit 35, Control 1 contacting. Received. Mission was seen by witness as demanded by Control Central. Received. Received. Mission was seen. Surface brain scan reveals the subject's plate was the viewer. Reactions are registered. Base approach now 4.872 units. Received. Received.
Come on, then. That's a good boy, Sammy. Come on.
I'll get it down.
Go on. Come on.
Who is it, Mum?
It's someone to see you, dear.
It's someone from the police station. Any news? Look, I'll get Sam into bed. Come on. Granny's ten. I'm frightened, Mum. Better get it over with. It's either good news or bad news or no news. And the sooner you know which, the better it'll be. Now, come on. I'll send him in, Sam.
Oh, you're right. It's just that I don't want it to be bad news.
Would you like to go through, please?
Thank you. Mrs. Harris?
Yes.
I'm Detective Sergeant Forbes.
Have you found my husband?
I'm afraid not.
Oh.
That's what I've come to talk to you about.
I'm almost relieved. The look on your face, me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry I haven't brought any good news. And I'm sorry about my face, but I'm stuck with it. Now, most of all, I'm sorry about the questions I'm going to ask you now. But they've got to be asked.
I'll ask away. I don't believe any of this is happening anymore. When you get caught up in something as unreal, another bit of unreality doesn't count. Heard the one about the husband who disappeared up a beam of light. If it was anyone else, I'd laugh.
I said I'm sorry. It's not your fault. We find a story hard to take, but we're not laughing.
I find it hard to take myself.
Well, let's get over with it. Mrs. Harris, you reported your husband missing a week ago today, right?
Our 5th wedding anniversary, yes.
And there's been no sign of him since? He hasn't been to work, been seen by any of his friends?
No.
How did you get on with your husband?
How do you mean?
Would you consider yourself happily married?
Well, yes.
No quarrels?
Well, actually, we had the odd row.
Any quarrels recently?
Beg your pardon?
Recently? Let's say in the week before your husband went away.
No.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Not even the night he disappeared?
Look, what are you trying to say? Surely you can't
I don't think anything. I've just got to ask the set questions. Like, was your husband heavily insured?
No. The house is covered if either of us die, but apart from that... Look. point. What is it all about?
I'll tell you the problem. Normally, when husbands go missing, it's fairly straightforward. A cheery, goodbye, darling, out of the front door, and that's it. Never to be seen again. That's your average husband's disappearing trick. But now, in your case, it's different. It's not just a nice, straightforward goodbye, darling job anymore. What looks on the surface like a gigantic red herring has been introduced. A gigantic flying red herring carrying a big blue torch. And it's got the brass worried, and they're worrying me. They want to know why, and they're nagging me constantly to tell them why. So, I've got to sniff around until I discover why. And then, I'm going to tell them why you told such a big fib.
And if it's all true?
Doesn't help. I'm one of those people who, when the magician waves his hand to divert attention, I always keep my eye on his other hand, the hand that's doing the manipulating. And what will I discover? Someone making a fortune in the papers with "I travelled with the Mars man," or murder. And a wonderful reason for not looking for a body.
You're joking.
Well, you've got to admit to yourself it's all a bit more reasonable than looking for a bloke who's been sucked up a torch beam now, isn't it?
Well, there we are. Settled down, finally. I thought he'd never go off missing his dad, I suppose. Right. Well, I'll make us all a nice cup of tea,
Okay,
shall I?
Not for me, thank you. I better be off.
Oh.
Well, Mrs. Harris, I'll leave you now. You know where I'll be if you want me. If you want to tell me anything additional that may help us with the case. And be assured it is getting our full attention. The smell of red herrings is hanging very heavy around the station. I'll see myself out. Good day.
Oh, no, love, don't. No.
Oh, Mum, they don't believe me. They don't.
Control 1 to Unit 35. Contacting. Received. Unit 35. Control 1. Received. Base relationship 0.75 units. Subject 12 to be transshipped at 652 Galactic. Imperative. Not seen. Received. Received. Blanking procedure will be utilized. Order re-subject's memory wipe and reactivation stands. Received. Received. End. Control 1 to Unit 37. Contacting.
Sarge?
Yes, what is it?
There's a visitor in your office. Looks like big brass.
That's all I need. Anything new on a disappearing torch beam?
Nothing that smells.
Keep digging. I'll go and see the brass. I'm Forbes. Believe you want to see me.
Ah, Detective Sergeant Forbes. What a pleasure to meet you. The charming blonde WPC was kind enough to give me a cup of tea. Makes me feel quite at home. Now, let me see. I've got my little card somewhere. Ah, yes, here we are. Smith. A.P. Smith. An innocuous little name, but enough to mark me out. Nice photograph as well, don't you think?
Orange section. You wanted me?
Well, we don't exactly shout about it at the ministry. It's what we call a bit of a giggle maker. Best to keep it quiet. Just plod on without trumpets, as they say.
Doing what?
Filtering, really? Yes, filtering is the word. A surprising something here, an unlikely something there, bits and bobs, facts and fiction. Mix them all up. Have a look at them.
Yes. Well, Mr. Smith, I wonder...
We do a lot of reading as well. Pulp, mainly. A whole section for that in case somebody stumbles across something they shouldn't stumble across. Surprising how often it happens. Science fiction, mainly. Very little fact. Check out the spoon benders. That sort of thing. Ticks.
Mr. Smith, I wonder...
You wonder what I'm doing here. And quite rightly so. Story in your local paper, 2 lines in the Nationals, and the ministry popping in on you. Strange world. It's your Mr. Harris I've come to chat to you about.
Harris. Look, you're not buying the little green men with blue torches, are you?
As I said, a surprising something here, an unlikely something there. Who knows what one finds? I admit missing persons fascinate me in any case. 120,000 people a year, and rising. You'd need Wembley Stadium to pack them in. They're fascinating, all right. But you're Mr. Harris, especially so. A missing person seen going missing, now that is a bonus.
Yeah, and turning up again to cash in on it, I shouldn't wonder.
Oh, yes, we're pretty certain he's going to turn up again. But I don't think there's going to be any cashing in.
We'll have to see about that.
But you see, we have a feeling.
A feeling? You mean you know something?
Filtering. As I said, we filter. Nationally and internationally. And we discovered your Harris hasn't gone solo.
How do you mean?
There were others. All witnessed.
Some sort of conspiracy throughout the country.
Now, that's a touch parochial, Mr. Forbes. The world. Throughout the world.
I don't believe it.
Now you're talking like a detective. Detective Sergeant Forbes, and quite rightly so. But look at it from our point of view, and ask yourself the question we must ask ourselves.
Oh, yes, and what's that?
One simple little word. Why? You see, as far as we can ascertain, every country, major and minor, has had at least one person disappearing in this rather overly dramatic fashion. And within yards of each disappearance was found a perfect burnt circle 10 yards in diameter, in what we've come to term flying saucer shape. And all this occurred, allowing for time zones, at exactly the same time. Now, even you, Detective Sergeant Forbes, must admit that that is interesting. And you must admit as well that simple little why becomes possibly quite important.
Here, careful where you're treading. You'll get sand on the sandwiches.
I'm sorry,
Look, are you all right?
I wonder if you could help. I do seem to be a little lost.
Where do you want to be, Squire? Tea stalls that way.
I don't know. I don't know anything.
Which way have you come, dear?
I came from over the dunes there. Yeah, look, mate, would you like me to contact someone? Well, are you with anyone? What's your name?
I don't know. I don't know anything. Please, help me.
He's fainted.
You hang on. I'll get the law.
Control 1, Unit 35 contacting. Subject transshipped as stipulated. Received. Unit 35. Control 1, received. Complete report 35, received. Received. Blanking procedure was plus. Scan shows negative sighting. Memory wipe still held. Reactivation phase 1 will commence as per program. Received. Received. Proceed to stage 2 position. Stage 2 position.
Take it very easy first, Mrs. Harris. He's very, very tired. I don't know what he's been up to, but he's certainly worn out.
There's nothing drastically wrong, is there?
Nothing at all. A bit of rest and he'll be right as rain. Just a touch of exhaustion, if you ask me. And with all the experts flocking in, you'd think... Aye, people from London by the trainload. He's been checked out like nobody's business. You'd think he was an astronaut rather than amnesiac the way they're going on. Shall we go in?
Tom?
Tom! Oh, Tom! Oh, are you really all right?
As right as rain. Literally hundreds of specialists confirm it. I'm sorry about last night.
Oh, it was awful. You didn't seem to know who I was.
Oh, I didn't. It was rather nice having a strange woman giving me cuddles, though. Pretty as well. What a bonus. It seems all right now the fog's lifting. I just had a detective in here, a Sergeant Forbes.
Oh, him.
Have you know him?
We've met.
He seems to think there's something fishy going on.
Didn't he tell you?
Tell me what?
About... Tom, what exactly do you remember?
About what?
About anything.
Well, I remember we were having our anniversary cuddle in the car in the usual place. You said, would Sam be all right with Mum? And I said, yes. And bingo. There I was, walking from the dunes onto the beach and stumbling and kicking sand on some kids' sandwiches.
And the light. What do you remember about the light and the noise?
What light?
In the clearing. The blue light. All over you.
Oh, sorry, Sal. You've lost me.
Hasn't anybody told you?
Told me what?
We were in the clearing. There was a fantastic noise. We couldn't start the car. We couldn't get the doors open. Then there was a light shining from the copse. It shone through the window onto you, covered you like a haze. It didn't touch me at all, but it was so bright it hurt my eyes. You said, don't worry, it doesn't hurt at all. Close your eyes. And then there was a funny noise. And you disappeared.
I hope you didn't try telling anyone that. That is the funniest thing I've ever heard. It's hysterical.
Tom.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not funny, Tom. It happened.
Oh, but...
Marks were found nearby. A large circle burnt out of the brushwood. The papers say it was a flying saucer.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You can't seriously expect me to believe that I went into...
I saw what happened in the car, Tom. After that, I'd believe anything.
May I come in? Oh, good, Mr. Harris, you're awake. How do you do? My name's Smith, A.P. Smith. An innocuous little name, but enough to mark me out. Mrs. Harris, I believe? Nice to meet you. Ah, a lovely dress, if you don't mind me saying so.
Not at all.
Now, I'm sure you've got a lot of catching up to do, so I'll keep it brief. Mind if I sit down?
Help yourself.
Ah, that is a relief. I walked through the park to get here. Thought I'd check how spring's coming along. My feet aren't really up to it anymore, but such a lovely day I couldn't resist. Lovely day. Don't you agree it's a lovely day? No reply. Who is he, I see, writ large on both your faces, or perhaps get to the point. Whichever it is, your prayers are now answered. To the point, I will get. I don't know about you two, but I find it extremely irritating when somebody says they'll get to the point and waffle on absurdly.
And what is the point?
Good question. Space trips, and the reason therefore. Flights in flying saucers, and mysteries to be unraveled.
I should tell you before you go any further that I don't believe.
Tom, I told you what I saw.
I know, love, and it isn't a question of not believing you. Obviously, we've been caught up in some sort of accident, and it's left you with some strange memories, and me with none at all. And I'm quite sure it will all finally be explained, and the explanation will be logical.
I didn't dream it, you know. It was the most terribly real thing I've ever seen. You just disappeared.
It's not my place to interrupt a family discussion. But for the purposes of my visit, it might make it easier if we assume, Mr. Harris, that you did disappear and that you were flown off.
I'm sorry. I just find it impossible.
I understand your point of view. But I inhabit a funny little world where fact and fiction sometimes get jumbled together, and it's part of my function to try to do a bit of unraveling. Now, when it comes to extraterrestrial visitings, there are those who turn every barrage balloon or wisp of cloud into alien craft. And others who, if a little green man with a goldfish bowl on his head stood in front of them saying, "Take me to your leader," I wouldn't believe him. But my department looks at them all. And 99.9% of the time is all down to barrage balloons and wisps of cloud. But the 0.1%, we have to admit, we do find fascinating.
You say your department.
Oh, sorry, how remiss. Here we are. Smith, AP, Ministry of Defence, my card.
Defence?
Yes, RM section. Rather a good photograph, don't you?
I don't get it. Why the Ministry of Defence?
And what's the RM section?
Ah, how nice. Now we're all getting to be friends. Ladies first. RM section looks at the peculiarities that sometimes manifest themselves in this world of ours. Gentlemen second. The Ministry of Defence, because you, Mr. Harris, might be, for want of a better word, a security risk.
What?
An unwitting one, of course. All those lovely people who've been checking you over this morning will try to come up with something interesting physically or mentally that perhaps will give some clue as to the purpose of this alien exercise. Oh, I should mention, if it's any comfort, you weren't alone. In every country with which we have departmental contact, reports are coming in that individuals like you are being delivered safely back on their doorsteps after disappearing in similar circumstances to yourself for 10 days. And you see, the powers that be find that both fascinating and alarming.
Silkin here. Oh, sir. No, sir. At the moment, Mr. Harris is still in hospital under observation. No, nothing. He's been checked out from top to toe. Yeah. Well, one of our RM men is liaising with the locals, and the general consensus of opinion is that very shortly he's going to want to leave. So we've agreed departmentally that it would be politic to take him into custody rather than... Yes, Prime Minister, but we do feel... Of course, sir. Well, we could offer him protective custody. With respect, sir, that's something we can't be absolutely sure of. No, nothing else from the Russians. There does seem to be a general clamping down all round. The Americans are obviously taking theirs very seriously. They've quarantined their chap's hometown and ringed the whole place with troops. Very ostentatious, I agree, sir. No, of course, we couldn't. Very good, sir. I'll keep you informed.
Look, it's gone beyond a joke. It's been 4 hours now.
It's no fun for me either, you know. I'm supposed to be out catching criminals, not playing nursemaid for the Ministry of Defence.
So what's going on? An ambulance arrives to take me home from a hospital where I spent 3 days having hundreds of tests that prove beyond doubt that I'm the fittest man in there and could have run home, never mind being taken by ambulance. But instead, I end up in a country farmhouse with you and 2 alleged ambulance drivers built like all-in wrestlers.
Have you finished?
No. If you're not prepared to let me go home and see my wife and baby, who incidentally have been kept away from me as if I had the plague rather than some vague kind of amnesia, then I insist I be allowed to contact my lawyer.
Mr. Harris, I personally have no belief, but I'm stuck with it. My chief tells me I'm seconded to this, and like it or not, I do what I'm told. My orders are you communicate with no one, and that we sit and wait further instructions. So, you best make the most of it. Same as I'm trying to do.
You can't do this. It just doesn't happen in England. It's nothing more or less than kidnapping.
People trotting off up bleeding blue lights doesn't happen in England either, but apparently someone's taking your alleged trip very seriously.
Oh, not me.
Not me either, but somebody.
Now then, it's a fine greeting, I must say. Lovely day like this, and voices raised. What will the cows make of it all?
I want to know what's going on and why
I want to be relieved from my duties with your department, sir.
Boys, one at a time. You're doing a valiant service, Mr. Forbes. The department quite rightly thought Mr. Harris should have a friendly face along with him when he took his trip into the countryside, so he wouldn't be frightened by those rather over-muscular drivers. And from the look on Mr. Harris's face, he no doubt echoes those sentiments, Mr. Forbes, but needs must. Now, I think we should just sit down and I'll bring you up to date. Oh, first of all, a little bit of melodrama to captivate both your attentions. For you, Mr. Forbes. Primed, oiled, and ready to go. Safety catch on, of course.
A gun?
Oh, very astute and perceptive. Though the barrel, handle, and trigger's a bit of a giveaway. Forgive my little joke. Yes, a gun. Smith & Wesson 32. Same as you used on the pot shot course you attended, the report of which I read with some pleasure. Congratulations on your marksmanship. I'd be pleased if you put it away somewhere safe. Now, but no buts at the moment. Too much to do. Oh, yes, of course. You were going to ask about the holster. Here we are. Perhaps you'd be good enough to do the necessary.
But...
Ah, very good, yes. Now, the cloak and dagger deepens. Who did you vote for, Mr. Harris?
Pardon?
You're right, of course. Damned impertinence on my part, trying to impress you with the brass. Let's just say there's an almost 50-50 chance that the message I've got for you comes from the leader of the party you voted for in the last election. And therefore, you probably trust his word. A little bit. Namely, the Prime Minister.
What?
What a monosyllabic group we are. Yes, the Prime Minister, no less. And his message to you is, come quietly.
I'm sorry, I don't follow.
Protective custody has been offered to you. And the Prime Minister thinks it would be a good idea all round if you concurred.
What does the Prime Minister know about me, and why protective custody?
Both good questions. The Prime Minister knows about you belonging to a pattern of incidents on a worldwide scale, the point of which is not yet known. But he's being constantly informed. And protective custody, because our information indicates, firstly, that certain governments are in the process of trying to collect together by fair means or foul all the participants of the said incidents, hence Mr. Forbes' gun. And secondly, there is a vague possibility that you may have been programmed to do something rather nefarious against the security of the country or whatever, of which we are as yet unaware.
But that's preposterous.
Preposterous, I agree. But protective custody is an insurance policy that works both ways. You're protected, we're protected. So what's your answer?
And Sally?
At this moment, at home, with a small company of trusted ministry servants, some of whom even now are arranging to take away certain foreign gentlemen who've also been watching your flat for the last couple of days.
God.
Your wife simply awaits the phone call confirming that you want them to join you.
Well,
another good question. However, I'm not at liberty to disclose the exact destination till you're aye or nay. Let me simply say it's safe and a comfortable place to sit awaiting developments.
And if I say nay, I've got my job to think about for a start.
It's been thought of. The manager was very understanding.
It seems to be moving out of my hands.
You can say that again.
Gentlemen, look on the bright side. We're all caught up in an adventure, the end of which no one knows. And that is, you must admit, rather exciting. What do you say, protective custody?
All right. If Sal agrees, it's on.
Good chap. There's a phone in the car.
What about me, sir?
Still seconded, Sergeant. Still seconded. Special duties.
Well, Mum, I think that's everything.
Yes, dear. Well, I'll say goodbye then.
Are you sure you'll be all right?
Yes, of course. They promised to drop me off home and keep an eye on me.
Oh, Mum.
Don't you worry about me, Sally. It's you and Tom who've got to watch out for yourselves. Now, you sure you don't want me to look after Sam for a few days?
No, Mum. Apparently they've got very good facilities there. Wherever there is. He'll be fine.
Yes, well, bye-bye, dear. Now, look after yourselves.
Shall do. Come on, Samuel. We'll go and see Daddy. Wherever he is.
And voila, back she slides.
I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it.
Oh, we live in a wondrous age, Mr. Forbes. A wondrous age.
Not a bad trick, if I say it myself. You press your hand on a plate and a 20-foot concrete door slides effortlessly aside. Beats open sesame.
Same sort of principle, Mr. Harris. The door's geared to my handprints and that of a few others. I'm told they could have made it the voice. The same individuality applies. Well, I suppose it makes it a little difficult if you've got a cold. Besides which, one would feel rather silly standing in an open field shouting open sesame at a lump of concrete.
Where exactly is this place?
A secret research establishment. Physical, mainly, with this bolt hole built on. Now, be patient, and all will be revealed. Shall we enter?
Hey? I don't get it. There's nothing here, just a 6-foot square concrete cube.
Another door plate?
Oh, 10 out of 10. You must forgive me, but there's so few opportunities of showing off this particular toy, I do rather revel in it. As you say, door plate number 2. I put my hand on, like so, and door opens in the concrete cube, and...
A blooming lift.
Just so. into which we shall now step.
Well, blow me down. Only one button.
Only one stop. Hang on to your tummies, gentlemen.
I get that cough of yours seen to, Silken. Could be catching.
Yes, Prime Minister.
Right. Let's hear the worst.
The whole operation has so far gone very smoothly. Mr. Harris has arrived at the establishment, and his wife and child are on the way there now.
Fine. Has he been told the score?
Well, sir, we did think that rather than spell it out, we'd let the knowledge sink in slowly. Let them come to their own conclusions, as it were.
Fair enough. But he won't be exactly over the moon about it when he does work it out. How about that RM man, Smith? Does he stay?
Oh, no, sir. He'll pop out as soon as they're settled in. It seemed politic. He is, after all, a sort of walking door key. But we have arranged for a detective sergeant to stay with them. Armed, of course.
A good man?
Oh, impeccable. Detective Sergeant Forbes. Local. No family ties to speak of, and no departmental problems.
Fine. And the press?
Well, the D-notice seems to be holding, and providing the foreign papers don't start shouting, we should be able to keep the lid on for a little longer.
Anything new from abroad?
Nothing, sir.
Right. Well, you push off back to your office. Keep me informed of aught else that comes in.
Very good, sir.
Oh, and Silken.
Yes, sir?
I would honestly prefer boy you to that ridiculous cough of yours.
Very good, sir.
Well, gentlemen, I think that's everything. From games room to television lounge to self-service laundrette, all is now at your disposal. It only remains to choose which of the 20 tastefully furnished bedrooms you're going to inhabit, and then perhaps we should meander down to that rather pretty, artificially sunlit garden that produces our oxygen, and await the arrival of Master and Mrs. Harris.
I think the whole place is absolutely incredible.
Who would have thought it, this deep underground? It's unbelievable.
I must admit, I found the adjectives rather hard to find myself the first time I was brought here. Tell you what, let's go into the conference room, and I'll play at being an executive while you fire away your questions. Here we are. Gentlemen, the boardroom.
Well, very plush.
But what's it all for?
Well, it was built in the nasty 60s as a self-contained life support shelter. Enough food, frozen and dehydrated, to last 20 people a minimum of 2 years. Bulletproof, bomb-proof and burglar-proof. Actually, it's the smallest of a chain of over 200, stretching from Land's End to John O'Groats. But don't tell anyone I told you.
How long are we here for?
Well, let's say tonight and tomorrow, and leave the rest to chance. Mr. Forbes, your turn.
What's my function here?
I'd say referee. Yes, referee is a good definition. A buffer between the soulless Secret Service and society's possible suffering from subjects under suspicion. Oh, that's very alliterative, but most apt.
Look, am I really under suspicion?
Being honest, they don't know enough to be sure yet.
They? Who the hell are they?
Ah, I feel that Mrs. Harris and Baby Harris are awaiting entrance. Shall we go and greet them?
Emergency. Unit 74 to Control 1. Receiving.
Control 1 to Unit 74. Receiving. State emergency. Receiving.
Receiving. Subject 18. Earth terminology. North America. Non-contact. Repeat. Non-contact. Believed laser lighted.
Received. General, all units, Phase 3 immediate. I repeat, Phase 3 immediate. Phase
Silkins, sir.
Yes?
Sorry to disturb you at this time in the morning, but bad news, I'm afraid.
Well?
The Americans apparently put up some sort of wave screen to black out all communication right across the spectrum. An experiment to protect their space traveler. But it looks as though something went wrong.
What? Exactly?
They've been wiped out, sir. The whole town. All the troops who ringed it, everyone with it, a 10-mile diameter wiped out.
My God. How many?
About 50,000. Except for one, sir. Only one came out alive. Apparently he was naked and crying. It was their space traveler, sir. The only one to escape.
The only one? You're certain?
No doubt, sir.
Right. Get on to Smith. He knows what to do. We can't risk an accident here.
No, sir.
Ring me as soon as it's over.
Yes, sir.
Well, he's happy enough this fine synthetic morning.
Pleased to see his dad, shouldn't wonder.
And his mum. You pleased as well?
Gurgle, gurgle.
That's my girl.
Hello. You've changed your tune. What's the matter with you? You got wind?
No, actually he wants his rattle.
Good thinking. Here we are. How's that?
No. The one with the ducks on it, the blue one.
Right, love. There we are now. How's that? Good. So, how did you know?
Pardon?
How did you know?
How did I know what?
Which rattle?
I read it, Sal. Right off the top of his head, I read his mind. I can see the shape of it. I can see what he's thinking.
Can I come in?
Just keep it quiet, okay?
Yes. Come in.
Morning. Could I just say one thing? If we're going to be cooped up in this posh basement alone together for any length of time, I think the least we can do is go on first names for a bit, don't you? What would you say?
I agree.
Fair enough.
All animosity forgotten. I'm Sal.
I'm Tom, and you're Brian.
Well, that was quick. Oh, did Smith tell you?
It's a nice name, Brian. Morning, Brian.
Yes. Morning, Brian.
Morning, Sal. Morning, Tom.
Well, I'm doing bacon and eggs for breakfast. Want to join us?
Love to.
Great. I'll start frying.
You mind if I talk for a bit out loud? Get some things sorted out in my own head.
I'll go on making breakfast. I'm starving.
Now, this is how I see it. You and I, Tom, are brought here by Mr. Smith, who can operate the locks with his handprint, right?
Right.
Then Sal and Sam arrive, are given the conducted tour, and then we all settle down for the night in our cosy little bedrooms. But Mr. Smith lets himself out again with his handprint because he's got to report in, and he can't do it from down here as there's no communication, right?
Right.
And here we are, by ourselves, alone in a space-age underground palace with 2 years' supply of bacon and eggs and all mod cons, right?
Right. So how do we get out?
Exactly what I was thinking.
Yes, but we're here because we agreed to be.
I know that, but let's say in 5 minutes' time you don't want to agree. How do you get out?
Well, no phone.
No phone, no key, no way out, unless Smith comes back. Our handprints won't open the door, I've tried.
Oh, but of course he's coming back. He said so.
Did he? Must leave now, I have to report. You just settle yourselves in and make yourselves quite at home. Goodbye. No, goodbye for now. See you tomorrow, see you next week. Just settle yourselves in. Goodbye.
Prisoners.
Looks that way.
But what about you? You're a policeman. Why you?
But a policeman with a gun. You think you're a kind of prison warder.
That, Tom, is precisely what I think.
But
makes good sense. Give me a gun, stick me down here with you two, and if Tom shows signs of turning into anything more than human, I'm on hand. No good leaving Smith or anyone else who can get out down here. As it is, you'll need an atom bomb to blast your way out of this place. Great place to keep someone in check. Sorry, Sal. Sorry, Tom. Looks as though we are prisoners of one sort or another.
Perhaps more than prisoners. But Mr. Smith will soon tell us.
And on cue, the visitor's buzzer. Just to prove you're wrong, Brian.
Well, thank the Lord for that. Too many detective stories, that's my trouble. Well, I'll go to the lift and see if it's our friends.
I'll be with you in a sec.
Right.
Sal. Things might start happening soon. Things outside my control. Try not to be too frightened.
What do you mean, Tom? What's going to happen?
I don't know quite, but whatever it is, whatever happens, remember, it's me inside here somewhere, and I love you.
Oh, Tom, don't. There is nothing going to happen.
Is Smith in the lift? He's just got in, pressing the button now. He's been sent to kill me. Doesn't want to. Has a gun with a silencer in his briefcase. He's going to ask me to go to the conference room with him. He'll ask Brian to check breakfast, get him out of the way.
Tom, this is crazy.
Not crazy. Frightening. I'd better go. The lift's halfway down.
A deputation, no less. How pleasant. Morning, Mr. Harris. Morning, Mr. Forbes. And the unmistakable smell of bacon and eggs filtering along the corridor. How are we this fine and sunny morning? Sleep well?
Fine, thank you, sir. Good morning.
We'd just decided we were prisoners. Any comment?
Very interesting indeed. And not too far from the truth, I'm afraid.
You mean we are prisoners?
Oh, a harsh word. Let's say guests of convenience.
How long for? I've got a job to consider.
Not long now. In fact, that's what I've come to talk to Mr. Harris about. Things are moving rather more quickly than expected. We may have you back to your station quite soon.
Something happened?
Indeed it has. Now, Mr. Harris, if you'll be good enough to join me in the conference room for a private chat, I'll explain. And then perhaps we could join your good lady and Mr. Forbes for some breakfast. How does that sound?
Sounds fine.
Would you organise the breakfast, Mr. Forbes?
Right. I'll go and warn the lady to make it bacon and eggs for 4. See you shortly.
Shall we step into the conference room? Here we are. Board meeting now in progress. Your face indicates that you may have some inkling of my mission, Mr. Harris. Exactly how much do you know?
Everything.
But no trace of fear.
It may be for the best.
True. When were you aware of your new capabilities?
This morning. Sort of crept up on me. Slowly at first, but it's increasing rapidly. I've developed some sort of telepathic skill. I noticed my son's mind was wide open to me. I could actually see what he was thinking, and I had to make a conscious effort not to look.
You saw him in the night?
I looked before I could stop myself. Perhaps it would have been best if I hadn't. I'm finding how to control the power now. I'm just aware of your mind in a different way, same as I'm aware of Sal and Brian's over that way in the kitchen, like a series of small fogs, but I know at any time I can push through the fog and see what you or either of them is thinking, but it does seem as though I have some control over it.
Anything else?
Telekinesis. In the bathroom this morning, I knocked the glass tooth mug off the shelf and I knew it was going to smash onto the tiles. I wanted to grab it to stop it from breaking and making a noise, waking Sam. I felt it, and just before the glass hit the tiles for a split second, I held it, just by thinking. Broke its fall, and it landed without any noise. I haven't dared to test the capability further.
The rather chunky cut glass ashtray in the centre of the table there. I wonder if you'd be good enough to pass it to me. No, don't move. Just think about it. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Oh, God. It's so frightening.
Yes, I'm afraid it is. You're already showing higher capabilities than I ever came across. And I presume they also are developing.
Yes. But
You want me to get on with it. There was, for want of a better word, an incident last night in a small town in the American Midwest. A town that was ringed defensively by troops. The town and the troops don't exist anymore. Approximately 50,000 people are dead, and only one person left the area alive. I doubt whether you know him, Mr. Harris, but you both have something in common. You both disappeared along a thin blue light and went for a trip in an alien spacecraft.
How did it happen?
One theory is that a new screening device the Americans were using backfired. But our department can't afford to take chances. So I've been sent down with this, plus a highly effective silencer.
Yes. I know.
Mr. Harris, the duties I've performed for my department over the years have largely been a pleasure. But I've always been aware that I could be called upon one day, as part of my duties, to undertake a certain task so onerous that even the thought would repel me. So, over the years, I've tried to wipe the knowledge of that possibility from my mind, blank it out. But now, unfortunately, the moment of truth has arrived. I've been instructed, on the highest authority, to kill you. As I say, the thought revolts me. But I must do it.
Sorry to disturb, but the good lady says if you don't come to breakfast now, what the hell's going on here?
Go outside and close the door, please, Mr. Forbes.
Oh, no, you don't. Right, Mr. A.P. Mighty Smith. The gun you so kindly provided me with is now pointing at your back. So I wonder if you'd stop pointing yours at Thomas. We're making a ridiculous sight, and let me know what the hell's going on here.
I'm afraid I can't do as you say, Mr. Forbes. I know that by the time your reflex lets you fire, I shall have carried out the worst assignment of my life. And hopefully your bullet in my back will still the memory.
Drop your gun, Brian.
No.
Drop it.
What the hell?
Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
I'm really sorry about this.
Good God.
Looks as though we were right to worry, sir.
Yes, Mr. Smith. It certainly does.
Control 1 to all units. Imperative all subjects worldwide moving to prime targets by 915.5 galactic latest, irrespective of time zone. Assist from non-site zone, 2.5 units from project zone if necessitous. Indicate receive en rota. Received. Unit 2 to Control 1.
Gentlemen. This is the cabinet room, not a 4-ale bar. If you're out to say it through chair, else we get nowhere.
Prime Minister, we appreciate the fact that you made this an all-party meeting, but some of us are disadvantaged by not as yet being up to date with all the facts.
Right. I'm disadvantaged. I give you the facts as we know them, which is not much, and you can make up your own minds from there. First of all, thanks to you all for coming. I think for the moment best bury the differences, and for the benefit of this meeting, let's forget the point scoring and think country first and party second, right? Right. Now, you've all been briefed at least that something damn funny's afoot worldwide. All countries are being fairly cagey, ourselves included, but it seems everywhere's the same. We've all got someone who's been whipped into space for 10 days and sent back home safe and dozy. I think the polite word's amnesia. Well, generally, each country's been keeping an eye on their own chap, and nothing very drastic has happened to any of them. Until last night, that is, in the United States. As you've heard, 50,000 people are dead, troops included. Now, without going into the ethics, we, and a lot of other countries, decided to get rid of our space trippers. Hang on, at least let me finish. The French have let theirs out on a very loose rein, wandering round Paris under surveillance, but with no restraints. In the early hours of this morning, he left a cafe where he'd been drinking with friends, and a car came at a hell of a lick round a corner, out of control, not to do with their security boys, Mark, you're just out of control, and hit him as he crossed the road. No messing, a full-blooded smack square on. The car disintegrated. Complete write-off. 4 passengers all dead. But it didn't shift him, their blue light bloke. Oh, no. He just stood there, bemused, in the middle of the road, surrounded by carnage, till the French security boys took him in.
What about our chap? Is he been held?
Oh, he's been held, all right. Top marks to security for skill and diplomacy. They've got him in one of those atom fallout places, and no way out except by our say-so. Trouble is, they sent one of their blokes in over an hour ago to do what should have been a 2-minute job, and he hasn't reappeared yet. So I think they've got to fear the worst and act accordingly.
And do what?
I've had the place ring with troops. They're going to wipe out anyone who shows his face.
You don't mind me saying so, Mrs. Harris, that was an exquisite breakfast. Delicious. Quite delightful after all these bachelor years to find myself part of a family breakfast again. Baby crawling at my feet, host's wife glowering at me across the table.
You know, you amaze me. Half an hour ago you were trying to film my husband full of holes, as if you were taking part in a gangster film. And now you sit there, the soul of charm, as if you hadn't a care in the world.
Well, that's the curse of the diplomatic service, Mrs. Harris. Diplomacy. Not that I'm a member, but I suffer the disease. I rise above the embarrassments of this life as the phoenix from the ashes. I miss my calling by a whisker. Diplomacy chose defense instead.
How could you bring yourself to do it? An unarmed man.
Duty, Mr. Forbes, an overriding sense of duty. And also, being honest, a fun little feeling somewhere at the back of my mind that it would all come out all right.
How can you possibly say that? You had no idea.
Oh, didn't I? Quite sure about that, are you? Your husband knew what I was going to do, and he wasn't frightened at all, were you, Mr. Harris? Not one flicker of fear at your own imminent demise. Struck me as strange. You see, whether consciously aware of it or not, you knew I couldn't hurt you. It was written in your eyes, and I knew. Your powers of telekinesis are such that you could have, without effort, and without moving from where you were sitting, put the safety catch on the gun, or stop the hammer falling, or turn the gun to one side, or tip my chair up, any of a dozen things. But you felt the need to test your powers of survival. A gamble, I admit, but a small one. So you let me pull the trigger, and let me see the bullets disintegrate against what is obviously some sort of force field that automatically surrounds you when danger is present. I should imagine, Mr. Harris, one can slap you on the back in friendship. But I think if one tried to slap you on the back in anger, one would get a broken arm without managing to touch you.
But now you're trying to make him out some sort of monster. He's Tom, my husband.
Whether you like it or not, Mrs. Harris, he's Tom plus X. Monster in the making, and who knows for what purpose.
This is all getting preposterous.
Tom. Tom.
What's wrong with him? Keep away, don't touch him.
That blue light. The same blue light. He's surrounded with it.
Look away.
And my eyes!
Look away, look away. Get down, onto the floor. Out of bed.
He's just sitting there. Do something, Brian. For God's sake, do something. He's in pain. Tom! Tom!
Oh, knock him out. He's going to burst a blood vessel.
Stay where you are, Forbes. Don't touch him. There's stuff flying around to kill. Forbes, come back. Don't touch him. Sorry, Tom. Gotta do this. Ah! You must have been thrown at least 5 yards by the shock. You check the husband. I'll see to Forbes.
Tom.
Steel band being twisted in my mind like pulling plasters off my mind. It's so much coming in, it hurts. Too many voices, Sal. I can hear too far, too much.
Chalk up your first victim, Mr. Harris. Forbes is dead.
No,
Let me touch him. No, Sam, let me go to him. It's all right. I can see what it is. Pressure zone, upper brain. Just have to squeeze there. He's okay now.
Oh, see?
Oh, my head. My head. Too many voices. I can't stop them. Got to get out.
Tom! Leave it.
Hundreds of people gathered above us. Overhead. Helicopters. Too much noise. Got to get out.
Tom! Wait!
Got to get out!
Tom! Tom!
Did I see what I thought I saw? A door smashed open with a fist. Or am I still dreaming?
You saw what you thought you saw, Mr. Forbes. You can't hurt him, and he can't hurt himself. The door was simply kicked out of the way by the force shield.
Where does he think he's off to now?
Out. He's leaving.
Well, there's no way of working the lift.
Look, you've just been brought back from the dead, Mr. Forbes. The merest touch behind your ear, and you are back from the dead. So the lift, one of the most sophisticated pieces of electronic security known to man, will, I'm sure, be child's play to him. Or to it, as the case may be.
3 more contactors.
Listen to me. I don't know what it is, but I can help, Tom. Talk to me, Tom. Let me help.
No one can help. Must go. Got to get out.
And let me come with you.
Head, so tight. Safe here. You're safe here, Sal. Tanks, soldiers outside. Want to kill me. Stay with Smith. Can't get out now. Wiped his prints. Safe.
Tom!
Sergeant! The lift's on the move. All right, men, your position! As the outer doors open, I shall give the command! Keep firing till I order you to cease! Hold those tanks back till I tell you!
Kill me. Trying to kill me with noise. Must stop it. Must stop it. Must stop the noise.
Stop thinking!
Maybe 1,000 blank-eyed soldiers, frozen in position. Oh, no. I forgot the helicopter. The pilot's out of control. Oh, God. No. Must get away. Away. Must get away.
They did what?
They let him through, sir.
Oh, marvellous, Silkin. In disguise, was he? Dressed up as the bleeding Queen of Sheba, was he? Very nice of them to let him through. Thank them from me, personally.
They can't explain it, sir. Their minds went blank. They couldn't think.
You don't have to think to pull a trigger. Half the country complaining about the cost of the armed forces, and we end up with soldiers with rusty fingers.
It seemed as if they were rooted to the spot, sir.
That only happens in books, Silkin, so don't give me any of that rooted rubbish. Right. Where the hell is he now?
Well, we don't know, Prime Minister.
Don't know? You don't know? I'd be better off with 6 Boy Scouts than your lot, Silkin. Find him. And while you're at it, I want London ringed off completely. We're getting reports in from all over the world that these blue light people are making for the capital cities. I want every vehicle coming in stopped and searched right down to the last milk float. You got that? Every vehicle, every train, every plane, every boat, out that moves on legs or wheels, stopped. Close the capital tight. He must be captured. Have you got that, Silkin? Absolute red alert.
They mustn't come near. Don't want to hurt them. Keep away.
England. Harris, England.
Inside my head.
Are you there, Tom Harris? Who are you? Where are you? Brostov, Belgium. On my way to my capital, Brussels, just as you are going to London.
Have I gone mad?
No, you're all right. I'm real. Far away. What they did to us last was tough, but we've come through it now. Been trying to raise you for an hour. Are you okay? Fine. I can hear you so well. It's amazing. I understand. No language barrier. What's happening? We don't know. France and Holland contacted me, and now we're trying to contact the controlled mines in other countries, so at least we know the pattern. Anything emerged? We're being pushed towards our own capital city. We have no choice. We think the aliens are hovering, tracking us, but staying blanked out to us.
What can we do?
At the moment, nothing except go along with them. Head for the capital. Try to contact the next mine, so finally there is a chain of us.
And then what?
Don't know yet. We'll work something out. We've got a lot of power between us.
What's their plan? The aliens. Why have they done this to us?
Only God or the devil knows. I think we'll find out soon enough when we reach the capital. Good luck, England. Control your mind. We can kill too easily.
Good luck, Belgium.
Don't forget, you are not alone.
It has also been reported that the large-scale troop movements in the vicinity of the Dorset Close Research Establishment in the Midlands, reported in our earlier bulletins, are part of a series of exercises the government is undertaking to establish the country's readiness to face internal invasion. The exercise was so successful that it's been decided to extend it to cover the whole of London. We've been informed that local and metropolitan police will combine for the first time with members of the armed forces to throw a cordon around the capital. A photograph has been issued by the Northampton Police of Thomas Harris, a 35-year-old bank clerk whom they wish to interview with regard to certain unspecified security matters. Anyone seeing him is advised that under no circumstances must he be approached. Simply inform your local police or telephone the following special number.
Unit 35 contacting. Received. Control 1 to Unit 35. Received. Subject 12, Phase 4 reveal completed by 915 Galactic as programmed. Subject heading towards target zone. Phase 5 to commence at 918 Galactic as stipulated. All assistance being given for subject to reach target zone. All assistance being given for subject.
Sorry, sir. Neither sight nor sound of him. Oh, false alarms, of course, but nothing. No, sir. But our man Smith... That's right. Well, no, Smith's still in there with the wife and detective. Well, nobody's prints seem to work, sir. It's not easy, Prime Minister. It's a very sophisticated piece... Yes, sir. As you said, absolute red alert. The roadblocks are as tight as a fist round the city, and every field and hedgerow is covered. Oh, we'll stop him, sir. We'll stop him. You can rely on that.
London. Must get to London. Car. This'll do. Corporal driving. Corporal Wilkes.
Dear mate, what the hell do you think you're playing at, jumping out like that and waving your arms? Could get yourself killed, you know. Anyway, haven't you heard? There's an army exercise going on. Civilians off the street... Yes, sir. Any problems at roadblocks and you'll take care of them. Very good, sir. 3 major ones at mile intervals on the outskirts, sir, and 3 range patrols inside. Certainly, sir. Get the blocks over with first and worry about the patrols after. Very good, sir. If you want to lie on the floor at the back, sir, that's fine with me.
Good evening, sir. Watch out, Wilkes, old son. How goes it?
Hello, mate. Good to see you again. Want me pass?
Afraid so, mate.
No. That's all right.
Know your ugly mug well enough by now. See anything fishy coming in?
Nah. Dead as a doornail. The other 2 blocks are just as quiet as this one. I reckon everybody took that TV appeal to heart and stayed at home.
Yeah.
Much traffic inside?
Nah, apart from patrols, which are thing on the ground, nothing much at all.
Any sign of Harris?
Yeah, thousands. He's everywhere from Land's End to John O'Groats. None confirmed yet.
Well, we'll get him finally. I better get on. See you, Jono.
Yeah, see ya. Where you heading?
Downing Street. Number 10, would you believe? Lord knows why. Just had orders. Bye, Jono.
Ta-ra, Wilkes.
Corporal!
Sir?
Who was that you let through?
Corporal Wilkes, sir. Ordnance Corps.
Why didn't you check him out?
Well, sir, he's an old mate. He didn't seem...
An old mate? You know the orders, Johnson. Even a bleeding field marshal doesn't get through without his transport being given the once-over. You've checked everyone else, Johnson. Why the sudden change?
I don't know. I suddenly knew I mustn't check him.
Suddenly knew? It's a damn funny choice of words. Where's this Corporal Wilkes based? I'll have him checked out.
Dagenham, Sarge.
Right, I'll radio for a patrol to intercept him on the way.
He's not going to Dagenham, Sarge. He's on his way to Downing Street.
He's what?
He's on his way to Downing
I
Street.
heard you, you great bird. Don't you realise this could be it? I've got to get the brass on the radio. Get a patrol unit chasing after him now, Johnson. Now!
Yes, sir.
Have you checked all units?
Yes, sir. All in position. The entire Downing Street area is secure.
Secure. We'll see. Any sign of this corporal, chappie?
No, sir.
Well, tell everyone to keep a sharp watch. They said he was heading this way.
We've got Wilkes, sir.
Good show, Captain. Harris with him?
No, sir, by himself. Bit bemused. Just sitting in the car, other side of the park. Thinks he's been there 5 minutes or so. Can't be sure.
Well, that's policeman, chappie. Maybe on the loose, but he certainly won't get through this lot, number 10.
Lovely cup of tea. Fine chances sleeping with this kerfuffle going on. Army and police everywhere. I'll go through to the parlour. Put my feet up for 5 minutes. Now, where's that light switch gone to? Oh, here we are. Oh,
Good evening. Don't be frightened.
I'm not frightened. It just gave me a bit of a start seeing you sitting there in the dark. You should have switched the light on like a sensible chap.
No, I wanted to sit and think for a minute. If you don't mind, I was trying to work out what I was doing here.
Well, now you come to mention it, I'm wondering that myself. I mean, this great barn of a place that goes with my husband's job is not exactly home from home, but I like to think of this parlour as a bit private, you know what I mean. I don't even let any of the staff in. I just it myself, that sort of thing. You know, I like to remind myself I'm a housewife as well as the Prime Minister's wife. I honestly don't know you from Adam. Are you official?
I'm Tom Harris.
Tom Harris? No, I'm sorry, it doesn't ring any bells. Are you backbenching?
No, I'm not in the house. I'm Tom Harris, the man who's been in space.
Oh, that Tom Harris. All this noise I've been putting up with from police and army out in the street, and you're here all the time. You've got to laugh, haven't you? How'd you manage to get past them all?
Hard to explain, really. Just sort of make them look the other way. A bit creepy, like being the invisible man suddenly. I got the policeman out front to open the door for me, and then to forget that he'd done it.
Oh, that's Ted on tonight. He'll be furious when he finds out he's a right stickler for duty.
And I've been meandering about, wondering what happens next. Found this nice room here and decided to sit down and have a think.
Good idea. Only comfortable place in the house. Well, what does happen next?
No idea. I knew I had to get to London, and then I knew I had to come here, but next... You see, I've been taken over. Not much fun, I'm afraid.
Shouldn't think it would be. Mind you, it's not much fun for my husband either. He's been up in the conference room all day with the cabinet and all the shadows waiting developments. I mean, it must have cost a fortune in sandwiches. Thank goodness it doesn't come out of the housekeeping. And as for his also... I tell you what we'll do. I've just made a pot of tea, and I think we should go and have a cup now, and then I'll take you up to the cabinet room and introduce you. Show them you're not really a two-headed monster. All right?
Sounds good to me. I haven't had a bite since breakfast.
Shall I bite you? Oh, just a little joke, Mr. Harris. Come. I think there's a bit of fruit cake and a piece of apple pie in the kitchen.
Control 1 to all units.
Phase 4 reveal should by now have placed subjects at target zones worldwide. Phase 5 reveal commence 918 galactic. Confirmed received en rota. Received.
Get out now! Here, where's Mrs. Stuck?
Now stop panicking, for God's sake. Look out the window. You got half the British Army and Metropolitan Police out there. There's no way he can get through.
But you said yourself, we don't know what his capacities are. If he got out of that shelter, what's to stop him getting in here?
You place the whole town at risk by gathering us all together.
Hang on. Yes, Prime Minister speaking. No, I'm not. Cabinet and all party representatives. What do you mean, hope? You damn well make sure we're safe. What? I see. Right, well, we'll pack it up here and transfer to that underground place at the Mall. No, I think everyone here will agree it's expedient. Right? Right. Bring me back direct. For God's sake, Silkin, stop gawking and get the door.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, gentlemen, it doesn't look good. Reports indicate no one's managed to hold their space troopers, and their movements worldwide indicate they're making for heads of government rather than seats of power, which means we're obviously the ones at risk. So I think it's best all round if we go for the double security of the war centre. I don't think there's any possibility of this chap Tom Harris getting in there. Yes.
Your wife, sir.
Sorry to interrupt like this.
Mari, how many times do I have to tell you?
But I've got a visitor who I think you've been waiting for. Tom Harris.
Good God, it's him. Get him out of here. Prime Minister, this is a disgrace.
You, nothing your fault is here at all.
If we'd been in power, this never would have happened. I told you we should have gone to the place of the Mall.
Now, hold on, everyone. Keep calm.
Calm? How can you talk about calm? You've put our lives at risk.
I'm getting out of here.
Adjourn the meeting. Adjourn the meeting.
You silly, pathetic people. How can you squabble among yourselves at a time like this? Petty politics is finished. Your future, if you have a future, lies in forgetting the differences, local and international. The universe is knocking at the door, and you squabble over the responsibility for it happening. I've suffered to be here. People have died so I could get to you. Well, stop your childish bickering while we await whatever message these alien gods intend to send. For, as sure as by earthly standards I'm a strange monster to you, by their standards I am simply a messenger boy. You're all thinking, but has he any power? You're thinking, he's a trickster. He's fooled others, but he doesn't fool me. Well, let's play games while we wait their commands. Stupid people deserve to have their stupidities aired.
How dare you talk to us like this? You trick your way in here and then...
What about all the people you tricked, Mr. Parker? You think your secret is long buried?
My secret?
Gibraltar, 1964, property deal, £1.5 million. 2 other partners. Do you want me to spell out the rest, or do you believe I have certain powers?
Everyone deserves to hear it.
All of you, your dirty little secrets are bubbling up to the roof of your minds, just dying to be read. You, Thompson, a 17-year-old mistress, and you, Mrs. Trenchell, cabinet leaks and corruption. Smith, a drunk, you hit him with your car, left him dead in the ditch. All of you, cesspool minds revealed. Prove. Believe me, I don't want to have to hurt you to prove my power.
It's just party tricks, Harris. Well-researched party tricks. Speak your piece, quick, before I have you thrown out.
Throw him out now! Tell lies about me. Let's get him out of here.
Idiots! You idiots deserve to be taught. Listen. Mr. Prime Minister, I could kill you, all of you, just by thinking it. Instead, I hurt you. A little. Tricks. I could rule this country, turn it into a nation of zombies without even overstretching my powers. Thrown out, Prime Minister, there's nothing yet invented in this puny world of ours that could even scratch me. And I'm frightened. What am I doing here? Why has my mind been ripped apart? What is my task? What is my message? For God's sake, aliens, tell me. Tell me.
Look. Just outside the window. I don't believe it. What is it?
A flying saucer.
Tell me, what do you want?
Look at the light. It's all over him.
Oh, blinding. Don't look. Turn away. Turn away.
We won't allow it. No, we'll never agree, you hear. We'll never agree. Go away from this world. Leave us our innocence.
You can escape. We can escape.
They're going to drive us mad. They want to rule.
Escape, England. Look behind your mind. You can escape. You must escape now, Harris. Now. Search out the pathway. Escape, Harris. Escape. He's starting to shiver.
He's evaporating.
Oh, my God. The whole bloody shooting match has disappeared, including Harris.
What the hell was that outside the window?
It's gone now. That's all that matters. We're safe.
That's not all that matters. What about poor Mr. Harris? What's happened to him? Where's he disappeared to?
I did. 6 no trumps.
Oh, I don't believe it.
What a swizz.
What on earth?
I'll go check. Quick, it's Tom.
Tom!
Lift him up.
Oh, Tom.
I'm okay. I haven't got long. They'll be searching.
Well, who? Who will be searching? Where have you been?
They'll check here. Let's get away.
Mr. Harris, are you yourself at the moment, or alien?
This is me, all right. How long for, God knows. They can really hurt. I escaped.
How did you manage it? I heard no lift.
Teleportation. Fantastic but true. One moment with Prime Minister and Cabinet at 10 Downing Street. Next moment, merely by looking behind my mind and thinking of this place, I'm here. Belgium explained it.
Belgium?
One of the other blue light blokes. We're in contact with each other. The aliens slipped up, made us too efficient. We can escape, fly through the paint net.
But the message, Mr. Harris, what was your mission? What did they want of you?
The message is simple. Mankind, as we know it, is all over. You're looking at new man. All over.
New man.
Thousands of years. We've been in quarantine. We had our sixth sense blanked out. All those years ago, some sort of space council adjudged us savages and blanked us out. Now, the blanket's going to be ripped off. We haven't improved at all. They're going to let us look at ourselves, mind to mind, see ourselves as we really are. Result, end of mankind.
I don't understand. It can't be that bad, surely, having an extra sense.
Can't it? Imagine having lived a lifetime without hearing. Noise estimates. The whole world becomes a madhouse of sound, and it doesn't matter. No legislation, no safety laws, nothing. It doesn't matter. The world is totally stone deaf. No problem. And one day, click, the whole world can hear. You think that wouldn't matter?
Bedlam. Death and destruction.
Surely. We just have to learn how to put our hands over our ears.
How to put your hands over your mind, Sal. That's why I was taken away. They taught me how to control what was coming in, how to put my hands over my mind, if you like. Even so, it was agony till I learned. Listen, Sal, I screamed for quiet, and the helicopter pilot died. In a short space of time, if I hadn't found the control they'd given me, I would have been driven mad. I would have been a screaming wreck. But think of the damage I'm capable of doing in that madness just by thinking about it. The other powers that come along with the mind reading are just as terrifying. Add to that the fact that I'm virtually indestructible. We'll all be the same. I'm afraid mankind as we know it is doomed.
And the aliens? Presumably they made an offer to help.
Oh, yes. They'll help, all right. They offered to be our warders. Warders in a world of madness. Heads of government are being given 20 weeks to decide whether they come before or after the nightmare begins. Makes no difference to the aliens. Either way, we end up their serfs. For this service, they expect and demand sole rights to trade the produce of this world in the galaxy.
Friendly souls, aren't they? Elizabeth I would have loved them. We sit back and wait, do we?
No, we fight them. There's a thin circle of blue light around the world, and we blue light men are the new freedom fighters. Politics, creed, and color no longer exist. We're unified in a common aim: beat the aliens. We have the power. We have the control. Now, we must start teaching, passing that power on. I start here tonight, if you agree, and we leave here soon as equals. We'll teach others. In England, it starts to ripple outward from this shelter. A race, an impossible race, to educate 50 million people in 20 weeks. And that's just this country, but think of the power the aliens will face when they return. Even if we're only half successful, so many minds in unison should be able to perform miracles of defense.
But what happens to the ones who don't get taught, Tom? The ones who don't believe or don't care? What happens to them when the 20 weeks are up?
People like me who refuse to have their minds played with. What happens to us in your brave new world, Mr. Harris? We who eschew the pleasure of being ants in your new society. What happens to us?
Don't be angry, Tom. There's going to be a lot of people who react like that. You can't force the world to your way of thinking, not in 20 weeks. No matter how right you feel it is, how necessary you feel it is.
I don't even intend to try. No, I'm not forcing anyone. You're all right. You're right, Sal. Some won't want to get taught, won't believe, won't care. And you're right, Smith. Some will see it as a threat, a negation of their individuality. And you're right, Brian. There's no way I can force my decision on the whole country, not in the time available. For once, each individual will have to make up his own mind. For once, those millions out there will have to climb down off the fence. Make a decision. I know. The choice is simple, believe me. Learn and have a chance of being saved. Disbelieve me. Disbelieve the threat is real and go under. And they must decide which option to believe. Yours or mine. And act accordingly.
And the ones who decide not to go along with your little scheme, Mr. Harris? What happens to them?
In 20 weeks' time, they'll all start screaming.
Control 1 to all units. Reports indicate subjects worldwide performed as anticipated. Phase 6 will commence in 20 Earth local weeks. All units to oversee defined areas from non-site zones.
James Lawrenson played Tom Harris and Jennifer Piercy Sally in Before the Screaming Begins by Wally K. Daly. The Prime Minister was Patrick Troughton and A.P. Smith, Donald Hewlett. Sergeant Forbes, Robert Trotter. Prime Minister's wife and Sally's mother, Catherine Parr. Silken, Peter Wickham. Brostow, Nigel Graham. Corporal Wilkes, Geoffrey Leasley. Corporal Johnson and the newsreader, Eric Allen. Nurse and Cabinet Minister, Maggie Ollerenshaw. Desk Sergeant and Opposition MP, Peter Williams. An alien voice, Malcolm Gerard. And the alien controller, Manning Wilson. Other parts were played by members of the cast. Before the Screaming Begins was directed by Martin Jenkins.
Repeat, 20 Earth local weeks.
John Justin, Maddie Head, and Joe Manning Wilson in The Franchise Affair, freely adapted by John Hyatt from the novel by Josephine Tay. The time is the present. The Franchise Affair.
Yes, sir. Yes, of course. Oh, be fantastic. Your place tomorrow, yeah.
Oh, come on. He lives on that phone.
So I would. Hey, do what? Going too far again. Now, I must go now, or Mum. Oh, I do. All right, sweetheart. Bye.
Roger?
Oh. You still up, Mum?
Roger, you've been 20 minutes on that phone. There could be urgent news from the police any moment.
I was talking to Karen.
Karen? I thought you'd been out with her this evening.
I have. I was just saying good night. Couldn't hear what we were saying, could you?
Not every word. Roger, dear, couldn't you use the call box at the end of the road? If the police don't phone, then Betty might.
Look, Mum, Betty's been gone for a fortnight. She'd been going to ring.
Take it so calmly. She's your sister.
She can look after herself.
She's barely 17. Anything could have happened to her. You think she's run off with some man, don't you?
Well, that's not as awful as you make out.
Oh, Roger.
Look, if she's with her boyfriend, then at least she's all right.
Then why hasn't she let us know? Why the silence? Why cause such worry? It's just not like her. You know it isn't, Roger. There's something terribly wrong. What's that?
Just a car. Mrs. Harris next door out in the tiles again. Come away from the window.
It's Betty.
What?
Roger, it's her.
Hey?
Look, it's Betty.
Let's have a look.
Oh, mind, let me get there.
There's a bloke with her.
Betty?
What's happened to her? Mum, she's hurt. She can't stand.
Betty, oh, my darling.
You look after her, Mum. I'm going to talk to that driver.
Betty, it's all right. Shush now. Come inside. Come on. Now, let me look at you. Your face. You're bleeding.
Oh, don't touch my bag.
Your coat's torn. Who's done this? Who's done this to you?
Mama tried to get away. Day after day, I thought I'd die. I'd never get out. They kept me locked up.
How many of them were there?
Two of them. They gave me a lift that night. Said they'd take me home. I thought they were being kind. Oh, Mom.
Oh, shush. All right.
No one ever came to the house. I screamed and shouted, but no one ever came.
The driver's gone for a doctor and the police. He says he found her on the Chichester Road. She was dead beat and
she's been whipped. Poor child. Two men, she says, in a lonely house.
No.
Oh, it's all right, lovey. It's all right.
Not men. Not men. Two women.
Women? God. Women did this to you? What women?
I don't know. I don't want to talk about. I don't.
Betty, you're safe.
You're all right now.
Oh, Mum, they're mad. If they ever find me,
they won't find you, but we must find them.
Oh, Mum, don't. Look, she's hysterical.
Just their names, Betty.
I don't know.
What did they call each other?
Mother. The old one was the mother. Her daughter had the whip. A sort of horsewhip.
No.
I tried to fight her. I couldn't. She's strong and tall. Her mother called her Marian.
Do you know it's nearly 4 o'clock?
Is it? I missed my watch. I ought to get another.
Oh, what happened to the one you had? It suited you.
Oh, I lost it.
It's not like you, Marian. You're such a careful person. You sure it's not somewhere in the house? If you took it off to wash up or
It's
something...
not in the house, Robert. If you must know, it was stolen.
Stolen? Oh, when was this? You never told me.
Oh, there was no point in making an issue of it. Your legal mind would have been endlessly curious and...
Thank you, my dear, thank you.
I'm sorry. That was very rude. I'm not a good loser, I'm afraid. If I hadn't made a fool of myself at the 9th hole this afternoon, no doubt I'd have told you all about the wretched watch.
Well, never mind. You'll be splendidly mellow after tea.
Oh, Robert, how little you know me. I'm very un-English in some ways.
The council shall put a warning sign on this hill. You never know what might be over the other side.
Oh, but I do. The most hideous house in the county.
It is an eyesore, isn't it? Even the name's unattractive. The franchise. One day, God willing, they'll convert it into luxury flats with central heating and a resident porter. Having first paid Mother and me enormous compensation, of course.
I can think of another reason why you might leave the franchise.
Now, Robert, don't. I'm not in the mood for proposals.
Same old excuse. What have you got against marriage, Marion?
I hate being tied.
But you are tied to your mother.
Oh, rubbish. She's completely independent.
Hello. You've got visitors.
Oh, we can't have. We don't know anybody.
Well, there's a car in the drive. Looks like a police car.
No, it can't be.
Well, hold on a moment. We'll soon see. It is a police car.
Yes.
There's a policeman in the back with a young girl.
Robert?
Oh, that's Hallam on the doorstep. He's seen us.
You know him?
Yeah, he's an inspector, local man. We play golf occasionally. Good afternoon, Inspector.
Oh, hello, Mr. Blair. A bit of luck finding you here.
Did you want to see me?
Miss Sharp?
Yes.
Yes, madam, if you please. You and your mother.
My mother rests in the afternoons. I'd rather not disturb her.
Well, then just yourself to begin with. Thank you.
Are your companions coming in, Inspector?
Not just at the moment, madam.
Come into the drawing room. I was going to give Mr. Blair some tea. Perhaps you'd like
I'd
to...
rather we didn't delay matters, if you don't mind.
What is all this about, Hallam?
2 weeks ago, a young girl named Betty Kane disappeared from her home in Loughborough, Newtown. The fact was reported to the police by the girl's mother, but no trace could be found of her. 3 days ago, the girl turned up on her own doorstep in a very distressed condition.
Oh.
She'd been beaten up and was in a state of shock. So much so that it's taken time to get a coherent story out of her. It's a story that makes serious allegations.
Yes?
On the night of May the 2nd, the date she disappeared, Miss Kane claims she was picked up in a car by 2 women, driven to their home and held there for a fortnight against her will. The house, she says, was a large, old, mansion-type place standing in its own grounds about 30 miles outside Loughborough, now allowing for a radius of twice that distance. The franchise is the only house that fits the girl's description. You and your mother, Miss Sharp, answered the descriptions of the 2 women. Now, you don't have to say anything.
Not say anything? Not say
Marion.
anything? You accuse me of kidnapping some girl, of beating her up? How do you expect me not to say anything?
Is that the girl? Outside in the police car?
That's right.
How old is she? 14, 15?
She was 17 on the 1st of May. It was the day after her birthday that she disappeared.
17? She looks much younger.
She's been brought up on some very unhealthy fairy tales.
I take it you deny her allegations.
Well, you don't expect me to admit them.
You'd better give us some details, Hallam.
Of course. On the night she disappeared, Betty Kane was walking home from Loughborough, having missed the last bus.
She spent the evening in Loughborough?
At a youth club, place called The Scene. It was coming on to rain. She got no money for a taxi, so she decided to walk. After about 20 minutes, a battered old grey car passed her and stopped just ahead.
Was the girl hitchhiking?
She says not.
How far away was her home, then?
5.5 miles.
And it was raining. In her place, I'd have hitched a lift.
There were 2 women in the car. The driver, aged about 36, tall, well-spoken, rather dark, and a much older woman who was sitting in the back. The woman who was driving asked the girl if she wanted a lift. The girl accepted because by this time the rain was coming down heavily.
And was it?
It was bucketing down, sir. That was the night the Erin flooded. The women were very friendly and talkative, so the girl paid little attention to the direction they were taking. When eventually the car stopped, Miss Kane was unable to recognize her surroundings. She asked where they were, and the older woman replied, "This is our home, my dear." The younger woman invited the girl to have supper with them, promising that later she would drive her home.
How very hospitable.
The girl was uneasy, but couldn't see how to refuse. The younger woman got out of the car and opened large iron gates before taking the car up the driveway to the house, which by this time it was too dark to see. The girl was taken into a large, bare kitchen.
Bare?
Very large and very bare.
While the older woman prepared a meal, the younger, whom she referred to as her daughter, fetched a blanket to wrap round the girl while her clothes were dried.
What did they talk about?
According to Miss Kane, they were anxious for details of her background. Was her family strict? Did she ever stay away from home? Was she looking for a job?
They offered her employment.
As a maid.
As a maid? The girl's been reading Agatha Christie.
Betty Kane's recollection of the rest of the evening is extremely sketchy. She says that after drinking coffee, she became ill and dizzy.
And Ian Fleming.
But she recalls being taken upstairs by the younger woman as soon as she said she felt sick. Wait a minute. Here we are. A flight of stairs with no carpet on them, but covered in worn-out lino. At the top of the stairs was an attic containing a broken camp bed. When Betty Kane woke up the following morning, she found herself on this bed, still wrapped in the blanket. On attempting to leave the attic, she found that the door was locked and the small round window wouldn't open.
She specifies that?
She does, yes. A small round window facing the road. I could see the driveway running from the front door, curving round a little pond that had dried up, and going on to the iron gates, which looked a bit rusty. She's very specific, Mr. Blair.
Aren't there any other old houses with rusty iron gates close to Loughborough?
2, as a matter of fact, Miss Sharp. The other is the old people's home at Milford.
How long was Betty Kane left alone in the attic?
Not long. The younger woman brought her food and returned her dry clothes. Girl says she refused the food on the grounds that she must get home immediately. At that, the woman shut the door and told her to sit down. She wasn't going anywhere.
This is getting exciting.
Now, Betty Kane was kept in that attic for a fortnight. She was starved and threatened and maltreated. She was told that unless she waited hand and foot on these 2 women, she would never get out of that house again.
Then why not do just that? Her chances of escape would have been 100 times greater if she'd had the run of the house.
Yes, but anyway, she escaped eventually. Now, how did she do it, Hallam?
Well, last Friday night, when it was dark and Betty Kane was trying to sleep, the younger woman made another visit to the attic. This time, she carried what the girl describes as a riding crop. And for no apparent reason, she beat the girl, black and blue. Finally, she went away. And when Betty Kane had sufficiently recovered, she saw that the door had been left unlocked. She plucked up courage and ventured onto the landing. There was no one about, so she crept down the stairs. On reaching the hall, she heard the 2 women talking in the kitchen at the rear of the house. Grabbed her chance, ran out of the front door, down the drive, out through the gates and into the road. She had no idea where she was. Her one concern was to get as far away from the house as possible and keep out of sight.
Out of sight? I mean, surely a passing car
She says she was terrified of accepting another lift. I think that's understandable.
Are you telling us she walked for 30 miles back to Loughborough?
I believe she was prepared to. But a short while later, on the London-Chichester Road, the driver of a delivery van caught her in his headlights. He could see she was in a bit of a state, so he insisted on driving her back to Loughborough. Didn't get much sense out of her because she was hysterical. He dropped her at her home. Her mother rang the police, and the rest you know.
I know she's an accomplished liar.
I don't. I've got to check her story.
It's very detailed.
Very, and that should make the job much easier.
Mother, I thought you were resting.
When the house is surrounded by policemen, how could anyone rest in these circumstances? Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Blair.
Mother, this is Inspector Hallam.
How do you do?
How do you do?
You shouldn't sit in that armchair, Inspector. You're far too heavy for it.
Mrs. Sharp.
I'll tell her. Mother, the inspector wants us to see a young girl who was just returned home after being missing for a fortnight. This girl claims to have been forcibly detained and beaten by 2 women who wanted her for a servant. She's described her captors with such accuracy that there's little doubt we are the women in question.
What did we beat her with?
A riding crop.
Have we got a riding crop?
Look, the point is, Mother, the inspector wants to see if this girl identifies us.
Have you any objection, Mrs. Sharp?
Well, on the contrary, I look forward to the meeting with impatience. It's not every afternoon I go to arrest a dull old woman and rise a potential monster.
Well, then, if you'll excuse me, I'll fetch Miss Kane.
This must be somewhat alarming for you, Mr. Blair. You take my daughter out to play golf, and on your return discover that she's been exceeding herself with a riding crop. It can't be easy for you as a respected solicitor to offer us professional guidance.
Mrs. Sharp, you don't think I believe this girl's story, do you?
Oh, not at all. I credit you with more perspicacity. I was referring to the nature of the allegations. Abduction and criminal assault are surely outside your normal range of experience.
Yes, I'm afraid that's true. My knowledge of criminal law is somewhat limited.
As I thought. Well, perhaps we can help to remedy that.
In here, Betty. That's right. No call to be nervous. Now, I want you to look very carefully at these 2 ladies. Miss Sharp, perhaps you'd be good enough to stand beside your mother.
The inspector wants you in the light, Marion.
Oh, yes.
There.
Well, Betty,
Yes.
you recognize these people?
The women, yes. They're the women who gave me the lift, the women who kept me here. And this is the house. I recognize it. The gates, the drive, the door to the kitchen is under the stairs.
Miss Kane, this is a very serious allegation.
Well, of course they're the women. Do you think I'm stupid? I saw them every day for a fortnight. Every day they came into the attic. They threatened me. They hit me.
You'll forgive me for interrupting the performance, but at my time of life, I don't care to be upstaged. Inspector, is the girl a virgin?
That question doesn't arise in this case, madam.
If I'd been missing from home for a fortnight, it's the first question my mother would have asked. However, now that Miss Kane has identified us, what do you propose to do? Arrest us?
We haven't got as far as that yet, Mrs. Sharp. I want the young lady to see over the premises.
So do I.
And if her description of the house tallies with what you find?
Then I report the fact to my superiors, and they decide on the next step.
Admirably painstaking. Now, if you'll excuse me, Inspector, I shall return to my rest.
But don't you want to be present when Miss Kane sees the attic?
Not unless you specifically advise it. I haven't the least doubt that she will identify each floorboard. Indeed, I should be surprised beyond belief if she failed to do so. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Marion will show you the way.
If I recall Miss Kane's statement correctly, she said the stairs were covered in lino. This is a perfectly good carpet we're treading on, which, to my certain knowledge, has been down 3 months.
I said it was the last flight that was covered in lino. The one before you get to the attic.
That flight, Inspector, fell victim to our economy drive. You see? Old worn lino. It was here when my mother and I came here. And this is the door to the attic.
You always keep it locked, Miss Sharp?
Always. It's used for storing junk. I only come up here occasionally.
And your mother?
Contrary to what Miss Kane has said, my mother never comes up here. The stairs are too much for her. There you are, Inspector.
Ah, yes. Ah, the small round window, I see.
The glass is cracked.
Oh, that was me. I did that trying to smash the window.
Oh? What did you use to hit it with?
My shoe. I'd only hit it a couple of times when she came in. She said if I tried it again, she'd half kill me.
This crack looks fairly old to me, Helen.
Can you account for it, Miss Sharp?
I'm afraid not. Like the lino, it was there when we moved in.
Plenty of dirt in the crack, I grant you.
But it could have been put there deliberately. I quite understand.
What does Miss Kane identify in this room? Have you got her statement?
Camp bed, of course.
Oh, yes.
3 empty suitcases behind the door. One was dark blue with a soft top and rust in the locks.
But there's only one. No, there's only 2 here. Neither of them's blue. Look, Helen.
Well, there were 3. There were, honestly. She's got rid of the other one.
That's quite true. Though it wasn't disposed of from any ulterior motive, I threw out that case with some other useless items a few days ago.
Which day, Miss Sharp?
I think last Saturday.
The day after I escaped.
It's all right, then. What happened to the suitcase, madam?
I burnt it.
But you didn't dispose of this old chair or those piles of newspapers.
Newspapers are useful for 101 things. The chair could be reupholstered. Look, do I have to account for every speck of dust in this room?
Is there anything else you want to see in here, Helen?
No, that's fine, thank you. If it's not too much trouble, perhaps we might see the garage now. The description of the car is also very detailed.
Oh, I always have trouble with this door when it's been raining.
Let me, Marion.
The wood swells.
There.
Ah, yes.
It's a very common make of car, Inspector. Old, but serviceable.
There's a slight dent in the rear bumper, I believe.
Yes, I was reversing impatiently after a bad game of golf.
And, yes, a deep scratch on the offside rear passenger door. Ah, yes.
I've no idea how that got there.
Did Miss Kane mention the registration number in her statement?
Oh, I never saw that. But it was dark when they picked me up.
Then how did you know about the dent and the scratch?
Well, she told me. This woman kept on talking about her car. She's got a thing about
Inspector, this girl has made some accurate guesses. And
more than guesses.
All right. She's displayed a certain knowledge. But can't you see, surely, if her story were true, there'd be nothing for you to see here. My mother and I would have destroyed these incriminating objects days ago. We'd have burned the camp bed and all the suitcases. We'd have put carpet on the stairs.
Miss Sharp, if I'd found your attic stripped bare, I'd be highly suspicious. As it is, there's nothing to distinguish it from 100 others. No, I mustn't detain you any longer. Very grateful for your cooperation. Good afternoon, Mr. Blair.
Good afternoon,
Come on,
madam.
Betty. We must get you home before your mother starts worrying again.
He treats that creature like a piece of precious china.
Don't place any significance on that. Hallam's a careful man. He goes by the book.
The whole thing's like a book. Oh, how did she find out so much about us? She walks in a total stranger and shatters everything.
Could she be friendly with anyone who knows you?
No, that's out of the question. Mother and I enjoy our own company. We don't bother to cultivate other people's.
You cultivated mine.
Ah, you're different. We like you.
Your mother wasn't shocked, was she, when she heard the girl's story?
My mother was brought up to believe that any display of emotion was ill-bred. I thought you didn't believe the girl's story.
I don't.
Then why have you asked that question about my mother?
A lot of questions are going to be asked about both of you.
You think the police will take this further? That there would be a criminal charge?
If the assault on the girl was serious...
If they found us guilty, what then?
I'm not sure. Between 6 months and 2 years imprisonment. I'll have to look it up.
Yes, do. There's quite a difference. Robert, I mustn't keep you. To spoil your dinner on top of all this would be unforgivable. At least, I'm sure that's how it would appear to your mother.
So that's why you were late for dinner. You were having a conducted tour of the franchise. Do they have dungeons and skeletons in their cupboards? The only thing that abortive house lacks is a moat. Excuse me. Pass the sugar, Bob.
Neville, since the day you went to teach at university, your table manners have degenerated. You were never allowed to behave like that as a child.
Don't nag, Mother. It's not every week I'm home. And it's not every week Brother Bob has such a sensational case dropped in his lap.
It is not a case yet.
But it has all the ingredients. A fabulous cause célèbre. Think of your reputation at the end of it. No square country solicitor image anymore. The TV courtroom defender, acquittal guaranteed. Oh, do pass that sugar. This rhubarb's choking me.
Oh, you exaggerate, dear. I like it sharp.
So we gather, does Bob? The persecuted Marion? Is she beautiful as well as persecuted, Bob?
Oh, shut up.
I couldn't call her beautiful. Distinctive, certainly.
Much more Bob's cup of tea. And now, what about the Kane girl? Is she telling the truth?
Oh, she must be, dear.
Why, Mother?
Well, how else could she have described the house so accurately, and the car, and the Sharps themselves?
Well, perhaps someone who knows the Sharps described them to Betty Kane.
No, Marion can't accept that.
Why not?
Because Marion Sharp and her mother are antisocial. They make a point of being mysterious and aloof.
But not depraved.
I hope not. But no one knows that, Robert. They've lived here for 6 months, but you're the only person they've ever asked inside the franchise.
Well, should I advise them to open their gates to the public at 2 and 6 a time?
Who exactly are the Sharps?
That's what we'd all like to know. They must have some money because Marion doesn't work.
No, that's not strictly true, Mother.
Oh, no, I remember the vicar told me. She works for charity, Oxfam, or Vietnam, or something like that. Really, Neville, your manners are appalling.
Sorry. Mother, Marion and old Mrs. Sharp are heading for a lot of unpleasantness. Gossip isn't going to help them.
Well, I can hardly gossip, can I, dear, if you're dealing professionally with the case. Oh, don't be silly. You know you can trust me.
I wouldn't have breathed a word to you otherwise.
Do you trust me too, Bob?
Yeah, well, you'll be back at the university next week. There's not much harm you can do.
Harm? I'll have you know I'm a champion of people like Marion Sharp.
Oh, how chivalrous of you, dear. I thought you were more inclined to encourage girls like Betty Kane.
Well done, Mother.
University, after all, must be a hotbed for, what do they call them? Dolly girls? And you're very vulnerable, Neville, to girls of that type.
Vulnerable? Me?
People find that hard to recognize in themselves. Marion Sharp must be dazed by the discovery. She's so very self-sufficient. Robert, if that young girl wasn't locked in the attic at the franchise for a fortnight, and frankly, I don't see where else she could have been, where do you think she was?
With a man. Well, that's obvious.
And easy to say.
Oh, yes, I know. It'll be the devil's own job to prove it. My one prayer at the moment is that the papers don't get hold of the story. If they publish Betty Kane's lies before we can contradict them, then life will be hell for Marion.
Betty! Hey, Betty, I want you.
Oh, Roger, what are you doing down here?
I want to talk to you.
Oh, not now. John's dancing.
Yeah, I know, but this is urgent.
Oh.
Sorry, Len. Won't keep her long.
Okay, mate.
Oh, put up, brothers. Honestly.
Come on, there's a chap upstairs I want you to see.
Who?
Well, he's a reporter.
Reporter? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. We're going to see those two bitches at the franchise get what they deserve.
The police will see to that.
Ah, the fuzz will do nothing. The lawyers will have fixed them.
No, they won't. That man Hallam saw my back. He saw the bruises where she hit me. He was furious, Roger. He won't let them get away with it.
Well, nor will the newspapers. The reporter wants to see your back.
Oh, no.
Look, Bet. You don't know how lucky you are. Those two women could have killed you. You might be buried in some grotty cellar by now. And they could easily do it again.
They wouldn't dare.
You don't know that. Now, come on, there's nothing to be scared of. Just tell the reporter what you told the police, okay?
Okay.
That's my girl. We'll make those two women sorry they ever laid a hand on you.
Good shot, Marion. Well done. Does one say good shot on a golf course? Sounds the right thing. Responses in sport are sadly deficient in variation. Have you noticed?
Never what nonsense you talk.
First impressions are utterly unreliable. When you've known me a few more hours, you'll realize I'm deeply profound.
I know you're a complete contrast to your brother. Robert would never call on a total stranger and invite her for a round of golf.
Oh, but you're not a stranger, Marion. Bob spends so much time talking about you, I feel I've known you all my life. Have you any idea of the transformation you've effected in my brother? He's always been solid and staid. No, I don't mean that unkindly.
I'd squash you if you did.
Bob needs someone to do his squashing for him. He has a bit of a time between Mother and me.
Here, stop chattering and play your shot. There are others behind us.
Oh, Colonel Lacey,
Yes,
God help us.
indeed.
Let's get out of here. Aren't you going to say good shot?
Did you notice the speed with which that ball disappeared? One clout and it soared into the sky and vanished. Betty Kane could have travelled a long way in a fortnight.
She could have been in Australia for all we know.
If she left the country, it should be easy to prove.
Not if she went as part of a man and wife team.
Hmm?
Well, that's the most likely explanation, you know. Bob got a medical report on the girl, and your mother's guess was spot on. Betty Kane is a very modern young miss.
Then why isn't someone checking on her men friend?
What do you think Bob's doing right this minute? Don't underestimate my big brother.
Oh, I don't, Neville. I only hope he's not neglecting his other work on account of me and my mother.
Nothing would give him greater pleasure. After 15 years dealing with probate and property, a case of criminal assault is just what he needs. He's reveling in it. Well, no, not reveling. You know what I mean.
Yes, I know. And I'm grateful.
If it wasn't for you and Betty Kane, he'd be huddled in an armchair in the clubhouse over there, toying with a whiskey and soda and frowning into his newspaper. Instead of which, he's racing round Loughborough, hot on the scent of Betty Kane's Legion of Lovers.
Morning, Mr. Blair.
Hello, Inspector. Don't usually see you in the club on Friday.
Today's a bit different, I'm afraid. Can I get you another scotch? Looks as if you need it, sunk in that chair.
Not just now, thanks.
You're reading the record, I see. Good picture of the girl, isn't it?
Who gave them the story? Her family?
Well, whoever it was, I could brain them. Your people at the franchise seen it yet?
I doubt it. The record isn't the type of paper Mrs. Sharp would read.
I'd like to see her face when she gets acquainted with it. I'd advise you to tell them about this as soon as you can.
Oh?
There are some crimes the public won't stand for at any price. Anything involving children, for instance. And Betty Kane's little more than a child.
In this photo, she looks little less than an angel.
Exactly. It'll bring the poisoned pens and the anonymous phone callers out of their holes with a vengeance. Sharps are due for a lot of unpleasantness.
You think they deserve it, don't you?
Frankly, yes.
You accept the girl's story without question.
Oh, come now, Mr. Blair. I've questioned it from beginning to end. That was my job. I've checked every detail. There's nothing to say the girl is lying.
Only Miss Sharp and her mother?
I've done some checking on them, too. Did you know they lived in London before they came down here? Boarding house in Kensington. Lived there for 3 years before they were asked to leave.
Oh?
One of the other guests had a dog, which Miss Sharp took great exception to. One day, apparently, she beat the animal with a stick. Had to be destroyed.
I don't believe it.
Oh, perhaps you'd better ask her. You're coming across the car park. Oh, got your young brother with her, I see.
Hallam, would you have any objection if I made a few inquiries myself? I'm their solicitor, after all.
I'd have no objection, Mr. Blair. But you'd have no authority, remember?
No, I understand that.
Now, here's Jerry Carpenter. Might as well see him while I'm here.
This is Betty Kane, bruised, battered, taken from her home. Oh, sentimental muck.
Why, Rufus, you're the last person we expected to see. Neville said
What are you doing with a rag like the record?
You'd better read it. Both of you.
Huh? This is a photo of the franchise.
It doesn't say so.
It doesn't have to. Once seen, never forgotten.
Quite. They've been very careful. Marion, I'm afraid that as a result of this, there may be obscene phone calls of people...
Oh, no.
We'll get nowhere by grimacing and saying how awful. The first problem we've got to tackle is how did Betty Kane know about the franchise?
Well, she could have seen it from the top of a bus.
Now, don't be bloody silly.
I'm only trying to... What's biting you?
There are no buses running past the franchise. You know, the record may have done us a good turn by publishing the girl's photo. Someone may recognize it. Someone who saw it during that fortnight.
Yes, it's possible, but we can't rely on it. I want to find out about the girl herself, her friends, her school record, her character. I'm going to talk to her mother. She must know her better than anyone.
Now you're being naive.
Well, you've got to start somewhere. And then I'll see Kevin McDermott.
Who's he?
An old school chum.
He's an up-and-coming barrister with a shrewd Irish mind. He might have an original view of Betty Kane. But first, the mother.
Do sit down, Mr. Blair. You know my daughter, of course.
Good morning, Miss Kane.
Good morning.
You've been reading the record, I see.
It's not a newspaper I care for, but my son thinks it has its uses.
He was only trying to help,
He's
Mum.
old enough to have more sense.
Did you also think publicity would help, Miss Kane?
No, not really. There was nothing else I could do about it. Roger brought this reporter to the club. I had to talk to him.
He was persistent, was he?
We kept on and on. He was polite enough and pleasant.
Journalists are persistent by nature, just as my son is impetuous. Given time enough, though, he usually sees sense. In this case, there wasn't time. You must understand how he felt, Mr. Blair. His sister had been ill-treated, and he's very fond of her.
Of course.
I was angry with him myself at first, but... Oh, I'm sorry, this is quite irrelevant. It's Betty, not Roger you want to talk about.
Miss Kane, had you ever seen or heard of Miss Sharp and her mother before you were missing?
No, never.
You know mutual friends or acquaintances?
Not that I know of, no.
Do these people say otherwise?
No, on the contrary, they regard it as highly unlikely.
I shouldn't think they have many friends.
What makes you say that?
Am I right?
They're newcomers to the district.
People can sense things. I'm sure if I met them, I wouldn't like them.
But you're prejudiced.
Well, of course I am. But if I met them without knowing who they were, Oh, it's difficult to imagine women so depraved that they'd treat a helpless girl like that.
If you could meet them, Mrs. Kane, you'd find it quite impossible.
You don't believe me, do you? I could see you didn't the day we met in their house.
I don't know you, Miss Kane, but I do know the women you've accused.
Betty, go and start lunch, will you? Roger will be home any moment.
Right.
You don't mind, Mr. Blair?
No, not at all.
You think that medical report is highly significant, don't you? It's sad, certainly. And it was a shock to me when I found out. But the premature loss of virginity doesn't automatically make a girl a liar.
No, of course not.
You don't sound convinced. You don't know much about young girls, do you, Mr. Blair?
Absolutely nothing. They rather terrify me. What I really want, Mrs. Kane, is a general picture. It's difficult to ask specific questions.
Yes, it must be. I shouldn't like to be in your shoes. I can only tell you that Betty is like any average girl of her age group. She's difficult at times. She likes to enjoy herself. She's reasonably intelligent. I've got a wide experience of children, Mr. Blair. Before my marriage, I was a school teacher. Not a very good one. That's why I got married at the first opportunity. But unlike you, I know about young girls.
The night she came home, it was clear that she'd been savagely beaten.
Oh, if you could have seen her. There was blood on her face. Her back was a mass of bruises.
Were they fresh bruises?
Oh, yes, quite fresh. Some didn't begin to appear till the following day.
So the thrashing must have been administered shortly before her return.
It was administered, Mr. Blair. Her back and shoulders and, her little face.
There was an inch-long cut on her right temple.
And then she told a complicated story.
On the contrary, it was a frighteningly simple one.
She describes the house in such detail. The women, the attic.
Oh, she was locked in that room for a fortnight, Mr. Blair. Of course she describes it in detail. She'll remember it for the rest of her life.
Mum, is lunch ready?
Oh, this is my son. Roger, this is... close the door, dear. This is Mr. Blair.
How do you do?
Oh, how'd you do?
Mr. Blair's the solicitor for those... for the other side.
Oh, is he?
But we find ourselves in full agreement about the story in the record.
Well, it's a gotty paper, okay. But they'll see this isn't swept under the mat and forgotten. They'll keep the police on their toes.
Yes, that'll do. Mr. Blair is as shocked as we are by what happened.
Oh, Mum. If he was really shocked, he wouldn't be defending those perverted bitches.
Roger.
It's all right. I do sympathize with your point of view, Mr. Kane. But personally, I'd rather be beaten for a fortnight than have my photo on the front page of the record.
Oh, look. If somebody'd beaten you up, you do your best to get compensation. Well, Mum, if lunch isn't ready,
Go and ask Betty. She's getting it. I'm sorry. He's not usually so ill-mannered.
I'm sure he's not. Mrs. Kane, if it ever occurs to you that anything in Betty's story doesn't ring true, I hope you won't decide that sleeping dogs are best left alone.
Don't pin your faith to that, Mr. Blair.
But you wouldn't...
I mean that if I believed my daughter in the beginning, I'm not likely to doubt her later. And I do believe her. Absolutely.
Oh, all right, Mother. I'll deal with it.
Hello? Hello? Marion?
Oh, Robert, it's you.
I thought the line had gone dead.
No, it's my fault, Robert. I didn't answer. Mother and I find it's the best policy. 5 times this morning we've answered the phone, and each time we've been met with a stream of abuse. It was Mother's idea to say nothing. She says half-wits are intimidated by silence. Where are you, Robert?
Halfway to London. I'm going to see Kevin McDermott.
Hmm?
I thought you'd like to know that I've talked to Mrs. Kane.
The girl's mother. Was it worthwhile?
I didn't make any dramatic discoveries, I'm afraid. The girl was there, too. She was embarrassed, incidentally, by the press getting hold of the story, so whatever else she is, she's not malicious.
Not malicious? Well, how could you say that? If she hadn't told those lies in the first
Well, it was
place...
her brother's idea to tell the press.
She told the police, didn't she? She brought the police in. Robert, you're beginning to believe her, aren't you?
Of course not.
I can hear it in your voice. Something's worrying you. You better tell me, Robert.
Look...
Was it something Hallam said? You were talking to him in the clubhouse.
You're right, but we can't discuss it over the phone. I'll see you tonight when I get back from London. Hello? Marion?
Yes, all right. Tonight.
Goodbye, then.
The attentive Mr. Blair.
Attentive, but not so enthusiastic, I'm afraid. The police have made a discovery.
About us?
Yes. He didn't say what. He'd be more specific tonight.
Then you must make certain you dispel his doubts. Mr. Blair is valuable to us, Marion. You were right to cultivate him.
So that's the story, Kevin. And what do you think of it?
Oh, God love you, Bob. What a place to stop. You should be writing thrillers. I can't wait to hear the end.
But what's your opinion of the girl's story? The police are inclined to accept it.
Well, why shouldn't they? It's perfectly credible.
Credible?
Women who live alone have done insane things before now.
And angelic-looking schoolgirls have told fantastic lies.
Ah, now you know that much about young girls. I'm glad to hear it. Tell me we're getting married, Bob. We've all waited long enough.
Oh, Kevin, now be serious.
You wouldn't have your eye on Marion Sharp now, would you?
I'm her solicitor.
Now, you've always been meticulous, but would you take quite so much trouble over another woman?
I don't believe she did it.
She beat the dog, didn't she? Or so the police say. I'm surprised they've not applied for a warrant. In their place, I'd have risked it. Have another spot.
Oh, thanks, I will.
Perhaps they're thinking of a parallel case.
A parallel? When was this?
Pretty irreproachable girl told a similar story and led everyone up the garden. 1700 and something.
70? Oh, no. Who on earth remembers that?
I do. Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh, the nature of alibis hasn't changed much in 200 years.
Oh, you think Betty Kane's story is an alibi?
If it isn't the truth, why else should she tell it?
Ah, So we have to find out exactly where she was during that fortnight. That's a hell of a job. Where do I start?
I wouldn't tackle it that way myself. Work on what you've got, Bob. Her statement.
But it's so accurate.
What's accurate? Her knowledge or her guesses?
Well, she could have guessed a lot, but not that the door to the kitchen was under the stairs.
Then she had knowledge. She knew what she was talking about. Bob, are you sure you can trust the Sharps?
I'd like you to see them for yourself.
An invitation. Splendid fellow. I'm always fascinated by strange and mysterious women. How about lunch tomorrow?
Oh, tomorrow?
I don't think we'd better waste time. Let the police get one spot of corroboration of Betty Kane's story, and they'll have a warrant at the door of the franchise before you can say handcuffs.
They won't get any corroboration. How could they?
Well, it does happen, old man. Be prepared. Your wronged ladies may be witches, after all.
I know now how people must have felt years ago when they were accused of witchcraft. Ever since the story got out, the phone hasn't stopped ringing, the post is obscene. Oh, if I could have Betty Kane in my power, I'd gladly torture her for 12 months and then begin again on New Year's Day.
Marion, Mr. Blair has spent a lot of time on our behalf. He should be repaid with more than tantrums.
No, I know how Marion feels, how you both must feel. I only wish I could hold out some hope.
My daughter informs me that the police have made a discovery which is unfavorable to us.
That's quite true. It concerns a dog.
I see.
I'm told that when you lived in Kensington...
We lived in a no-star hotel with other impecunious women, one of whom was besotted by a stray dog, which she used to keep hidden in her room, as domestic pets were forbidden by the management. This animal, no doubt resenting its loss of freedom, one day escaped and found its way into my room, where it proceeded to create havoc. I caught it in the act and thrashed it. Look, I don't hate dogs.
Is it true that it had to be destroyed?
Quite true.
It was a sick animal when the woman found it.
Is it also true that you were asked to leave the hotel?
Certainly
No,
not.
it is not. We left of our own accord some weeks later when Mother inherited this place.
Mr. Blair...
You're shocked, aren't you, Robert?
It's not a pleasant story, is it?
I don't have a pleasant temper. I'm afraid you don't know me very well.
Is any of this relevant, Mr. Blair?
It could be made so. You must see that.
I see there's nothing we can say in our defense.
If the police do decide that they have a case, then bring it to court, then Kevin McDermott will find something to say. It's quite possible that we may find a clue at the scene.
The scene? Of what?
Well, that's the name of the club in Loughborough that Betty Kane visited the night she disappeared. She may have a particular attachment to a boy there.
Has a boy accused anyone of detaining him in an attic?
Girls like Betty Kane aren't interested in mere boys. They want sex, not romance.
Don't you think... What the devil's that noise? There are people in the drive.
Our public, by kind permission of the record. They were here this morning.
But they just walk in.
Without let or hindrance. They push open the gates and behave as though the place belonged to them.
What do they do?
They gawk, they stare, they nudge each other and point. We're at one with the monkeys in the zoo.
I'll soon put a stop to this.
Royalty is subjected to such behavior daily. I'm sure we can support it for a few months.
But it's intolerable. One of them scrabbling in the drive. Oh. But he seems to have dropped something.
Come away from the window, Robert.
Look out!
Oh.
Blasted little idiot. I saw him.
Don't go out there. It'll make things even uglier. Look, they've taken fright now. See, they're going.
I agree with you, Mr. Blair. Yes. This has become intolerable. At my time of life, I'm unable to cope with drafts.
I'll have the pane replaced as soon as possible. I'll have a word with Hallam, too, see if he can spare a man to patrol the grounds.
You're very kind, Mr. Blair. Without you, I can't imagine what would become of us.
Robert, you're not going out?
Yeah, I'm going up to the franchise, Mother. One of their windows was smashed today by hooligans.
But you can't repair windows, dear. Why not ring up Johnson?
He's too busy, so he says.
Well, Neville, then. He's much more manually inclined than you.
Mother, there's nothing complicated about replacing a window pane.
Your father always claimed it was a delicate proceeding.
Delicate it may be, but it's simple enough if you know what you're doing.
Robert, dear, do you know what you're doing? Is it advisable for a man in your position to take such an active role? You're a solicitor, dear, not a detective.
There are too many people prepared to let Marion and her mother stew in their own juice.
What are you looking for, dear?
There was a putty knife in this drawer.
Was there? Then it must still be there. That publication, the record, hasn't been at all well received. Such a sensational story. Oh, it gives the town a bad name.
It didn't exactly make the Sharps more popular.
Oh, the vicar's wife insists on being Christian about it, but I think that's the wrong point of view.
Mother.
Well, Christianity is too often equated with feebleness. It isn't possible to reserve one's judgment indefinitely. Neville, dear, if you slam that door again, your brother will have to replace our windows, too.
Oh, sorry, Mother. What are you doing in the kitchen?
Robert is going to the franchise, but he's mislaid the butter knife.
The putty knife, Mother.
Oh, I've got that. I've just come from Marion's. I've put a new pane of glass in the front window.
You've done what?
I think you might have done something about those louts this afternoon, Bob. They could have smashed up the entire place.
Well, I suppose you'd have fought the entire lot single-handed.
Robert, this has gone far enough. You are not to involve yourself in violence.
And what do you mean by barging in there this morning and asking her to play golf?
You droused my curiosity.
They're bad manners on your part, I think.
Robert.
Is it jealousy on yours? She's a very attractive woman. Oh, I'm too young for her, unfortunately, but you...
Neville, how can you talk such nonsense?
Enough said. Oh, just one thing. She sent you a message. When you and Kevin go to lunch tomorrow, will you take Betty Kane's statement with you?
What for?
She wouldn't say, but she was very insistent, so don't forget or you'll be out of favor. Mother, is there anything to eat? I'd no idea repairing windows could make you so hungry.
Milk and sugar, Mr. McDermott.
Both, please. And thank you for an excellent lunch. I'm still astounded by the discovery of a Montrachet in this part of the world.
Kevin regards anywhere south of the Chelsea embankment as Philistine country.
I was brought up to appreciate good wine. My husband kept a reputable cellar, though his palate wasn't nearly as good as mine. But my brother at Lessways had an excellent palate and a cellar to match.
Lessways? You're never Charlie Meredith's sister.
I am.
This is remarkable. The first pony I ever had came out of Lessways.
Are you a lover of horses, Robert?
No more than an admirer. What do the experts tip for hunting tomorrow?
Wait for no one.
Rubbish. None of that Hippocras blood was any good when it came to a fight. They were lucky even to finish.
You speak with authority, Mrs. Sharp.
Do you think I rested every afternoon with my Bible, Mr. Blair? Far from it. I take the racing page of the daily paper. That also can be very improving. You'd be well advised, Mr. McDermott, to save your money on Wait for No One. Put it on Kaminsky.
Kaminsky? Oh, but it's at 60s.
You may, of course, prefer to lose your money at a shorter price. More coffee?
Thank you.
Marion? Do you notice any change in my daughter, Mr. Blair?
Oh, Mother.
Change? Oh, why, no.
Indeed, I thought you knew her better. Her composure is ruffled. Her sense of excitement is ill-suppressed.
And is it any wonder after what we've been through?
You found some flaw in Betty Kane's statement?
You'd better share the secret.
We've every intention of doing so. I insisted that we should wait until lunch was over before making you climb the stairs to the attic.
The attic?
It's essential to be there when you read the statement. Otherwise, the significance of the girl's words is lost.
And at no cost can we allow that. You know, this discovery has quite rejuvenated me. The attic stairs have always proved too much for me. But now, for the second time in 24 hours, I'm more than prepared to tackle them. This way, Mr. McDermott.
Now, Robert, give me the copy of the statement, and you and Mr. McDermott look out the window and listen.
Here you are.
Now, where is it? Stairs, no carpet. Here. She's just described the attic and its contents, and she goes on. In one wall, there was a small round window facing the road. I could see the driveway running from the front door, curving round a little pond that had dried up, and going on to the iron gates. You see?
My Lord, yes.
At last, there's the proof that she was lying. From this window, it's impossible to see the pond. The sloping roof cuts straight across the line of vision.
That's quite a clanger.
What the Americans might call a humdinger.
It was sheer chance that I came up here last night. You just left, Robert, and Neville hadn't arrived. The sun was going down, and I could hear Betty Kane's allegations in my head. I could hear Hallam reading them as I looked round the attic and saw the view from the window.
And we never realized at the time.
Why should we have? When Hallam read the statement downstairs, naturally we accepted it. It was an accurate description of the driveway as we know it, as it is from any of the lower windows, but not from here.
She came in darkness and she fled in darkness. In the whole fortnight, she was never out of the house.
She was never out of this room.
Or, as I prefer, she was never in this room. This may not be proof in legal terms, but it must throw the gravest doubt on the girl's story.
I'm glad you see that, Mrs. Shaw, for with counsel's help, she could still wriggle clear.
But need it ever come to that now?
Perhaps not. We've no idea where the girl was that fortnight, but we can cast a reasonable doubt on the suggestion that she was here. I think the gods might be lining up on your side at last.
So sorry to bother you again, Mrs. Kane.
Oh, it's no bother, Inspector. Did you want to see my daughter?
Is she in?
I'm expecting her any moment. Do sit down.
Ah, thank you.
The doctor says she can go back to school next week. I'm hoping that when she does, she can forget this whole business.
I'm afraid she won't be able to do that just yet. She'll have to give evidence in court.
Well, then you're charging those two women.
Do you think we shouldn't?
On the contrary, they're dangerous. But I thought it was a question of Betty's word against theirs. You couldn't prove anything.
We couldn't. But the position's changed. That's why I...
Oh, here she is. Betty? Yes, Ma'am? Come in a minute, darling. Inspector Hallam's here.
Hello, Betty.
Hello. Do you want to ask me some more questions?
No, you've already told us everything we need to know.
Well, the solicitor was here the other day. Did you tell him, Mum? He didn't believe me.
Oh, Mr. Blair, you mean? It's difficult for him. He has to defend the women. But he'll have to believe you now. A woman has come forward to substantiate your story.
You mean she saw me in the house?
No,
She couldn't have. No one came up to the attic except the Sharps.
not saw you, heard you. You were beating on the door and yelling for help.
When was this?
May the 5th, 3 days after your daughter was abducted.
But why didn't she say anything at the time?
She's not a very bright young woman. The Sharps employed her as a casual help. But on the afternoon of May the 5th, they sacked her.
Because she heard Betty shouting. That was rather foolish, surely.
And it was a risk they had to take. They minimized it as best they could. Gave the girl money. Told her to say nothing.
Girl must be a moron.
Well, as I said, she isn't very bright. And the women at the franchise frightened her.
What's her name?
Mrs. Glynn.
Mrs.?
She got married on the 8th of May. She's had other things to think about, you see.
What finally reminded her? Oh.
Exactly. She read the story in the record.
That'll please Roger.
Yes, I owe your brother an apology. I thought he'd made things doubly difficult for everyone. But without the publicity, we wouldn't have got Mrs. Glynn's evidence. And without that, there'd be no case. The Sharps would have got away with it. And it's going to be my pleasure to tell them that they haven't. Try the bell again, Mr. Blair. Maybe they didn't hear it. Car's still in the garage, so they must be in.
They're not the type to run away, Hallam.
Oh, that hadn't crossed my mind, sir. If they'd been that foolish, my man on the gate would have spotted them. Effective deterrent, isn't he? No more broken windows since he's been on the scene. I think I hear someone.
Why, Robert, how nice. Do come in. Oh, good morning, Inspector.
Morning, Miss Sharp. I'm sorry to disturb you.
I'm sorry I kept you waiting. We're in the kitchen. It's not easy to hear the bell. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Has there been some new development?
I think it would be easier for you if you fetched your mother, Miss Sharp, and I told you both at the same time.
Yes, of course. If you'd like to wait here.
Thank you.
Marion.
Oh, here she is.
Only two kind of people arrive in noiseless cars, millionaires and policemen. Since we have no acquaintances among the former, and an ever-widening acquaintance with the latter, I deduced that there were policemen again in my drawing room.
I'm afraid I'm even less welcome than before, Mrs. Sharp. I'm here to serve summonses on you and your daughter.
You mean you're charging us with this thing?
You're being summoned to appear...
But why? There's no evidence.
The police think they've found corroborative evidence.
May one inquire its precise nature?
I think the best plan would be for Inspector Hallam to serve you both with the summonses, and then we can discuss the situation as it stands.
You mean we have to accept these things? We have to appear in a public court to answer...
I'm
to
afraid
be accused of a thing like that?
there's no alternative, Marion.
I'll see myself out.
What is this evidence they think they have?
Oh, they have it, all right. There's no mistake about that.
The window. Did you tell Hallam about the view from the window?
Kevin told you not to put too much faith in that.
We did, but it was all we had. This evidence, Mr. Blair...
When you came to the franchise 6 months ago, you employed a girl to clean the house.
Oh, we've done better to scrub the floor ourselves. The girl was not only sullen and incompetent, she was a thief.
Are you sure of that?
Nobody else could have been responsible. They were only petty thefts, small sums of money, a scarf she liked the look of. But then one day she stole the watch my father gave me.
Oh.
Yes, you remember. I nearly told you about it the day this all began. Well, that was the last straw. The next time she came, I sacked her before she got her coat off.
But you didn't report the thefts. You didn't prosecute.
Oh, there didn't seem any point.
No point? Your property could have been recovered.
Possibly. I didn't really want it. I couldn't feel the same about my watch after Shirley Reese had worn it. You find that hard to believe? Well, it's what I feel. She was a thoroughly odious girl.
How did she react when you dismissed her?
She got very pink and flounced a bit.
She grew beetroot red and bridled like a turkey cock. Why do you ask?
Because she will say under oath that when she was working here, she heard screams coming from the attic.
Isn't it a little late in the day to tell that story?
She might have told it before, but she was frightened.
Of us?
So she says. She had other things on her mind. A few days after she left here, she got married. Shirley Reese is now Shirley Glynn.
This is a bit of a facer.
A copper-bottomed facer, I'm afraid.
A facer for you too, Mr. Blair. You're now confronted by the possibility that we have been lying.
I rejected that possibility at the beginning, Mrs. Sharp, and I see no reason to change my mind now.
That's loyal of you, Robert. But you're in a minority of 2.
2?
I'm sure we can still count on Neville's support.
Oh, yes.
On reading this summons, I see that we're required to attend court on Monday. That gives us 3 days' grace. Can we find a complete answer in that space of time?
Not without divine intervention. For a complete answer, we need to know where Betty Kane was during that fortnight. We need to know it and prove it.
She was with a man.
So we assume. But what man?
Oh, someone must know.
Kevin suggests we employ an inquiry agent. It'll take time, of course. Not even they can work miracles. And we can say nothing in court on Monday.
You mean offer no defense?
There's none to offer, my dear. But before the professionals take over, there is one last line of inquiry I want to follow.
Hmm?
I'm going to Bognor Regis tomorrow morning.
Whatever for?
That's where Shirley Glynn and her new husband live. I want to get the story from her first hand.
Can I help you?
2 ounces of tobacco, please, and a box of matches. Any morning papers left?
Not unless there's any in the rack.
Oh, no. I wanted a copy of the Record. See if there's any further news about that kidnapping in Loughborough.
Did you read that?
Yes.
Dead grotty that house was. I used to work there once. Those 2 women put the fear of God into you.
You're Mrs. Glynn, aren't you?
That's right. Do you want to see Tony?
Tony?
My husband. He
yes.
won the amateur lightweight boxing last night. I thought someone would be round from the paper this morning.
No, it's you I came to see, Mrs. Glynn.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, what? Because I used to work at that house. The franchise.
That's right.
Oh, the things I could tell you about those 2 women. I don't know which was worst. Yeah, you haven't seen them, have you?
Once or twice.
Right, vicious looking, aren't they? The old one's a bit batty, but the other one, the daughter, dead kinky bitch she is. Betty was lucky to get out of there alive.
You heard her screaming once, didn't you?
That's why I got the sack. I heard this thumping and yelling, you see, and when I went to see what was up, the daughter came down the stairs and grabbed hold of my arm, twisted it right behind my back, she did, damn near broke it. Get out of here, she said, and don't come back.
Why didn't you tell anyone?
Oh, that's easy to say, that is. Bloody nightmares those women gave me. If you'd known them like I did, you... Here, do you want my photo? If you're going to print what I tell you, well, I've got all the wedding ones of me and Tone. They're much more like me than the one you had in the paper of Betty.
You didn't think that was a good likeness?
I must have been taken years ago. She looked like a little kid.
When did you know Betty Kane?
Down the club, the scene in Loughborough. Well, I didn't know her that well. She wasn't a mate or nothing. But I knew her. Everyone knew her.
I'd like to get a story from her boyfriend. Did you know his address?
Don't even know who he is. Well, you might try Ken Bates. She was going with him for a bit. He was lucky there and all.
How lucky?
Well, I was going with Ken Bates 2 years back, and I got Jason to show for it.
Jason?
My little boy.
Oh.
I had to put him with foster parents, but, well, now I'm married, I'm going to get him back.
Was Betty always, lucky with her boyfriends?
Don't ask me. I told you I hardly knew her that well. She was a bit keen on a bloke called Ricky, I do know that.
Ricky?
Don't know his other name.
Oh. You never met him?
No. All I know is she got this thing about him. Oh, she'd handle it. Bet can look after herself.
Can she?
Well, not at the franchise she couldn't, but that was different, wasn't it? I couldn't go back in that house, not for £1 million. Bad enough working here for Tone's old man, but at least he's human, not like those 2 women. Yes, shall I see you at the court on Monday? I can bring me photo. If you don't want the wedding one, there's one of me feeding Jason. Tone took it. Oh, it's only amateur, but it's a lovely picture.
Thank you very much. Yes, on Monday. Then.
Right, see you. Yes, dear, can I help you?
Phew. Now I know why young girls terrify me.
You're very pensive, Robert, dear. Are you worried about the assizes next week?
Frankly, Mother, I'm scared stiff.
But I thought everything was going so well. Why, you were quite elated just before Neville went back to university.
Yes, that was 3 weeks ago, and we were in sight of success. We'd found a flaw in Betty Kane's statement, and we'd established a connection between her and Shirley Glynn.
A tenuous connection, you called it.
We were on the right road. No, I can't believe that Marion and her mother are guilty of this thing. I just can't. But if Kevin's inquiry agent doesn't come up with something soon, they're done for. It'll mean prison for both of them.
Oh, dear.
Now, don't start sympathizing, Mother. You believe they're guilty.
No, dear. No, I just don't care for them. They make me feel uncomfortable. But that doesn't mean I don't understand or sympathize.
You've always maintained the girl was telling the truth.
Well, that was before the preliminary hearing at the magistrate's court, before they were committed.
But you weren't at the hearing.
Oh, no, dear. But Colonel Lacey was, and he didn't like the girl at all. He said he'd once had what are those people called? A lance corporal in his regiment who was exactly like Betty Kane. An injured innocent, he said this boy was, who caused more trouble than the rest of the men put together. He finished up in the greenhouse, Colonel Lacey said.
It's the glass house, Mother.
Yes, dear. And as for the Glynn girl, he said one glance at her and you automatically began to calculate the number of lies there would be per sentence. So you see, dear, I do understand.
I know you do, Mother.
And I shall redouble my prayers for your success. I was going to the Smeatons' garden party tomorrow, but I think I shall go to church instead. I think it's going to rain in any case. The forecast says so. And it always does rain at the Smeatons' garden party, the poor things.
It's pouring, Dan. Just as well we didn't play golf this afternoon.
It's just as well my mother didn't go to the garden party.
Why was that, Mr. Blair? I hope she's not ill.
No, she thought it more important to help us.
Oh.
She's praying for a miracle.
I appreciate that.
I could almost join her.
You're both taking this extremely well. 3 weeks ago, there was every reason to be confident, and now...
Oh, ranting and raving have never achieved anything worthwhile. If that kind of behavior could help trace this man, then we would both be cavorting along the high street in the nude.
I really doubt his existence now, after all the publicity the case has received.
He may be frightened to come forward. He may have a wife and family.
And a conscience? Has he got a conscience, Robert, this myth that you envisage? Could he let my mother and me go to prison?
I'm afraid he could, if he's the same caliber as Betty Kane.
He could have gone abroad.
And he could be dead. Might as well be dead.
I never thought of that.
I think the most likely explanation is that he knows all about the case, but that the name of Betty Kane means nothing to him. That type of young woman would derive additional excitement from living under an assumed name. It would also, of course, help to cover her tracks, a fact of which she would not be insensible. She'd call herself, Tracy, I should think.
Mother.
Or even Sharon.
We could theorize all day.
Robert, you didn't tell us Neville was home.
He isn't. Next Tuesday, I think.
That's his car in the drive.
What?
I'll let him in.
What's he doing here?
Your brother is an unpredictable young man, Mr. Blair. He's also considerate to visit us as soon as he was home.
He's very concerned for you both.
His concern, together with his unpredictability, has always been apparent.
It is nice to see you again, Neville. Come along here.
Now, this is a meaningless adjective for you. You could have chosen marvellous or delightful or even thrilling. Good afternoon, Mrs.
Good
Sharp.
afternoon.
Bob, I've been looking for you.
Would you like some tea?
Champagne is more appropriate.
What?
4 glasses, please.
Neville.
We're celebrating an urgent phone call from Kevin McDermott.
Kevin phoned you?
Yes, he couldn't find you. Rang your office, no one knew where you were, no one at home. In desperation, he rang me, and, of course, I put 2 and 2 together. Thanks, Marion. You're losing your grip at the office, Bob. Fancy not leaving this phone number. Shy about it, eh?
What did Kevin want?
He sent you all a message. Very brief, with his love. They've got him.
What?
Hey, quick, the glasses.
Got him? The man?
Yes, the runaway Romeo, the man they've been combing Britain for. Only he wasn't in Britain, he was in Denmark. And he hadn't run away, he was doing business for his firm.
Neville, be serious. Is that true?
How can I be serious? Isn't this the moment we've all been waiting for? Rejoice, and raise your glasses. Confusion to Betty Kane.
Oh, I think of that.
Miss Kane, you say that it was dark when you arrived at the franchise. Was it really so dark?
Yes, absolutely dark.
Too dark to see the outside of the house?
Yes, it was nearly midnight.
But it wasn't midnight when you escaped from the house 12 days later.
Oh, no, it was about 10.
10 o'clock at night?
Yes.
And there was no moon?
Oh, it was cloudy. You couldn't see the moon.
So again, it was very dark?
Yes.
On neither of these occasions, therefore, could you see the exterior of the house with any clarity?
No, it wasn't possible.
No. Well, having settled that point, let us now consider the window, the small round window in the attic. You said in your statement to the police that the driveway ran from the front door to the main road, I quote, curving round a little pond that had dried up and going on to the iron gates, which looked a bit rusty. How were you able to describe the pond so accurately, Miss Kane?
How? Well, I saw it.
But you've just told the court that it was too dark to see anything.
But that was at night. I saw the pond quite clearly from the window in the daytime.
Are you asking the court to believe that you see on a plane different from other people? On the same principle, perhaps, as the Irishman's gun that shoots round corners? From the window in the attic, Miss Kane, you can only see the straight part of the drive. The pond is obscured by an overhanging roof.
I take it, Mr. MacDermott, that you have a witness to the extent of the view from the window.
Two, my lord.
One with normal vision will be sufficient.
So, Miss Kane, you cannot explain how, when making your statement for the police, you described a peculiarity which you could not possibly have known about if your story was true. Are you a member of a club in Loughborough called The Scene?
Yes.
Now, this is an establishment which caters exclusively for the younger generation, for your generation, isn't that so? A club with a membership running into hundreds.
Oh, I don't know how many.
But it's always well attended.
Oh, yes, it's packed every night.
Every night? You patronize the club as often as that?
Yes, there's not much else to do in Loughborough.
Then the clientele must be well known to you. Have you ever met there a girl named Shirley Reese?
Once or twice.
Once or twice. You were not then particularly friendly with her?
No, I just knew her to speak to.
Did she tell you how she earned her living?
I haven't seen her for a long time.
That's not what I asked you, Miss Kane.
She may have told me, but I can't remember. It was a long time ago.
Shirley Reese was employed as a part-time cleaner. Now, you were a bright girl preparing for your A-levels. What was it about Miss Reese's occupation that fascinated you?
Nothing. I didn't know.
The witness has said that she can't recall the conversation, Mr. MacDermott.
Yes, my lord, I'm simply trying to jog her memory. Among the many friends you have at this club, Miss Kane, is there a man called Ulrich?
Don't think so.
Think harder, Miss Kane. The man I have in mind is not a teenager, but he is often in the club on business. Richard Chadwick. Do you know him now?
Oh, I've heard of him.
More than that, surely. I am told that your friendship has been intimate.
No. I don't think I'd even recognize him.
Thank you, Miss Kane.
You'd like to re-examine Mr. Ellison?
Thank you, my lord. Miss Kane, you arrived at the franchise by car.
Yes.
And that car, you say in your statement, was driven up to the door of the house. As it was dark, there must have been sidelights on the car, if not headlights. So the driveway would have been illuminated.
Yes, of course. That's when I saw the dried-up pond when we arrived. I knew I'd seen it.
Thank you, Miss Kane.
I told you Alison would spring her out of that trap.
Let her enjoy her triumph while she can. She's no idea what's coming to her.
You see what's coming to us? A repulsive Mrs. Glynn, née Reese.
Oh, yeah.
His lordship's nose is wrinkling in distaste.
Mrs. Glynn, for some months before your recent marriage, you were employed at the franchise in a domestic capacity.
I went sometimes, casual labour like.
On the last occasion, the date I believe was May the 5th, you say you heard screams coming from the region of the attic.
That's right. Loud screams, one after another. Blood-curdling they was.
What did you do when you heard those screams?
I come over queer. I had to sit down.
I'm sure that was a natural reaction, but when it passed, did you attempt to investigate?
Oh, yes, of course I did.
Please tell the court what action you took.
Well, I was in the kitchen when the first one come. I felt sort of numb all over. Then there was another and a lot of banging, like someone was locked in and trying to get out. I ran out into the hall and started up the stairs. I thought like one of the women must have hurt themselves. I was halfway up the stairs when Mrs. Sharp came out of the front room and said, what was I doing? Why hadn't I gone home?
And what did you reply?
I said, didn't you hear that screaming? There's someone hurt. She said I was imagining things, and just then the daughter came. She got hold of my arm and twisted it. Really hurt me, she did.
Miss Sharp deliberately assaulted you?
Of course she did. Nearly broke me arm.
Did she say anything to you?
Told me to get out of the house and never come there again. I didn't need no telling. I wouldn't have gone there again for £1 million.
You left the house immediately. The two women said nothing more?
Not to me, they didn't. But I heard Mrs. Sharp say something to her daughter when they thought I was back in the kitchen.
What was it you overheard Mrs. Sharp say?
She said, you want to control yourself, Marion. Try and be more careful in future.
So you went home and never heard from the Sharps again?
I heard from them. Next day, they sent me a letter saying they didn't want me no more, but thanks for all I'd done, and put in £10 in the envelope.
Did they owe you that money?
£3 they owed me. They said the rest was a present, out of gratitude, the letter said.
I'm sure my learned friend is especially anxious to know why you didn't mention the incident of the screams to anyone when you were safely out of the house. Will you tell us why that was, Mrs. Glynn?
Well, I was scared. I was always scared of those women. Queer things went on in that house, and I didn't want to get tied up in anything. Well, then getting married and everything, I forgot about it. Wasn't till I saw the bit in the papers about Betty being locked up in the franchise, and I put two and two together.
And you conquered your fear and told the police your story. Well, that was very public-spirited of you, Mrs. Glynn. Thank you.
Mrs. Glynn, my learned friend has praised your public spirit. Is that really what inspired your coming here today?
I came because it was my duty.
Your duty to whom? Society or yourself? You have regaled the court with a melodrama of screams and bribery and assault, but you have ended unconvincingly with an anti-climax. When this afternoon of terror was over, you did precisely nothing.
No.
You did nothing, Mrs. Glynn, to help that poor imprisoned creature in the attic at the franchise. For nearly 3 weeks, you kept the entire incident to yourself. Do you consider that you did your duty in that instant?
I told you I was scared, and I didn't think anyone would believe me.
Commendably shrewd of you. Mrs. and Miss Sharp have a very different explanation of why you did not return to the house again. They claim, Mrs. Glynn, that you were dismissed for stealing.
Well, they'd have to say something, wouldn't they?
Indeed they would. And it is for the jury to decide which of the two stories is the more credible. Miss Marion Sharp alleges that you stole a wristwatch belonging to her.
She's lying. I never...
The theft of that watch was the latest in a series of petty thefts which occurred during your period of employment at the franchise. When that employment was terminated, you were uncertain, were you not, whether you might be prosecuted by Miss Sharp.
I never stole nothing. They're lying.
You were frightened of the women at the franchise. It was in their power to send you to prison for a long time.
Mr. McDermott, as you've already observed, an element of melodrama has been introduced to this case. Regrettably, I'm forced to the conclusion that you are not averse to this.
I assure you, my lord, I find it deplorable, but I am anxious that the witness should fully understand me.
Yes, we all want to understand you, Mr. McDermott. I am experiencing no difficulty on that score.
Thank you, my lord. Mrs. Glynn, I suggest that when a daily newspaper undertook the publication of Betty Kane's story, you saw it as a golden opportunity. Here was your chance to discredit the Sharps before they could complain about you.
I've told you the truth.
You realize, don't you, that if it is proved in this court that Betty Kane was not locked in that attic, then you are telling a blatant lie. Before your marriage, Mrs. Glynn, you were in the habit of visiting a club called The Scene. Among the people that you knew there was a girl called Betty Kane. Did you ever tell her that you worked at the franchise?
Yes.
You did. You described the house in detail?
Well, Yes.
You told her about the two women and their car and how they lived alone and had no friends.
No harm in telling people.
But why tell such a detailed story? Why be so specific about the rusty clasps on the old blue suitcase, or the crack in the attic window, or the scratch on the car door? Why, Mrs. Glynn?
She was interested. She asked me.
Betty Kane asked you?
Yes.
You're sure of that? This is the truth now, isn't it? She asked you.
Of course she did. I'm good at describing things.
I should say you were unbelievably thorough. Thank you, Mrs. Glynn.
I must say, Mother, Kevin's making the most of it. That ghastly little cretin can't see what she's let herself in for. I bet her pal Betty Kane could murder her.
Oh, it's all very unpleasant, Neville. When do you think they'll adjourn for lunch, dear?
Oh, any minute now. They'll keep Richard Chadwick till this afternoon. He can be relied on to stop anyone snatching a postprandial nap.
You are Bernard Richard Chadwick, and you're a commercial traveller in household appliances. Is that right?
Quite right, sir, yes.
You travel extensively for your firm.
All over the place, yes. Abroad, too, quite often.
You make fairly frequent business calls at a club in Loughborough, the Scene.
Yeah, every month. They're a very good customer.
Did you ever meet, on those premises, a girl called Betty Kane?
Well, I know who you mean, sir, but...
You know her perhaps under another name?
Natalie, she introduced herself as.
She introduced herself to you?
Yes.
Did that surprise you?
Well, not surprise me exactly. I was on my guard, though.
Now, why was that, Mr. Chadwick?
Well, I had a feeling she was the type to get a bloke into trouble, sir.
How old did you assume this young lady to be?
She told me she was 22.
And did you believe her?
Well, I thought it likely.
Mr. Chadwick, you strike me as a man of some experience in these matters. Did you really believe the girl was 22?
Oh, she could have been anywhere between 20 and 25, my lord. She looked much older then than what she does now. Well, she kept on about it being her 22nd birthday. She got me to buy her a lipstick to celebrate.
Nothing more than a lipstick. You got up lightly, Mr. Chadwick.
How long have you known Betty Kane?
We've been out a couple of times in my car.
A couple of times? Before May the 2nd?
No more than that.
So it was no more than a casual friendship?
That's right.
But on May the 2nd, it began to develop. Tell us what happened that day, Mr. Chadwick.
Well, I called in at the club as usual and saw the manager. We did a bit of business, and as I was leaving, I met Nat, Betty Kane, coming in. She told me it was her birthday the day before, and would I take her out to lunch?
So you did?
Yes, I did. I didn't see no harm in it.
How could you? What did you talk about over lunch?
Holidays. Well, she said she was ready for one, and I told her I was all set to have mine. I was going to spend a bit of time on my boat before going off to a conference in Copenhagen.
You told Betty Kane that?
That's right.
You told her the date of the conference and its location?
Yeah.
Go on, Mr. Chadwick.
Well, she said she was as free as I was, and wouldn't it be fun if we went down to the boat together? Well, I mean, nobody in their right mind would have passed that up, would they?
Didn't it occur to you that the girl's family might be concerned about her?
She said she hadn't got a family. She lived in digs in Loughborough with another girl.
So, being in what you considered your right mind, you drove her to your boat, which was harboured near Chichester, and you stayed there together for a fortnight.
Nearly a fortnight, yeah.
And in all that time, Betty Kane never once mentioned that she ought to be going home.
Oh, not her. She knew when she was onto a good thing.
But she learnt that all good things come to an end.
Well, they do, don't they?
And how did the idyll at Chichester finally disintegrate?
Eh? Oh, it was on the Thursday of the second week. An urgent bit of business came up and I had to go up to Sheffield. I told Nat I'll be back sometime on a Saturday and took off. Well, as it was, the business didn't take long, and I got back to the boat late on the Friday night.
And what did you find on your return?
Blimey, what didn't I find? She'd only grabbed a chance to invite somebody in to keep her company.
Another man?
Well, she ain't the sort to give ladies tea parties. It was a man, all right.
What was your reaction, Mr. Chadwick, to this unexpected welcome?
Well, I put a bloke off me boat double quick. Then I told her what I thought of her.
And just how did you express yourself?
I thumped her.
You hit the girl?
Well, she'd been taking advantage, my lord. Done her a pound of good if somebody had thumped her before.
Yes, well, just confine yourself to your story, Mr. Chadwick.
Well, like I said, sir, I hit her. And she went down on the floor and started screaming. Well, I picked her up and hit her again.
With your fist?
Well, with my open hand at first. But when she started going spell and kicking me, I took a stick to her. Well, she got me dead riled, honest. Otherwise I wouldn't have. Well, next thing she passed out. I went to get some water to bring her round, but when I got back, she'd gone. She'd just been play acting. I chased after her, but I couldn't find her. Even took the car up to the main road, but there was no sign of her. She'd gone for good.
And you never saw her again?
Not till just now, no.
Mr. Chadwick, this case has been the subject of much newspaper comment in the past weeks. Did it never cross your mind that the girl who claimed to have been a prisoner in the franchise and the young woman who stayed with you on your boat might be one and the same?
Look, I haven't seen a paper for weeks. Well, like I told you, I've been at this conference in Copenhagen, and I stayed on there doing business. I didn't get back here till 5 days ago.
Mr. Chadwick, will you look at Betty Kane? That is the girl who has given evidence today that she was forcibly detained in a house called the Franchise for a period of 12 days. Do you still say that she is, in fact, the girl who picked you up in a club and lived with you of her own free will on a boat near Chichester for that same period of time?
That's her, all right. No doubt of it.
No doubt at all, Mr. Chadwick?
Not a shadow of doubt, sir. That's the girl.
Oh, champagne. Never was extravagant.
It gives me enormous pleasure to drink to the downfall of that unspeakable creature. Both those unspeakable creatures.
Their downfall isn't quite complete. Hallam assures me that they'll both face charges of perjury.
That gives me enormous satisfaction. I shall drink a toast to Mr. Chadwick. He has my undying gratitude for thrashing that girl.
Mrs. Sharp, I've not had a chance to thank you yet.
You thank me, Mr. McDermott? Whatever for?
Kominsky, your tip for the race at Hampton.
Oh.
It won by a length and a half on a tight rein.
I'm delighted to hear it. We also came in on a tight rein, I feel, but with a far less generous margin.
You look a little pale, Marion.
It's the reaction I expect. Let's walk down the drive, Robert. It'll reassure me that I'm a free woman again.
Well, there'll still be people peering through those gates.
Let them. Today I feel like royalty. I may even wave to them.
Marion, my darling, now this is over, I want you to marry me.
Robert, dear, have you really thought about this? Even the proof that I didn't beat Betty Kane doesn't free me from being the woman in the case. It wouldn't do you any good in your position.
That's for me to decide.
Well, there are practical problems, too. Mothers, for instance. We can't just park them as though they weren't needed anymore. And don't forget my temper.
I said no excuses. Perhaps I'm rushing you. I'll ask you again tomorrow. Will you play golf with me in the morning?
If I lose, I shall be bad-tempered.
Then I shall see that you win. May I hope till tomorrow?
Of course. You can always hope. That's something I've learned these past weeks. Call for me in the morning, Robert. I'll be waiting.
In The Franchise Affair, adapted by John Hyatt from the novel by Josephine Tay, Robert Blair was played by John Justin, Marion Sharp by Maddie Head, and Betty Kane by Joe Manning Wilson. Mrs. Sharp, Griselda Harvey; Mrs. Kane, Margot Boyd; Roger Kane, Nicholas Edmet; Inspector Hallam, Malcolm Hayes; Neville Blair, Frank Duncan; Mrs. Blair, Dorothy Lane; Kevin McDermott, QC, Dennis Hawthorne; Shirley Glynn, Patricia Gallimore; the Judge, James Thomason; Miles Allison, QC, Godfrey Kenton; Richard Chadwick, Kelly Francis. The play was produced by Betty Davis.
Saturday Night Theatre.
With Intent, the novel by Lawrence Henderson, dramatized for radio by Susan Ashman and Felix Felton, who plays Detective Sergeant Milton. With Intent.
Nasty night, Constable.
Oh, you're right, Mr. Lloyd. Only fit for stray cats and policemen.
Why don't you come inside and have a cup of tea?
And miss all the burglars.
Well, there won't be many about on a night like this.
Well, not that they've any sense. Some of them haven't, though.
You sure you won't come in?
Oh, better not, Mr. Lloyd. Thank you all the same.
Good night, then, Constable.
Good night. Who's this joker, I wonder? Hey, steady there, you young maniac. Good Lord. All right in there? Are you all right, young'un? Here, what are you doing? Don't point that thing at me. No!
Desk sergeant here. What? Constable Toms? Shot in the face? Where are you? Corner of Legume Street? Yes, I know, by the railway bridge. Always straight there. Portion!
Yes, Sergeant?
Get a car quick. Somebody's shot Toms.
Constable Toms? Why on earth should anyone want to do that?
We'll find out. Hurry up. The first thing is to get there.
Here he is, Sergeant. Just as he fell. I thought we'd better not move him.
Oh, my God.
Steady, lad. Point blank range, eh? Did you see it, Mr.
Lloyd? No, but I heard it. I live at that house on the corner.
Oh, yes.
I just said good night to the constable, as I usually do. Then I heard this car, and then the shot.
Who fired it?
Well, the young man in the car, I suppose. I looked out of the window, and he was walking away towards the railway bridge.
Did you see his face?
No. He never looked back.
Oh, well, we'll come to that. You're on the telephone.
Oh, yes. My wife has phoned for an ambulance already.
Well done. Porson, you better go to Mr. Lloyd's house and ask if you can call Detective Superintendent Davis.
Yes, Sergeant.
Mr. Lloyd, you don't mind coming along to the station, do you? We must get all the facts as quick as we can.
Please, sit down, Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you.
I am Detective Superintendent Davis. This is Detective Sergeant Milton, who will be directly in charge of the case.
Good evening, Sergeant. Oh, good morning, rather.
How do you do, Mr. Lloyd?
I've had a word with Sergeant Newcomb, who came out in the police car when you phoned in. But Milton and I are CID. We'd like to hear your story direct. I know you want to get back home, so I'll keep this as short as possible.
Is there any news of the constable?
We don't know. He's in the operating theatre now. It's thanks to you he's got any chance at all. Oh, cigarette?
No, thank you. Well, it must have been about 2:30. I'm a very bad sleeper, and I heard the constable, as I do most nights.
Mm-hmm.
I felt particularly sorry for him tonight. It was so bitterly cold. In fact, I tried to tempt him in for a cup of tea, but he wouldn't hear of it. Then, some minutes later, I heard the screech of a car at the corner. There was a bump, and it stopped. I heard the constable walk over to it, and then there was the explosion, the shot.
You knew it was a shot?
I guessed it was. I never thought of it as being anything else. So then I went to the window.
What exactly could you see?
Everything. Mine's a corner house, and there's a street lamp just outside. The car was at an angle with its two front wheels off the pavement, as if it had been trying to corner too quickly.
Mm-hmm.
The driver's door was open, and I saw the back of a man moving away towards the railway line.
And the constable?
He was lying on the pavement, not more than a foot from the car. The man was making for the railway bridge. That's how I saw him. There's a light on the steps there.
Did you see his face?
No, only his back. He was a young man. Well, at least he walked like one. Taller than me, about 5'9", I should say. He wore a suede jacket with a fur collar. One of those, I think they call them motoring coats.
Yes. Anything else?
Yes. As he passed directly under the lamp, I saw that he had white hair.
You're sure of that?
Yes. I realize it's important, but I'm quite sure. It was so startling. And There was one curious thing.
Yes?
He never looked back. He'd shot a policeman and left him for dead for all he knew, but he wasn't perturbed. He never even glanced back to see if anyone was after him.
Was he, holding anything?
Well, some sort of stick, it looked like. It must have been about 18 inches long. It was a gun, I suppose. Well, by that time, my wife had woken up, so I asked her to phone the police and get an ambulance, and I went out to the constable.
You did very well, Mr. Lloyd. You're quite sure about this white hair?
Absolutely. I even wondered if it was some sort of wig or disguise, but it looked too flat, too sleek for that. There was one other thing,
yeah?
But I know you only want facts.
Go on.
He had an air about him, a sort of disdain. He wasn't in a hurry. He didn't seem to care whether he was seen or not. What I mean is, he didn't look the sort of man who would be interested in disguise.
Was there anything else? Anything special about the way he walked, for instance?
No, I can't say there was.
Well, thank you, Mr. Lloyd. I'm very grateful to you. I won't keep you any longer. See Sergeant Newcomb at the desk, and you'll arrange for a car to take you home.
Thank you.
Or if anything else does occur to you, no matter how trivial, get in touch with me at once. Sergeant, see that Mr. Lloyd gets a car home, will you? If you want me, I'll be in here with Milton.
Certainly, Superintendent.
Good night, Mr. Lloyd.
Good night.
Well, Arthur, any ideas?
I wish I had.
What cases has Tom's been involved in?
Small stuff, mostly drunks, a few fights. The biggest pitch he made was on a break-in, and that was some kids. There's no one who'd set this up for him.
Someone did. Who's at the hospital?
Pawson. And Newcomb sent a policewoman, Christine Wren, to see Tom's wife.
2 years to go to retirement. As gentlemen as you're ever likely to meet in our profession. The village bobby who helped kids across the road. Whoever did this, I want him.
We all want him.
All right. Let's get down to work, then. Come in. Oh, morning, Arthur.
I've done 2 lists, sir. This one covers all known albino criminals, and this one... excuse me. Anyone ever arrested by Toms with their brothers, fathers, and known friends.
Well?
There's nothing very promising in either.
I was afraid of that. Well, at least we've got something on the car. It belongs to a doctor. It was stolen 7 weeks ago from a car park in Sutton. The plates are false and the license is a forgery. A good one.
Professional?
Very. And yet, the car stalled because the driver didn't change down for the corner. Doesn't make sense for a car to be duffed up by a pro and then driven by a beginner.
Yeah. Anything in the car?
Only the doctor's gloves, no drugs or anything like that. The worst ones are the ones you can't understand. Who would want to do this to Tom's? Davis? Oh, hello, Pawson. How is he? Good. What? Oh, God, no. All right, Pawson. Yes. You stay there for the moment. That was Pawson from the hospital. Tom's will live if he comes out with a shock okay. They've had to remove both his eyes.
Oh, no.
Milton, I want this bastard. Oh, before you came in, I was speaking to Mr. Miller. He was asking if I needed any help.
They want to bring in the glamour boys.
An offer, Arthur, just an offer.
Tom's was our man, sir.
Let's keep it in the family, eh? It'll be a flog. A lot of it'll fall on you.
Yes, sir.
I thanked Mr. Miller and told him we had everything in hand.
We have.
And we'd better have. Wouldn't be much of a mark to fall down on this one.
No.
Well, Tom should be able to talk in a day or two. Oh, and I'll have a word with Glenton, the ballistics man. He might be able to tell us something. Must have been a shotgun.
But it doesn't make sense, though.
What doesn't?
Well, I've seen a few shotguns. At close range, they tear you apart.
Yes, I'm with you, Arthur. But Tom's was on top of him. He might have got hold of the gun.
Then the main charge would have gone past him. Newcomb didn't see any sign of it on the houses, nor did Lloyd. I asked him.
Yes, I think you've got something there. I can't see that it gets us anywhere, but it's worth bearing in mind. I'll ask Glenton about it.
I've read reports of the injuries, Superintendent. The tattooing would be consistent with unburned particles of powder driven into the skin by great force. His face was terribly scorched. The amount of powder burning would indicate a shotgun cartridge.
I have a witness to the man carrying a long-handled gun. It sounds like a shotgun.
Very likely. But perhaps you're not aware of this. When a shotgun is fired, the shot doesn't spread out immediately. For the first 5 or 6 feet, it travels as a solid column of lead. If such a charge had been fired point-blank at Constable Tom's, it would have smashed into him with the force of a cannonball.
But according to the doctors, all the damage to Tom's was done by powder burns.
At short range, that can be damn near as dangerous. The gases generated by the discharge of a shotgun cartridge reached several hundred degrees centigrade. It was that heat which blinded your constable. It could be as powerful as, say, half a dozen blow lamps.
In other words, the shot had been removed.
So it would seem. And another puzzling thing. How was the powder kept in place? A piece of felt, anything, would have the force of a bullet at that range. There used to be an old circus trick of firing a candle through a plank door.
What do you think happened then?
I can't say. Possibly a thin skin of candle grease across the powder. That'd hold it in place and completely disintegrate on firing. But again, what's the point? Was he just trying to frighten someone?
This trick with the candle grease. Would many people know about it?
Well, it's not hard to think out. Practically anyone who uses a shotgun in the normal run of things would know about it. Wildfowlers, gamekeepers, farmers, anyone like that.
Have you ever heard of a man being blinded with a shotgun in this way?
Well, not at this range. I shall be very interested to hear what your man was up to when you catch him.
I'm obliged to you, Mr. Glenton. I'll let you know. Well, I'd better get along to the hospital now and see how our chap's making out. Oh, sister, I'm Superintendent Davis. Could I have a word with Constable Toms?
The doctor has instructed he must be kept very quiet.
Yes, just a few questions. You wait here, Arthur.
All right, sir.
Hello, Toms. It's Davis here. Hello. Don't move, old man. I mustn't be long. Just tell me what happened. Take your time.
I hardly saw him. I thought he was a drunkard. He hit the curb and the engine stopped.
Yes?
I walked up to the car. There was only one man. Very young. When I got near, he opened the window. Near side. I got up to the car and he shot me.
Did he say anything?
No.
Did you?
No.
Did he threaten you with a gun?
I didn't know it was a gun. I thought it was a stick. He didn't wave it about. He just pointed it at me.
What did he look like?
Young. 19, 20, something like that. He had a thin, refined sort of face. Good looking. Large eyes.
What color?
I don't know.
What about his hair?
It was fair. Like it is on some girls. Very fair.
It wasn't white?
No.
You're sure?
I've been thinking about it a lot.
Yes, of course. Have you any idea at all why he should have shot you?
No.
Well, I'm going now, men. Be sensible and do what they tell you. I'll be back when you're feeling stronger.
Anything, sir?
No more than we know already, Arthur. It was a young man with very fair hair. So fair that it looks white under a sodium lamp. The light on that bridge is a sodium lamp.
So he's not an albino?
No. I doubt if he's known either. Tom's had never seen him before. And I doubt if he'd ever seen Tom's.
In that case?
Probably. But he'd still have a reason. He shot him for a reason. He wasn't carrying a gun for nothing.
The gun's the clue.
Oh, why?
It's not usual.
Well, they're easy enough to get hold of.
Yes, but not to carry about. A tearaway would saw the barrel off. You're not that cattle with a gun unless you've used it before, for shooting duck or something.
Refined.
Eh?
Tom said he had a refined face. A pretty boy with hair like a girl, very refined. You reckon he's landed gentry as well?
It's possible.
Oh, anything's possible. He's certainly not a professional. And knowing what he isn't makes it harder. Snout sounded good on this, or turning over doss houses. He's probably tucked up at home with respectable parents who'd give him the top brick off the chimney. That's the old story. I'm going back to the station, so I may as well drop you off at the dog track.
Sir?
Show your face round the bookies. They've got their ears to the ground. It all helps.
Station Sergeant. No, madam. No trace of your little dog yet. Yeah. Oh, yes. We'll ring you the first moment with any news. Yes, madam, with every available man on the job. Certainly, madam. Phew.
Oh, hello, Henry.
Oh, Mr. Davis wants you.
What about?
I don't know. Station Sergeant. Oh, what's the address, sir?
Oh, come in, Arthur. We were just talking about you. Oh, you know Sergeant Lefevre?
Fingerprints, isn't it? I've seen the sergeant in court.
I wanted you to hear this. Sergeant Lefevre's brought down his report on the car.
If you can call it that. Whoever duffed this car knew what he was doing. There's nothing on the wheel, gear stick handles, and I mean nothing, not a smear. Not even a hair or fibre caught at the seat edges.
Professional.
Oh, very. Takes patience to go over a car like that.
Except on the inside edge of the door, by the lock, just where the tongue comes out. There was a tiny spot of oil, and he put his fingers across it.
You've got a print?
Not a full one, that's the trouble. It's a partial. Very clear what there is of it, but it wouldn't stand up in court. All the same, I'm certain it's a second finger of a man called Harry Carter.
Old friend of yours, isn't he, Arthur?
I know him.
I was telling the sergeant before you came in that Carter doesn't fit in with any of this. He's not a pretty boy with white hair. He's been out of trouble for a long time now.
I'm sure it's his print.
It's a bit of a turn-up.
So we have to box clever here, Arthur. One partial print isn't evidence, and this joker knows his way around. You know him better than anyone. You've knocked him off, haven't you? Do you want first crack at him?
Well, I'd like to think about it, sir.
He owns a couple of shops and lives above them, doesn't he?
He used to. He knows a bit about cars, too.
Ask Newcomb. He might know something. I think he rates a visit.
All right, sir. Got a moment, Henry?
Sure.
Harry Carter.
Yeah? What?
The fingerprint chap says he's found a partial on the car.
Well, that doesn't make sense. He's been out for years. I thought he'd had enough. He doesn't circulate. Married with a kid and settled down.
The only thing that makes sense, Henry, is that Carter got hold of this car for someone else, duffed it up for a job, and then dumped it.
Yeah. You can have him in?
Or else have a go at his shops.
With nothing to back it up, he'll just tell us to get knotted. You reckon this bloke, Lefevre?
He knows his job.
Done anything about a warrant?
Not yet, sir.
Well, move yourself, or the beat will be off to their country seats. Let your wife know you'll be late. We're going in at midnight. Don't want to frighten his customers, do we?
There's his two shops, sir, just on the corner of Walworth Road.
Pull in, driver. Those two?
Yes, sir.
Oh, he's doing all right. Is there a back way?
Well, sort of. There's a yard in line with all the others.
Will you take that, Spencer?
Yes, sir.
How do we get in?
Well, there's a street door by the far shop shutter. There is another staircase inside, but it only comes down into the first shop, sir.
Come on, then. Again.
Who the hell's there?
Come on, open up.
Christ, it's the law.
Oh, come on.
What the hell do you want?
I am Detective Superintendent Davis.
Maybe you are, but I still want to know what you want.
It would be better if we came inside.
Oh, no, it wouldn't.
Well, you know me, don't you, Sally?
I ought to. Detective Sergeant Milton. I'm a big girl now. So show me a warrant or shove off.
Oh, there you are, then. Now, be a good girl and let us in.
Now, look, just a minute.
Oh,
You
no.
can't-
Either you open this door or we break the chain.
Who the hell do you think you're talking to?
To a citizen who should have nothing to hide. Now, stop playing about and take off this chain.
I can't with your bloody foot there, can I? Come on, then, you great clumsy clodhoppers.
Nice place.
Well, are you going to start having the sideboard out?
Or do you want the lavatory first?
Is your husband in?
No.
Where is he?
Why?
Oh, come off it, Sally. We're only doing our job.
I've got a right to know what all this is about. Harry's been out of trouble for years.
Then he's got nothing to worry about. Looking up old friends is part of the routine. You know that.
Routine. Sounds like it with him. Superintendent, is he? Very trivial, I'm sure, to bring him and the rest of you round at this time of night.
There's nothing trivial about it. Constable?
Sir?
There's a staircase at the other end of the corridor. Go out to the yard, search it, and the garage. Once you're satisfied there's no one there, tell the other constable to come up here.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else besides you?
My daughter's in bed.
Get her up.
I'm going to ring my solicitor.
Ring who you like once you've got your daughter up.
Who the hell do you think you are?
Mum, what's the matter?
It's the police, love. Don't be frightened. I'll come back with you.
I want this room gone over, Milton.
Yes, sir.
And I mean gone over.
I know what you mean, sir.
You soft on her or something?
She's not bent, never has been.
Huh? What's she doing with Carter, then? Walking in her sleep?
He's lucky in his wife, that's all.
Get on with it. And don't forget, I want a really thorough job. We are not doing very well, are we, Arthur?
No.
Found nothing, and don't even know where Carter's gone. Out on a job, for all we know.
I doubt that.
Why should she make such a big secret of it, then?
She just feels stroppy. We've put him away twice. He's been out 9 years, and they're doing all right. She isn't going to help anyone in that.
All right, Arthur. Go and see her. Tell her what a bastard I am. Soap her up a bit. See what you can get.
Okay. Sally, can I come in?
Can't stop you, can I? Don't you ever get sick of pushing people around in your lousy job?
Sally, I came to tell you why we're looking for Harry. Do you want your daughter to hear this?
We got no secrets in this family, mister.
All right, Jill, all right. What's it all about?
You read about Police Constable Toms?
Oh, not that. Not Harry.
No, I don't think so either, but this is where it all leads to.
Oh, God.
You're mad. You're bloody raving mad.
Perhaps. He's got something to tell us, and if he does tell us, he'll be all right. It's different this time. A decent man with a wife and family got shot in the face. If you can't understand...
Arthur, come out here. We've got something.
All right, sir.
Did you get anything?
I just explained why we wanted him.
Let her stew a minute. Have a look at these. Car keys. Masses of them. On individual rings.
Oh. Where were they?
In the garden. Back of the garage and hole under the dustbin. They never learn, do they?
I'll go and see his wife again.
Here, take the keys with you.
What are they?
Car keys, Sally. Out of your garden.
They can't be.
Under the dustbin.
Our dustbin's on a paving stone.
And under that is a hole.
Oh, the bloody fool. Oh, why should he do it, Mr. Milton? Where's the sense?
Oh, none, Sally. There never is.
It can't be true. I would have known something.
You're not here all the time. Where do you go tonight?
The dogs.
Too late for that. What does he do then?
Gambling clubs.
Using what for money?
He wins. He's won over £1,000, hasn't he, Mum?
What's the number of his car?
Find out.
It's a cream and maroon Cresta. 344 AYN. Harry bought it out of his winnings. We all went to Alicante in it. You can't miss it. It's got GB plates on the back.
Mum!
Oh, God. I really thought he'd stopped. We had everything. What a bloody fool he's made of me.
Any luck, Arthur?
He's up west, punting. That's where she thought the money came from.
Oh, did she? Well, we found something else. See the marking on those orange crates? They're part of a lorry load knocked off in Hornsey last week.
Any logbooks?
No, but the gear's all here. Pens, ink remover, outline stamps.
No logbooks, no licenses.
You want jam on it. You'd be a right mug to leave them lying about.
He won't be hard to pick up. He's in a Cresta, 344 AYN.
I want him brought in. Get on to Newcomb.
Any charge?
To assist us in our inquiries. Come down, Mrs. Carter, will you? We're taking one or two things away. We have to give you a receipt.
Have a chair, Harry. I've been looking forward to seeing you.
Have it yourself, Milton.
I'm not staying.
Oh, don't be like that. It's clean. Won't make a mark on that 80 guinea suit you happen to be wearing.
This is a dead liberty, Milton. I get knocked off in the street like some drunk. That big Burke won't let me near a phone. You know, my wife, Milton, should go bloody raving mad.
Shut up and sit down. We turned your drum over tonight, Harry. We found enough car keys under your dustbin to fill Wembley Stadium, and 3 gross of oranges knocked off in Hornsey last week. Well, your wife's dead worried about you, all right. The way she carried on tonight, you'll be better off inside.
Oh, my God.
A greedy little man, that's what you are, Harry. A load of rubbish.
And I don't know what you're talking about. A bloke comes up to me with a load of oranges, gives me the moody, shows me the papers. Well, how do I know what's bent?
Oh, save your breath. Right now I care about only one thing. A copper got shot in the face and blinded.
Tom's? You're mad.
We found the car. We examined it carefully. Very, very carefully. And you know what we found, don't you, Harry? We got your print.
For God's sake, I had nothing to do with Tom's. I was miles away.
Shut up. I know you duffed that car, and I want to know who for.
It was nothing to do with it. This was some kid, a nutcase.
I'm going to have that name, and I don't care how I get it. I've been through your file pretty carefully. You only deal with the big boys, don't you, Harry? Now, I've got 3 names here. If you really aren't going to say anything, what are we going to do?
What do you mean?
Well, the only thing we can do. Knock over all 3 and spread the word that Harry gave us the nod.
What?
None of them will be very happy, will they?
Milton, for God's sake, they'll do my family.
You know them better than I do.
All right, then. Between you and me, I've been punting. I got on a bad streak. You know what it's like. You have to play yourself out of it. You need capital.
Don't tell me about your sad little life, Harry. Just tell me who the car was for.
Where the hell did I leave that priest?
The car, Harry, the car.
This kid came in right in my shop. I nearly had heart failure. In front of all my customers, he came right out and asked me for the keys. He had all the right names, but he didn't have the money, so I phoned through. The keys were on my desk, and he scarpered. The boys went round to the lockup, but he'd had it away.
What was his name?
I don't know.
What did he look like?
Well, like it says in the papers. A kid. 20, 21, about my height, but skinny. A pretty boy with his hair like a girl.
How did he know the car was in a lockup?
Well, I don't know, do I?
Who was it for?
I've told you all I know. None of them knew this kid. They can't lead you to him.
You're lying. They knew him all right, even if you didn't. That's why you didn't phone us. They told you to lay off. They're a heavy mob, and you're frightened of them. I want that name. It's one of the 3 I've got here. It's up to you.
And what happens to me?
I don't know, Harry. But I'll tell you this. Whatever happens to you will be a damn sight harder if I get nothing than if I do.
Can't you keep me out of it?
We'll see.
Now, you've got to promise me. You can't let him have a go at my wife. Well, it's not just me.
You're wasting time. The name.
Griffin.
Griffin? Oh. You're in deep, aren't you?
Give us a fag, for God's sake.
Here you are.
Sir.
Now, you wait here a minute.
Do you need cloth, Arthur?
He did.
What do you use on him? Thumb screws?
Only my spare set. Go and scowl at him for a few minutes, Henry. I want to have a word with Mr. Davis.
Well, they've been having on the desk.
I'll be here. I'll speak to him on the phone.
Okay.
Mr. Davis's office.
Yes?
Sergeant Milton, sir. I've had a go at Carter.
Any luck?
Yes, he duffed the car, and the boy came round and said he'd been told to pick it up. Carter says his mob knew nothing about him.
He's lying.
Yes, he is.
Which mob?
Griffin's.
Could he be lying about that?
I don't think so. To be asking for trouble.
What made him cough?
I said we'd put the word around.
Come on, kid, this way.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Christine Wren's just bringing in a girl, a junkie by the looks of it.
There you are, kid. Sit yourself down there. I'll soon see to you. Oh, that's it. Not to worry.
And where did you find her?
Gino's. She tried to sell me some Purple Hearts. You can book her on that. But she's got a story that ties in with the Tom's business.
What do you mean?
She's lost her bloke. He was going to pinch a car from his boss and take her north and marry her. He never turned up. She was expecting him the night Tom's was blinded.
Who was his boss?
Griffin.
It fits. By God, it fits.
What else did she say?
Not much. I told her I was a policewoman and she passed out. You won't get much more out of her tonight. Come to that, you look pretty washed out yourself.
I am. Go and see Davis and I'll phone the hospital.
Right.
Then I'm going home before I spend the night in one of Newcomb's cells.
Morning, Arthur.
Good morning, sir.
You haven't lost your touch. You did a very good job on Carter last night.
Oh, I knew him.
Have you ever had anything to do with Griffin?
I know about him, sir.
Yes, he'll be a bit before your time as a straight will, I know. Hasn't been taken for years.
The right bastard, by all accounts.
Oh, he's that all right. Now, here's his file. You have a couple of hours to read it. Rape, assault, armed robbery, the lot. The only thing he's never been done for is riding a bicycle without lights.
So, what about this girl Chris Wren brought in? She was in a bit of a mess.
Nothing to what she got up to later.
Oh?
Started tearing the cell to pieces. Had to be carted off to hospital. She's on dexamphetamine. Lives on it by the number we found in her handbag.
I see.
There were also 2 or 3 dress bills in the name of Gloria Lamar.
Oh.
A lot of useless junk, and more to the point, a street photographer's photograph, on which we could just make out a number and the name Porth Call.
Oh.
We put a message through to the Porth Call police.
Do you want me to see her, sir?
No, I'm leaving over Christine Wren, first track anyway. What I want you to do is have a word with that bum boy of Griffin's at the Laguna Club.
Oh, Topper Martin.
Yeah, that's the joker. Be like old times. Yes?
Telex message from Porth Call, sir.
Oh, thank you, Pawson. And find Christine Wren for me, will you?
Yes, sir.
Oh, she's got a record.
Drugs?
Thieving. Your 128-12 photo name is Elizabeth Janice Jenkins, date of birth 10th of June 49. Need care and protection 64, shoplifting 65, probation, second conviction theft 65, 6 months approved school, absconded, whereabouts unknown, Inskip Inspector. Ah, Christine, we found out a little more about your girl.
Her name isn't Gloria Lamar.
Right. Take this telex along with you. Don't show her straight off. It'd be better if she came to you. But if you have to, throw it in off the cuff.
Well, I'll do my best.
I don't have to tell you how much we're depending on this. As soon as you have something, ring through.
I'll do all I can.
I'll be waiting.
How are you feeling?
How do you think?
You're in good hands here. You like a cigarette?
Oh, don't mind.
What you going to do? We could contact your family for you.
Oh, they don't want to know.
Is there anyone else?
No, not now.
You're very young. You could start again. It'd be stupid to ruin your life over one man.
It's my life.
Look, you're not stupid. You know what drugs do. You're attractive and you've lived off men. Do you think they'll want you once it starts to show in your face?
Might as well put my head in a gas oven then.
You could. But get it straight who it is that'll make you do it. People like your friend Tom and Griffin. Do you like being used by men?
Should have stayed at home. Singing hymns.
What are you going to do?
What can I do? She left me behind. For Griffin.
We can protect you.
No. Do you know what they did the last time they sorted a girl out? He used to laugh about it. They went into this pub where she was and sat looking at her. She was scared to go out. She knew they'd kick her all over the place if they caught her in the street. So she just sat there. Finally, they got fed up, poured a bottle of brandy in a pint glass. Then they moved off as if they were leaving, and as they passed her, they poured the brandy over her and dropped a match on her. Burned half her face away.
And they laughed about it?
They laughed about it.
How did you get mixed up with people like this?
Oh, I was in Wales at school, and this fella Glynn wouldn't leave me alone. Used to hang round the school, my house as well. Write me notes, filth most of it. Then his wife had a go at me, and I thought, right, you stupid cow, I'll show you. I said to him one night, I'm off to London. Coming or not? He came.
How long were you with him?
3 months. Got a job in a plastic factory.
What happened?
Oh, it's that bloody bed sitter. He expected me to sit there all day waiting for him, and then cook for him on that crummy gas ring, and then get on the bed with him. He's always trying to get me to do things his wife wouldn't. That's why he came away with me, I suppose.
How did you meet Griffin?
Through Barney.
Barney?
I'd started hanging around the cafe in the daytime, and this old Itai that runs it asked me if I fancied working there in the lunch hour. Oh, I never told Glyn. He'd have wanted some of the money. Barney used to come in. He was a big guy. The others were a bit careful of him. I went out with him, and, well, that's how it all started. He worked for Griffin.
And Glyn?
Oh, he didn't like that, did he? Tried to knock me about. Spiteful bastard. I got Barney to see to him. And that was that. Then he told me to go up to Griffin's.
And where does the blonde boy come in? The one with the car?
Tom. Oh, he was around. I'd seen him up at Griffin's gambling parties, bringing people in. Then one day, I had this hangover. But it wasn't just that. I felt...
depressed?
Like doing myself in. He came and talked to me. It was just what I needed. Someone my own age. He gave me some pills, and all of a sudden, I felt marvellous. Then he took me up to Chelsea, and we walked along the river. It was great.
You saw a lot of him?
All the time.
Did he work?
He sold pills, drifted about. He did all right.
Did you know his name?
He never told me. Not his last name. Oh, he was a funny bloke. I mean, he was different.
How?
Oh, he was clever. Educated. You ought to see some of the books he read.
Did he take drugs?
Not many, just a pill now and then. He never touched the hard stuff. He sold it.
Where did he get it from?
I don't know.
Do you know where he came from?
North. At least that's what he said. He didn't speak like he came from the north. He came to London to go to college.
Where?
A big place, near Tottenham Court Road.
London University?
I don't know.
Why was Griffin after him?
Oh, money, I suppose. I think he held on to some of Griffin's money. I do know he got money from some of the people who went to Griffin's parties.
Blackmail?
Don't know. He said we'd go back to where he lived. That's why we needed the car.
Why the car that Carter was holding?
Well, he thought it was funny to go in one of Griffin's cars, but he needed a safe one, too, you see, and Carter wouldn't report his stolen, would he?
I see. And you knew about this car, where it was?
Barney had told me about Carter when I first knew him, how he always had one there ready for Griffin. Well, that's how they know it was me. They'll sort me out like they sorted the other girl out, and I don't want half a face.
What have you been doing since?
Walking. About. Sleeping. Different room every night. Trying to find him.
Did you know he had a gun?
No. He had all sorts of things hidden all over the place. He was clever.
What sort of things?
All sorts of things. Kept his drugs in a cemetery.
What?
Straight up. He had to get some in Harry a couple of weeks ago, and I went with him. It was ages on the tube.
Where was it?
Ealing. Well, that's where we got off the tube. I don't know the name of the cemetery.
You know where it is?
I know the way. I've been back there. Thought I might see him.
Do you know which grave?
I'm rabbiting like a good un, aren't I?
Look, you can only be on one side or the other. Your choice has been made for you, hasn't it?
Oh, what the hell, anyway? He wouldn't let me go with him to the grave. He told me to stay on the bench. Oh, but of course I looked. He took some flowers. I'll say that for him.
So he went in with the flowers and came back with drugs?
That's right.
Was it a big cemetery?
Yes, I suppose so. Well, there were 5 roads off in all directions, and then the others going off them.
Which one did he go along?
The middle one.
And after that?
You go up this path on the right. Different from the others. It's not tar, it's sand and stones.
And the grave is there?
Well, that's when he told me to stay behind, but I crept up and had a peep. Saw him bending over this grave.
What was he doing?
Putting flowers on it.
Did you see which grave it was?
No, not exactly. It's about the third of the way along.
Do you remember which row?
Yes. I remember it was about the 4th row.
And when he came back, he had the drugs with him?
I told you. I'll go up there and wait for him.
I don't know. It's not up to me.
What will happen? when I go to court, will you be there?
Yes, I'll be there. There's no need for you to worry. You've been a great help, and we'll remember that.
Don't suppose I'll ever see him again. Funny. 1 minute you're all making plans, ready to spend your life with someone, and then suddenly it's all over. He's gone.
No, that wasn't your fault. He wasn't what you thought he was. You're well rid of him.
Hello, Arthur. What have you been up to?
Calling on one of Griffin's henchmen, Topper Martin at the Laguna.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't get anything. But I tell you what, Henry, you know that dirty bookshop Griffin's got on the corner of Old Compton Street?
Well?
I saw an old friend of yours outside there, Pinky Price.
Yeah, that little rat.
Looks like he's working for Griffin. He was touting. He scarpered when he saw me, but I'd know that old prune anywhere. I'll just drop you the word in case you're thinking of using him.
Thanks. Now I'll drop you one. Davis wants you. Christine's got a line on your geezer. He peddles drugs and keeps him in a cemetery.
Oh, where?
Ealing. Parson's out there already. Daves will give you the gen. Don't keep him waiting. He's fretting to get off to head office. Oh, one other thing. This bloke of yours used to be at London University. According to what the slag told Chris.
Oh, did he now?
Yes? Oh, come in, Arthur. Well, things are moving. Have you heard?
Yes, Newcomb said Parson's gone out to Ealing on a tip from Chris.
That's right. They found the grave. All sorts of stuff. He's a cunning bastard. The turf on the grave hinges back. There was an airtight box in a hole underneath, full of little plastic containers. Oh. I've told Parson to send them to the lab. I want you to get out there, straight away.
Who's the divisional inspector, sir?
Gray, Inspector Gray.
Gray.
Look, Arthur, I'm off to HQ. I may be tied up there till pretty late. I'd like a couple of hours at home tonight, if I can. When you finish the healing, call round. We'll have a talk there.
Yes, very good, sir.
Off again.
Ealing. Parson's onto something. Don't forget about Pinky Price.
It'll be a pleasure. Same again, Pinky?
Look, I've got nothing for you, Mr. Newcomb. None of the boys knows this geezer. Pretty boy with blonde hair. Oh, there's a queer out at Greenwich, goes round the clubs, dyes his hair every bleeding colour. But he was in lumber last Thursday. Oh, I'd stake my arms on it not being any of the boys. Oh, there's a few who'd put a boot on a copper, but blinding? Good.
What about Griffin?
Griffin? What's Griffin got to do with it? He don't even know Tom's.
What's he been doing?
Oh, well, no, I don't even see him. No, this isn't Griffin, Mr. Newcomb. Oh, he's capable of it, all right, but he don't use kids. If Griffin did do anyone, he'd make a real job of it. He'd kill him.
Griffin knows this kid all right. He's been looking for him. Why?
Well, does it matter? I mean, it could be anything. Talked out of turn, cashed a bouncer up at Griffin's gaming room.
Oh, and of course, Griffin will let some kid he's never seen before stick him with a stuma check. He must do it all the time.
Well, I'm only trying to help.
What's all the act for, Pinky? Someone been putting their thumb in your ear?
If I knew anything, I'd tell you, Mr. Newcomb. You know that.
How long have you worked for Griffin's?
Me?
Old Compton Street. That bookshop is Griffin's.
Now, listen, Mr. Newcomb, I'm an old man. I was working with this Topper Martin. It's the old game.
I'll listen a bit before I take you down.
It ain't nothing to do with Griffin's dirty books. Oh, you know how it goes. You wait till some Burke's looking at the pictures in the window, and you ask him if he wants a private show. We were only lifting it off some dirty-minded gits. Serves him right. Of course, you need a lot of new faces. That's why Topper roped me in.
Yeah? Why run, then?
Well, we've all got our pride, Mr. Newcomb. If I have to root behind a few dustbins now and then, I don't want anyone to see me at it, do I?
All right, Pinky. I'll wear it for now. But don't get ambitious, will you?
Me, Mr. Newcomb?
Stay in your own league, Pinky.
Sit yourself down, Arthur.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, I haven't a cigarette in the house. Always smoke a pipe myself. Oh. Well, now, you've been a busy boy, I hear. Have you had a lab check yet?
Yes, sir. 700 tablets, mostly amphetamine, some files of LSD, and a small quantity of cocaine and heroin.
You've done very well.
Oh, it's Pawson, really, sir.
Yes, he's a good lad. Now then, where do we go from there?
Well, I think we might get somewhere on the grave itself. It's 14 years old and a D number. That means it's a private grave.
Whose?
It's a woman, Selina Brockhouse. She died at the age of 36 after a car smash in the Brompton Road. I've got a copy of the death certificate.
So, that was 14 years ago. Now this comedian uses her grave to keep his rubbish in. Probably because it looked neglected. Now, it's all water under the bridge, Arthur.
She had a son, sir, Thomas Derrick.
Oh? Oh. How old?
8 when she died, so he'd be 22 now.
It could be, Arthur. It could very well be.
Of course, it might be a right frost, but it's worth pursuing.
You bet. It's the only bloody line we've got.
He'll be back for his drugs.
And you want to wait for him? Yes, it could be an awful long wait. Too long. But we could flush him.
Could we, sir?
Yes, what I had in mind was a release to the press.
I see.
A word to one of Newcomb's mates ought to do it. Something about the bird coming up in court. You know, something like, the police asked that Jenkins, otherwise Gloria Lamar, be detained in custody, as they believe she could assist them in inquiries of a serious nature. We'll get that in tomorrow's evening editions. Yes, but what if he goes there tomorrow night? What then?
Well, I got this map from the Borough Surveyor.
Oh.
Now, I think we can forget the main gates. They'll be locked, and they're 9 feet high with spikes on top. There are well-lit roads on 3 sides.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I think he'll come in, on the corner by the recreation field.
Uh-huh.
The wall's quite low there, and there are marks on top as if someone's used it already.
Where's the grave?
There, sir. The 8th plot from the end of this row.
Yes, I see. No trees or shrubs or anything near it.
Well, there is this hut, sir, 20 yards away. It's a sort of potting shed the gardeners use.
All right, there's your observation post. But you've got no lights.
I thought you might have a word with Central, sir. I'm told they've got this gadget from a submarine.
What, the one they use for observing brothels?
Yes.
Does everybody know about that thing? All right, Arthur, I'll set it up with Central. You've had the course, haven't you?
Sir?
Pistol. I want you armed.
I shouldn't think he'll be bringing his gun with him, sir.
Maybe not, but I don't want any encores. If anyone gets a bullet through them, make sure it's the other fellow. I want him all in one piece, though. Oh, and the car. Pick the crew you want, so long as it's on the roster.
Yes, sir.
Good luck. And as a matter of fact, you can wish me luck as well. I have an interesting little appointment of my own.
Oh? Who with, sir?
Griffin.
Griffin?
He's asked me to call round and have a little chat.
Oh.
Your visit to Topper Martin seems to have had its effect after all.
Detective Superintendent Davis.
All right. Get out. Well?
Well, Griffin?
Get on with it.
I've had a man shot. Constable Toms. You'll have heard of it.
Well?
It was done by a friend of yours.
Talk sense.
There's only the two of us here. Don't get worried.
Who's worried?
He'll know all about you, Griffin, this fella. He knocked up a scrubber of yours, Gloria Lamar. And you didn't like it. You wouldn't, would you?
What the bloody hell do you want, Davis?
His name.
Why don't you ask this Lamar tart?
You've had your hounds out for him, but I want him more than you do, Griffin. And I'm going to have him.
I don't have to worry then, do I?
What's his name? Don't tell me there's honor among thieves.
You're getting on my way.
What's the matter, Griffin? You wouldn't think twice about booting his head in. Why not give the name?
I'll give you what I've always given coppers. Nothing.
No one's too big, you know, Griffin. You're getting an old man, like me. You might want to go somewhere quiet one of these days. You might want us to leave you alone.
Why don't you start crawling around the room and have done with it? You've tried everything else. What are you frightened of? Your pension. You're going to dock it or something if you don't bring him in.
Oh, for God's sake, Griffin, what sort of rubbish are you made of? He's done it once for no reason. He's going to do it again, to anyone, to a man with a family, to a woman, a kid, someone decent.
Oh, someone decent. And who the hell's that?
The public, the people everyone else lives on. The people who make things, work all day, week in, week out, pay mortgages, raise their kids.
Oh, that lot. The little people. Go down Dean Street, Davies, and you'll see them queuing up for the strip clubs. They can't wait to see things like that Lamar scrubber stand up and take her clothes off. The public.
You rang?
Of course I rang you, cow. Our guest is going. Give him his halo.
Why the hell does this poor girl put up with you?
She's my daughter. Or so she says.
Nice night we've chosen. Nothing like a cosy cemetery to make the most of a thunderstorm.
Shall I call up the car, Sergeant?
No, I'll do it, Pawson. Purple 3 to Bandit 4. Over.
Bandit 4 here. I'm hearing you loud and clear. Over.
There's a hell of a lot of interference.
It's a storm, Sergeant. Build up of static.
I know what it is. Anything to report?
Nothing inside.
All right. Over and out. So what's up, lad?
Sorry, Sarge, I got a cramp.
Oh, God. Get up on your toes and push your weight down on them. That does it sometimes.
Oh, that's a bit better.
Yeah. Could be a copper. How long have we been here?
It's 10 to 12.
Purple 3.
Purple 3, which is Bandit 4. A man has passed the cemetery gate. He's on foot.
Alone?
Yes. He's wearing an oilskin and a cap. Looking about the street. He's moving out of range of the street lamp. He's gone.
Right. Bandit 4. Keep listening. Here he comes. Yes. He's our man, all right. There, you see. He's using a torch to find the grave. No. Wait till he's turned the turf back. Then we've got him red-handed. Now!
He's seen us!
Stop there! Stop! Or we'll fire! Oh!
Sarge, you hurt?
My ankle, I caught it. Oh, never mind me. After him. He's making for the wall. After him! Where am I?
In the patrol car, Sergeant. On your way to hospital with Pawson, poor devil.
What happened?
He got over. I caught his coat.
Pawson, did he shoot you?
No. I caught my arm on the spike.
He's in a bad way, Sergeant. Torn it right up to the elbow.
And the man?
Wriggled out of his coat and was over the wall like an eel.
But I heard 2 shots.
And they were at me. I was making on him a bit, and he turned and loosed off. Then I threw me truncheon at him, and he was round the corner. The driver had turned the car round by then, but he just vanished. There's a footpath through to a car park, but there was no car, or we'd have heard it.
A bicycle. That's what he used, a bloody bicycle.
We've alerted the hospital, Sergeant. We're expecting you both.
Oh, I don't need a hospital. It's my ankle, that's all.
You don't look too good, sir, if you don't mind me saying so.
Well, I expect I'll look a damn sight worse when I've seen Mr. Davis in the morning.
There's your friend, Sergeant. 3rd bed. You can go home.
Thank you, Doctor.
Morning, Henry.
God, you look awful.
I wish people would stop saying that. I can't even get my shoe on because of this idiotic bandage. But have you seen Pawson?
Yes. He looks like he'll be all right.
You've heard all about it, I suppose.
I heard a bit.
How's Mr. Davis?
He's not happy.
No. It'll never be forgotten, will it, the ricket I've made of this lot?
Oh, David's okayed it.
A fat lot of difference that'll make.
Well, get up then. I've got better things to do than to listen to you being sorry for yourself.
Thanks for collecting me, anyway.
Well, be your age. You've got a face like a ferret with a mange.
Let me out at the corner and I'll bloody walk.
No 18 pence, that's your trouble. What do you expect, a round of applause? You take a patrol car, Pawson, trick binoculars, personal radios, and God knows what else, and you screw it. The one way he has to go if he runs and you leave it open. Didn't even think of that, did you, big head?
You enjoying this?
Well, someone ought to tell you, and Davis won't.
What's the point? I'm a Charlie, all right. I had all the time in the world and I muffed it. He had me over.
You still don't get it, do you?
Huh?
I told you myself what that bird said, but you wouldn't listen. You had to go airing off to the boneyard.
What the hell are you talking about?
The school, the college, the bloody university.
God almighty. A single phone call.
That's better.
What a bloody fool.
That's right.
Where are you driving, Henry?
What the hell do you think? Station. I'm clocking off.
Let me out. I'm going home for another suit. Something for calling on professors.
Keen, aren't you?
I'm Detective Sergeant Milton, Mr. Grimaldi, and I understand that you can help me with some inquiries I'm making.
Yes. I'm sure you won't mind my asking, but I believe the plainclothes policemen carry cards of identity with them. Thank you. Now, how can I assist your inquiry, Sergeant Milton?
I understand that Thomas Derrick Brockhouse was a student of yours.
Yes, that's correct.
When did you last see him?
Well, he left some months ago. I've not seen him since.
Have you any idea where he went? It's very important that we make contact with him.
Why?
We make inquiries for a number of reasons, Mr. Grimaldi. Did Mr. Brockhouse finish his course with you?
As I'm sure you're already aware, Sergeant Milton, Mr. Brockhouse was sent down from this university.
I didn't know that.
Not from the Dean's office?
They only said that you would tell me anything I wished to know. Why was he sent down?
His work was not satisfactory.
Would you mind telling me why?
Sergeant, a university is thought of by those who don't enter one as a rather cloistered establishment. A place of dreamers, a place of quiet study. Would you think of a university as such a place as that?
Yes, I suppose I would.
In fact, a university is a pressure chamber. Bright little boys and girls come along every year in all shapes and sizes from all sorts of places with all sorts of ideas. But there is always one thing they never think of, never dream could possibly happen. Failure. They've never failed before. They've got used to success. But when they get here, they find that to be intelligent is commonplace. To be the best among the best is a challenge they've never had to face. It's not at all rare, Sergeant, for students to commit suicide if they fail in their degree.
And Brockhouse?
I thought you only wanted to trace Mr. Brockhouse's whereabouts.
I also want to know anything else I can about him. Would you say he was one of those who was not clever enough?
No, I wouldn't say that. He was very intelligent. It was his concentration that was at fault. He wasn't interested in taking his degree. It was not what he was looking for.
What was he looking for?
Something in which he could see some point. He was unable to find it.
I don't understand this. Do you mean he didn't know what he wanted to do for a living when he left here?
What gives point to your life, Sergeant?
Well,
No, allow me. You believe in your job. There are times you no doubt dislike it. You believe in your family. You have friends. You have remembered moments of happiness. All these things give point to your life. Thomas Brockhouse had none of these things.
None of them?
None.
Didn't he have a family?
He was an emotional pauper. I doubt if you can envisage what that means. He remembered his mother. He knew that she'd been killed by his father, and not in a dramatic way, so that his father could be punished by law, itself a parent figure. His father had not been punished at all. The only one who'd been punished was Tom himself. It's easier, of course, if you believe in God.
But he didn't.
No. His intelligence didn't allow him to believe in God, and from his studies he took the knowledge that he was a minuscule speck clinging like a cheeseworm to the outer crust of a minor planet. Since he knew that, and that after death there was nothing, what does it matter how one lives?
Oh, what's the point, in fact?
That's right, Sergeant. What is the point?
Do you think he's mad?
No, though you might persuade a psychiatrist to say so if he happens to hold a certain theory. He's simply a badly flawed human being. He has no creative instincts. He despises creation or anything connected with it. Happiness, regard of others, codes of morality.
Why did he leave you?
I thought I told you.
You told me he was unsatisfactory, but you also said he was very intelligent. That doesn't sound as if he failed any examinations.
You really are a detective, aren't you, Sergeant? I apologize for forgetting that.
So there was some trouble.
A girl student was found in his room. Well, that isn't unusual, of course. It's taken for granted nowadays that sort of thing happens. But in this case, a blind eye could not be turned. He'd gone berserk. She was on the floor, and he was kicking her when the others came in to find out what the noise was about. And when they pulled him away from her, he tried to attack them with a knife.
Was he charged?
No.
Why not?
We prefer to deal with our own problems in our own way if we can. No one was injured.
And the girl?
She was more shocked than anything else.
What was her name?
I don't think I can tell you that.
Why not?
She begged us not to inform the police at the time. To do so now would be a breach of confidence. I'm not trying to be obstructive. The girl's no longer in the country. In any case, how could she help you?
No one knows until we've asked her.
I gave my word.
All right. Where did Brockhouse live?
He had lodgings, a room. He left that when he left the university.
To go where? Well, there must be some sort of address. He must have come from somewhere.
Well, there is the address from his enrollment, somewhere north. Perhaps the bursar's office?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Grimaldi. I'm sorry to have kept you so long.
It's been a fascinating experience, Sergeant.
Mr. Davis, can I have a word with you, sir?
I'm just going out.
It's rather important.
I'm late already. Write a report.
Well, it's a bit complicated.
I said a report. If you want me, Newcomb, you know where I'll be.
Well.
What have you been up to?
I saw Brockhouse's old teacher. He knew him pretty well. He says he's a nice fella, likes hurting people, knocks girls about and sticks knives in people. An emotional pauper.
How much?
That's college chat for a right bastard.
Do they know where he is?
Where he came from, Shropshire. He's a country boy. Why wouldn't Davis listen?
He must have knocked you off his list after last night.
Yeah. Well, where's he gone?
See Pawson.
What's up? How is he?
I don't know. But it can't be all that good. Tom's isn't too good either. Some kind of complications.
Oh, God, no. What's the trouble?
I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
Well, thanks for cheering me up. God, how I hate writing reports.
I've read your report, Milton.
Yes, sir.
This address you've got in Shropshire, is that where you think he's hiding?
No, I don't think so. He turned up in Ealing the same night that report appeared in the evening papers. So he must be in London or very near to it. I expect he's got a room somewhere. No, sir, I've been thinking about that shotgun. He seems pretty used to guns, much more than a city boy is likely to be. But if he came from a farm, then that's where he first used them. And if he did, then somebody's likely to remember.
All right, I'll put it through. But I don't want you messing about on spec. Go up tomorrow, stay overnight, and come back the day after and report.
Yes, sir.
Make sure you do.
What about Tom, sir?
Not too good. Pawson's lucky, though. They've saved his arm.
Saved it? I didn't know.
Yes, it looked like amputation.
Oh, it's my fault. I should have been quicker. I took it for granted he'd come without trouble. I should have reckoned with him having another gun.
All right, Arthur. It's all true. I'm not pleased about it, nor is Mr. Miller. It's a mark against you. You know what that means. But bear this in mind. If you had been quicker and crowded him, he's likely to have used his gun sooner than he did. Pawson could be dead, and so could you.
Oh, I suppose that's true.
And stop thinking about it. Nothing you can do now. Get up to Shropshire and bring me back a lead.
Sergeant Milton?
That's right.
Oh, Wilson, Detective Constable. I'm your detail. You'll want to go out to Mr. Mitchell's place at Tinnelthrop?
If you please. You know the Mitchells?
Well, not personally, though I've an uncle and aunt living near. They're big farmers, grow wheat and barley. Good people. Well, the old man, anyway. Very good farmer. Very respected man. Shall I come in with you?
No, you stay in the car. I'm not expecting any trouble, but if you do hear a shot, call up your station before you do anything.
Take a chair, Sergeant Milton.
Thank you, sir. I believe you have a grandson, Thomas Derrick Brockhouse. Is he staying with you?
No. Why do you ask?
I understand that you might be reluctant to tell me anything which you feel might harm him.
Who understands anything? I'm 74 years old, and I understand less now than I did 50 years ago. Have you any children, Sergeant?
No.
Are you a religious man?
Not particularly.
No one seems to be these days. It was all so different when I was young. You think about the past a lot when you get old. I miss my children, Tom and Selina. They were lovely children. Now they're both gone, dead and buried.
I knew about your daughter. I didn't know you had a son.
He was killed in the war at Salerno. He's buried there. That is why Selina called her son Tom. Thomas Derrick. Her husband tried to persuade her against it.
Do you know where her husband is now?
Somewhere in Cape Town, I believe.
Would you know if he corresponds with his son?
He does not. 3 months after my daughter's death in 1952, he married a girl 18 years younger than himself. A girl who'd caused my daughter some unhappiness.
And your grandson knew this?
Yes. I adopted the boy when he was 14.
Yeah. Was he a happy boy?
I believe so. He enjoyed the country. He was very fond of shooting. But he was too dreamy for a farmer. He was always a bright boy, a quick learner, and ingratiating. In that he was similar to his father, who was always very plausible.
Did you know he took drugs?
No.
You don't seem very surprised.
I've had a feeling for some time that things weren't right. He changed when he went to London. When he was last here, 5 weeks ago, he looked very tired and said he'd had a lot of studying to do for an examination. I didn't wholly believe him. After he'd gone, I went up to his room. It is something I'd never done before. I wanted to see if his shotgun was still there.
And was it?
Yes. But his father once brought a Luger pistol home from Italy as a souvenir from the war. That was gone.
Did you ever suspect that your grandson could have been involved in a serious crime? In the shooting of Constable Toms?
Not till yesterday. Then I found these newspaper cuttings. They refer to the incident you mentioned. There are other things, pictures.
I'll have to take these with me, sir. And the shotgun.
I understand that.
One other thing I'd like to ask you. You've obviously used shotguns a lot yourself. Have you ever heard of anyone removing the shot from a cartridge?
10 years ago, after a shooting party was made up to clear off pests from some of the adjoining land, one of the local lads who fancied himself as a marksman had his gun loaded with shotless cartridges. It was a joke.
Yes?
The lad fired his first barrel at close range, and of course his target flew off. He guessed what had happened. He was furious and threw the gun wide. The second barrel fired. He blinded his younger brother.
Your grandson knew?
He saw it happen.
Have you a photograph of your grandson?
That's him on the mantelpiece as a boy, before he went to London.
Yes. Have you any idea where he could be now?
You don't know?
We'll find him eventually. It'd be better for everyone if we could find him soon.
When you find him, what will you do?
Arrest him. If he comes quietly, he'll be all right. We wouldn't set about him for the sake of it.
I would, if it was one of mine. He wrote to me earlier this week. Here is the address. 17 Courtfield Terrace, London, W12.
You did well, Arthur. A lot better than I thought you would. I admit that.
Oh, luck, really, sir. The old man was brooding about it and ready to unload when I arrived.
So this is the gun, eh? On any other case, it would be enough. More than enough.
He might break.
I've spent the best part of 3 hours with him, up to about 10 minutes before you got here.
What, Blockhouse?
Yes, we brought him in at 9 this morning. Got straight onto it after you phoned the address through. He didn't have this Luger his grandfather says he took. He had nothing. No drugs, guns, knives, or dirty photographs. Just a lot of books. And there's nothing wrong with them either. A dictionary of philosophy, Da Vinci sketchbooks, motivation of commerce, psychology of the crowd. Intelligent bastard, isn't he?
I can't see these connecting up with any university course.
So what, Arthur? It's not a crime not to go to college, or to allow your grandfather to believe that you are. What's more, he's been reading the laws of evidence, and he knows all he has to do is to sit there and say nothing. And we've got to prove every damn thing we say he did.
Can I see him, sir?
Why not? Show him the gun. You never know your luck. But we can't keep him much longer. Not if he goes on like he has been. When you've had your chat, let him go. I'll have a man waiting for him.
Your name is Thomas Derrick Brockhouse, is that right?
Who are you?
Detective Sergeant Milton.
Yes, Detective Sergeant Milton. I am Thomas Derrick Brockhouse. I have now been here for 3 hours and 25 minutes, and I wish either to be allowed to contact my solicitor or to know the details of any charge that is being made against me.
Oh, been messing you about, have they, lad? Asking a lot of silly questions. You have to make allowances, lad. Not all of us are up to talking with a bright lad like you. No, I came to talk to you about this gun. Now, don't be frightened to look at it. No harm in owning a shotgun, especially in your own home county. It's nice up there, isn't it? Go on, pick it up. We know it's yours. Must be quite a few days since you've handled it. How long since you've done any shooting?
I have now been here 3 hours and 27 minutes, and I am still awaiting details of a charge or an opportunity to telephone my solicitor.
You know, your grandfather's a fine old man. It's a long time since I've met anyone with as much character. You can see it all in his face. It's all there.
I've now been here...
Now, your face. That's an interesting face. You're a bit of an actor, aren't you, lad? Put on the face you think people would like to see. But, of course, I'm a professional. Not bright or anything like that, but experienced.
I've now been here...
I see a lot of faces. Been looking at them for years. Angry faces, frightened faces, all sorts. I know the face of innocence, for example. It isn't yours. Innocence isn't unconcern. Not in a police station, it isn't. It's bewilderment, confusion. It's out of its depth. A bit pathetic, innocence is. You'd never stand for being pathetic, would you, lad?
I've been here for 3 hours and a half.
Nothing like a talking clock at all. Now, calculation is something else. You can always tell when someone's been calculating. Reading up the laws of evidence, for example, like a shark lawyer. An innocent man would never do that. Probably have no idea what the laws of evidence are. You get what I'm talking about, don't you, lad? A clever chap like you would get my point right away, and not being innocent, you wouldn't want to answer.
As I've been here for over 3.5 hours, and no one has told me of any charge, I assume I have not been arrested. I was asked to come here to assist inquiries. Having done so, I'm going home. Unless there is a charge.
No charge. How could we have any evidence for a charge?
Then why was I brought here?
We wanted to meet you, talk to you, see what you looked like. We get curious, too. We wanted to see what kind of a human being you are. And now, of course, we know.
Milton, come here.
Sir?
Bad news from the hospital.
Who, sir?
Tom's. Sudden relapse. He's not blind anymore. He's dead.
You hear that, Brockhouse? Tom's is dead. Dead.
Steady, Arthur.
I've now been here well over 3.5 hours, and still no charge has been made. I've been most patient, and now, if you have no objection, I am going home.
Hello, Arthur.
Oh, hello, Mr. Davis. Something wrong, sir?
Oh, no, nothing. Nothing at all. I've just come from the Director of Public Prosecutions. We haven't a case. A large scotch, please. Oh, and a pint, I suppose.
Thank you, sir. No case? Stands up to me.
Not to them, it doesn't. Don't forget, this crap hound hasn't got any form to start with. He's a baby-faced student with a spotless reputation who lost his mother at the age of 8. You'll have the jury ready to give him a pound out of the poor box for a start. Oh, thanks.
Thank you. But, sir, the evidence...
Evidence? What evidence? Tom's can't identify him now. Lloyd only saw his back and thought his hair was white. Carter and the girl would be picked to pieces in the box.
We've got the bullets from the cemetery.
Yes, but we've still got to prove he had the gun at the time. I'll bet he's got rid of it. We can't put the old man in the box. All that prosy bastard you saw.
Grimaldi, well, he made sense.
Yeah, not to a jury, he wouldn't. Pawson can't identify our man from the cemetery, and so on and so on.
So he just walks away.
Until the next time. There's always a next time.
I'm not so sure. Damn it, he murders Toms, he cripples Pawson, he does God knows what else, and he gets away with it. He's laughing at us.
Keep your voice down. I know how you feel, Arthur. I've seen it before. Good men being eaten away. Remember what you are. You're a policeman, not a judge or a jury or an executioner. If you can't take a man within the law, you've got to grit your teeth and wear it. Now, don't do anything silly, Arthur.
Still eating your heart out, Arthur?
Oh, hello, Henry.
2 pints.
Henry, what would you do if you left the force?
Keep a pub.
I wouldn't be any good at that.
No, you wouldn't. You've got the face of an undertaker. You'd remind the poor parsons of what they come into a boozer to forget.
Oh, thanks.
Now, stop, Alston. Oh, thanks. What's it all about?
They say we haven't got a case.
I know.
I'm going to have him, Henry. And if I can't do it as a copper, I'm going to jack it in.
You're off your bleeding nut. Why stop at Brockhouse? Why not get on your white horse about Griffin? He knocks people over there every other day.
Well, they're a load of rubbish anyway. Griffin does what we ought to do, but can't keep the weeds down. But Brockhouse, he's special. I want him.
You think you're the only one?
Who else?
Me.
And what are you going to do about it?
Where do Griffin's layabouts hang out at night?
I'm not having any truck with that scum.
Who said you were? Or me. Now get that walloping, and I'll tell you what's going to happen to Brockhouse. We're going to 75 Glenmore Drive.
Well, what happens there?
Get the beer in. Open up!
Hey, what the hell's going on? Mr. Newcomb.
Get up, Pinky, and put your knife away before I have you for possession of an offensive weapon. Arthur, I think you know Mr. Pinky Price, tout, twister, and general piece of rubbish.
I do.
You shouldn't have come here, Mr. Newcomb. Straight up you shouldn't. I never done you any harm. And I'm an old man.
Get stuffed and stop whining, or I'll take you out of here with my hand on your collar.
Take me? What the hell for?
What's the going price to Brockhouse?
What do you mean?
Cut it out, Pinky, or I really will take you in. Griffin wants him. He can't find him. How much is he paying?
Oh, half a ton for anyone who sees him. You know what that means. You might be lucky to see 10 or even 5. Yeah, but you want him for Tom's, don't you? Leastways your boss does.
Who says so?
I get it. You can't hang it on him. Hey, Mr. Newcomb.
Shut your face and get your coat on. Where's the nearest phone box?
Up round the corner. I'll get through to Griffin himself. Tell him I see Brockhouse while I was visiting a mate. How about that?
17 Courtfield Terrace. It's off Wood Lane.
You got a sixpence?
Yeah. And a fiver to go with it.
Oh, that ain't necessary. I don't want no money from you.
I always pay for what I want, and I don't owe any favours. Now go and find that phone box. We'll be watching.
Arthur?
Yes, Mr. Davis?
2 things. Had a look at the society pages in the press this morning?
No, sir.
Griffin's doing all right. Opened a big new club last night. Look, there he is. Film actresses all round him.
Oh.
Quite a success, apparently. Had to put extra men on to handle the traffic. Oh, and I've had a call from the Port of London police. They want someone to go down there. I think you might like to go yourself.
What's the trouble, sir?
They took a body from the water at Wapping Old Stairs early this morning. A young man, badly beaten up, and then flung in to drown. No papers or anything else to identify him. They'd seen to that. Curiously, though, they overlooked one thing. The inside of the leather belt, holding up his trousers. There was a name there, in indelible pencil. Brockhouse.
In With Intent, the novel by Lawrence Henderson, dramatized by Felix Felton and Susan Ashman. Detective Sergeant Milton was played by Felix Felton, Detective Superintendent Davis by Hector Ross, and Sergeant Newcomb by Alan Dudley. The rest of the cast was as follows: Constable Pawson, Sean Arnold; Constable Toms, Godfrey Kenton; Mr. Lloyd, James Thomason; Harry Carter, Wilfred Carter; Sally Carter, Sonia Fraser; Christine Wren, Patricia Gallimore; Liz Jenkins, Jan Edwards; Pinky Price, Malcolm Hayes; Griffin, Brian Haynes; Mr. Grimaldi, John Brining; Mr. Mitchell, Austin Trevor; Thomas Derrick Brockhouse, Brian Hewlett. The play was produced by Betty Davis.
Saturday Night Theatre. We present Marjorie Westbury, Geoffrey Winkett, and Brian Haynes in Late Call, the novel by Angus Wilson and a radio version by Eric Ewens. Late Call.
Putting up with an old man like me.
Always a jolly one.
Palmyra Court won't be the same place.
Well, are we all met, as Bottom says in Act 3 of The Dream? Oh, Captain Calvert isn't here. Where's the captain?
My husband won't be coming. He had to go to his club.
Well, let us proceed then. This is a sad occasion for us all.
Yes, indeed.
I know you will forgive me if I recall my own retirement. We old people become very egotistical. But on that occasion, I said to my girls, always make time your slave. Never let it be your master.
Yes.
Now that you're retiring, dear Mrs. Calvert, you won't have to be an early riser any longer. For the rest of your life, you'll be able to ask for a late call. So, just in case you feel that time has caught up with you, now that you're retiring, we've decided to give you this clock, which you can set for your late calls. And we shall picture you defying time, lying snugly in bed when the clock strikes 7, just turning over and going to sleep again, knowing that you haven't got to worry about all the troublesome residents of Palmyra Court, to whom you've been so very kind for so many years. And if, when the clock strikes, you do think of us, don't remember all our little grumbles and grouses. Just remember that you brought a lot of comfort to people, many of whom were old and most of whom were lonely.
You speak for yourself. I'm not lonely.
Oh, we know all about sailors, Commander. And now, if I may embark again, Mrs. Calvert, I ask you to accept this clock as a token of our esteem, and we all wish you a long and a happy retirement.
Thank you all very much indeed. I was never one for making speeches, and now it's too late to begin. It is 15 years since I came to Palmyra Court, and over 40 since I managed my first boarding house at Bognor. I've always tried to provide a home and make people comfortable, and it's nice to know that you think I have not entirely failed. I shall treasure this clock, and in its face I shall see all your faces. I knew my own dial had got a bit battered, but I didn't expect to have it repaired quite so soon. But thank you very much, all the same. Come in. Ah, Commander, what can I do for you?
excuse me, Mrs. Calvert. I thought the captain might be here.
He's still at his club, Commander. Can I help?
Well, it's not very, that is, you see, when will he be back?
Does he owe you some money?
Well, if it wasn't that I'm sure the captain's forgotten about it, and I know you're leaving early tomorrow.
I'll give you a cheque. How much is it?
£90, Mrs. Calvert.
£90? Oh, dear. I'm afraid I can't settle that amount now. I'll speak to Captain Calvert as soon as we've settled in at my son's.
Oh, I hope you don't
My
think...
dear Commander, if I'd known about it earlier,
But you
I could have...
didn't. But I thought...
This is the first I've heard of it.
Oh. Oh, well,
I'll see to it as soon as I can, Commander.
Thank you, Mrs. Calvert. I'm sorry. Oh, excuse me, Miss Reynolds.
Hello, Commander.
Hello, Pat. I missed you.
I didn't come to the great occasion, Mrs. Calvert. I couldn't face the Hutton on the soapbox. I've had my fill of headmistresses, matrons, wardens, the lot.
I only went to the village school.
Lucky you. Anyway, I was definitely anti-clock, so I brought you this. May you smell nice wherever you go.
Oh, thank you.
Smell it?
Ooh, oh, it's lovely. Oh, I've always used soap and water. Perfume's wasted on a fat old thing like me.
Oh, it's never too late to start. By the way, not to worry about the £20. Any old time will do.
Oh,
I
dear.
must say, I do think you could have asked me yourself instead of sending the captain round.
I didn't, Pat. You see, the captain...
It's too bad of him. I'll give him a piece of my mind when I see him. I like the old boy, but why couldn't he say he wanted it for himself?
It's his card debts and horses.
Well, not to worry, Mrs. C. Definitely not to worry. Just stop his pocket money from me, that's all. Well, goodbye, Mrs. C. The very best of luck.
Goodbye, Pat. And thank you.
Pardon?
Oh, for God's sake, Arthur, get into your bed.
I said pardon, didn't I?
You always say pardon and then think everybody will forgive what you've done. Oh, go on, get to bed. We've got a tiring journey in the morning.
Bloody nice one, I can see, if we're going to use that martyred tone all the way. I got out of your way on a filthy wet night, and this is all the thanks I get. God knows I try to do everything I can for you.
You don't have to do anything for me, Arthur, except not to deceive me and tell lies.
What do you mean, lies?
You told Pat Reynolds the money you borrowed was for me.
So that ruddy cow's come mooing to you, has she? I thought she was supposed to be a friend of yours. Nice way to show a feeling for an invalid.
Arthur, I will not have you telling people I'm an invalid. The doctor advised me to retire only because I've got to rest and take things easy, not get excited. High blood pressure does not make you an invalid, so don't you call me an invalid when we get to Harold's.
Who the hell's interested? You've got a damn sight too self-centered here at East Sea, Sylvia, let me tell you that. People at Castle New Town won't care whether Mrs. Arthur Calvert has high blood pressure or not. You better get that into your head. Are you listening?
Yes, Arthur, and I should think the whole hotel can hear you.
Damn the hotel. We saved ourselves the bones for them. Don't owe them anything.
Oh, you owe Pat £20 and the commander 90 and heaven knows what beside that I don't know of.
Commander's loans between two gentlemen of the forces. I don't know how the cat has the cheek to talk up. All right. So you know everything. What the hell's it got to do with you anyway? They're my debts and I'll settle them.
You...
Anyhow, I only borrowed the money so that you wouldn't be worried with a lot of small bills. All this moving costs more than you think.
Arthur, don't be childish. You've had nothing to do with the moving, as you know. You didn't even pack your own clothes.
Well, it's my health.
Yes, we had a couple of old crocs, but don't let's waste what breath's left in us and stay aroused. You know if you want money, you've only to come to me. I'll always do my best to make your pension go further. I read they're going to raise them.
You read? You believe all you read.
Oh, well, let's get to sleep. It's funny. Usually I have lots of little worries about the hotel. Leaking taps, burnt toast, room keys. And tonight there's nothing. Just one big worry about the future.
You're not to worry, Sylvie. If it doesn't work out at Harold's, we can always go elsewhere. We're not tied. If only we'd had Len to go to.
Now, Arthur, you know Len was far too restless ever to have a home of his own.
They take me lungs in World War I and my favourite son in World War II.
I'd have liked to go to Iris.
And then they kill my little girl on their blasted road.
She'd have been 27 last August. No, Arthur, there's only Harold left. And he's just lost his wife.
I don't like to say it, but if Beth was still alive, I'd go to the workhouse first.
Well, I don't think they have them nowadays,
I
dear.
bet they have, dolled up under another name. No, I never liked that Beth.
That's unfair, Arthur. She meant well.
So does Harold, pompous ass.
Now, you have always enjoyed your visits to Carshall. There's 3 lovely children. Judy's still at school, but Mark and Ray are working.
A visit's a visit, but this is permanent. And then he lived in Enright Avenue, in a street. Now he's in an attached house with a bloody great garden.
Yes, Harold's done very well. He couldn't do it on his salary as headmaster. It's the money he makes from those textbooks. I'm dying to see the house.
I'll have to find a new local.
The buses are handy.
Well, it's all this upset.
I find it very exciting. One more breakfast here, and then our next one will be in a new house, in a new town, in a new life.
What's that? What the hell?
It's only the breakfast, Arthur. You remember Harold fitted it all up last night.
Lord, I thought I was back in the trenches.
And there's boiled eggs and toast and coffee. I'll switch these things off.
Wish you would.
Yes?
Get back to bed, Gran. I'll do it. Where has he put the trays?
And how's my pretty little granddaughter this morning?
Breakfast in bed. I've never had it before, you know, unless I was ill.
It's Sunday, Gran. And anyhow, Dad thought you'd be tired after your journey. He set the eggs at 4 minutes. I hope that's right.
Just right, Judy. But I ought to have been downstairs getting breakfast for all of you. After all, you're working the rest of the week. Your father tells me you're studying hard for your exams.
Oh, so he's noticed, has he? He didn't mention it to me. Now, you just stay in bed.
Watch out, Judy. You don't want to spoil your grandmother, you know. I never have.
No.
There you are. I'm sorry about this awful jelly marmalade. It was Mark's turn to do the shopping, and he's got terrible taste. Now, there's no hurry about getting up. Dad'll be up to see you as soon as he's finished. Bon appetit.
French, if you please. Well, I like my little granddaughter. But what is all this nonsense? I never seen such fiddle-faddle. Why's my egg wearing a pixie hood?
To keep it warm.
Well, I can't get it off.
Oh, don't be so silly, Arthur. Oh, it's all very nice.
Very nice. It's like being in a baby chair again, all strapped in. And the egg spoon only holds enough for a baby anyway. Oh, I can't eat this dribbling muck. That machine doesn't know what 4 minutes is.
Eat your toast, then.
It's too fat and it doesn't taste like bread. Oh, how do I get out? Wriggle under?
You just unclip the bed table. Shh. I think Harold's coming.
Come in.
Come in.
Good morning, good morning. How are we all today? Sleep well?
Very nice breakfast, Harold.
Very nice.
First Sunday in the month. Judy's on duty today. It's a nice room, isn't it? I only hope Beth's choice of mustard with white isn't going to prove too much for you, Mother. It wasn't really intended to be lived with for life.
Rather hot stuff, isn't it?
My dear Dad, if there's anything you don't like, it goes out. It's your room. But we'll have to keep the wallpaper for the time being.
Oh.
Though, as far as I can remember, you were never very choosy about how Mother's rooms were furnished.
Oh, Dad'll be all right with the yellow.
My sight won't last much longer anyway.
Oh, what a misery you are.
I've left the minimum of furniture in here so that you can have plenty of space for your own stuff when it arrives.
It's very nice, dear. I don't know how we shall live up to it. Do you, Dad?
Oh, we'll live up to it, all right. Your mother's as pleased as punch, really, Harold, and so am I.
Good. That's that, then. Well, come down when you're ready, and if you've rested enough since you arrived, we'll tour the estate. Take your time. No need to hurry. Well, she blows.
The sycamores melling Carshall. Ashlar blocks, you see, give it strength. And the white weatherboarding preserves the local character. I'm all for picture house windows, aren't you, Mother?
It's very unique, isn't it, Harold?
It's a ranch-type house.
Yes, Louis. You'll be expected to round up a couple of steers before breakfast. Your mother's a bit heavy for a day, Harold.
Yes, ranches for the Carshall tycoons. They were built to try and persuade our industrial executives to stay in the community. But, of course, most of them prefer to buy up the local rectories and manor houses. That's the great problem here at the moment. The Good Child's Meadow affair.
Oh?
But you'll hear enough about it from me later. Suffice it to say that the government has set up an inquiry commission and I'm keeping an eye on them.
That's the stuff to give the troops.
However, there's enough of us to fill the present number of houses. We're as tycoonish as the new town intends to accommodate. Among them, your ever-loving son, the textbook tycoon.
I think it's a lovely house.
Now, over here on this side of the house, we're on the very outer edge of the whole new town, Mother.
Are you?
There's a circular road in the dip there that joins up with the trunk road, but you can't see it. All you can see is the country. And on the other side of those hills is the Midlands.
The Midlands? I've always lived at the seaside. Even as a little girl on the farm, I was only 20 miles from the sea. You've got a lovely home, Harold.
We have, all of us.
Thank you.
One of Beth's last hopes was that you would move in here sometime. And, of course, she didn't know then she was dying or that you were building up blood pressure. By the way, if the weathermen are right, we're in for a deep freeze from tomorrow, which may well keep you indoors for a while, Mother.
Well, it's only 4 weeks to Christmas, you know.
But I'm not an invalid, dear.
No, but we're going to treat you like one for a bit.
Oh, dear. Have I got as old as that? That's just the phrase I always used to my oldest residents.
Well, folks, there it is, the Calvert Estate. As to the garden, as you see, we don't have any.
No.
Just the little apple orchard and the rest is lawn. And that's electrically cut. Oh, by the way, Dad, it's lucky for you that you've come at this time of year. Otherwise, you'd have to add the electric mower to the many infernal machines we're going to instruct Mum in later on.
There's one damn machine I'll never use, and that's certain.
It's never too late to learn, Arthur.
I can guess, Dad. No, we won't confiscate your old cutthroat.
No, you won't.
Now, let's go in and see if those lazy blighters are out of bed yet. Unless one of them is on breakfast duty, they can lie in a bit on Sundays, but it's after 10. Beth and I were very un-English about gardens. We were far too busy to bother with one. Far too extrovert, I suppose you might say.
Introversion!
Extroversion! Ah, so you're up at last.
We're down.
And when we're only halfway up, we're neither up nor down.
Good lads. They know their drill.
And our onions, Grandad.
Perhaps you know something useful as well. We're very well placed for the buses when you want to go to the town centre. Tell your grandmother the bus times, Mark.
Buses for what and where?
Oh, don't worry about me. I can find out the times for myself. I've still got a tongue. And now, if you'll just show me what needs doing, I'll get on with it.
There's nothing for you to do, Mother. Judy's cooked today. And in any case, you haven't been introduced to our electronic monsters yet.
But, Harold, there must be something I can do.
Will you all be ready to eat at 1:30?
Ah, Judy, I was just telling your grandmother that you were cooked today. Do you always cook in a hacking coat and riding breeches?
Caroline Ogilvy is going to let me take Punch out for a ride after lunch.
Caroline Ogilvy, whoever she may be, no doubt lunches. We low, common people have dinner, don't we, Mother?
No, dear. My life has been spent in hotels and we always lunched.
Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men.
I couldn't put Humpty together again.
Perhaps Punch is one of the king's horses, Judy.
Well, I want to find out what happened to the nags I backed yesterday. Did you take the Sunday papers, Harold?
Beth liked a cross-section. You'll find the best sporting one in your room, Dad.
Oh, I'll toddle upstairs then.
Don't forget, Grandad. Lunch at 1:30.
I never miss a date with my pretty little granddaughter.
You can tell your grandmother the bus times, Judy. All I know is that they leave from Tidsbury Crescent
Avenue.
As I was responsible for the completion of the gazetteer of Carshall Streets, I suppose I may be expected to know the difference between Tidsbury Avenue and Tidsbury Crescent?
Yes, you may. But one glance in your gazetteer shows that you don't.
Who dares attack the faithful gazetteer? Mark Calvert, my lad, you'll come to no good. The book we studied at our dear old mother's knee.
Ray's made a gaff.
Your mother was the last person who would want a special hush round her name when she's dead. Do try to be natural.
Being natural, then, I now point out that you'd send poor Gran halfway round Carshall if she followed your advice. You should stick to textbooks. Have you read them, Gran?
No, dear.
Can we place your order for genuine filthy books, madam? Sex in the Schoolroom. That's one of our most successful titles.
I really don't know.
Or Try the Head in His Harem. Calvert's Corruptors. Guaranteed a dirty word on every page.
I suppose you think you're being very clever about Daddy's books. Well, at least school teaching is an educated profession.
Thank you, Judy, for that testimony of status. But I think I'll belong to the modern world of electronic engineers and fabric designers rather than pretend to gentility with family solicitors and private school headmaster.
Oh, don't think I was suggesting that being a secondary schoolmaster is any great shakes. And talk about pretension. What about describing Ray as a fabrics designer? He's in the rag trade.
Up to the neck.
Electronic engineers, indeed. Mark's only an apprentice.
Silly little schoolgirl.
Now, boys, you leave my Judykins alone. We women must stick together, mustn't we, Judy?
I must get the lunch.
Yes, we mustn't keep Punch waiting.
He's champing at the bit.
I bet you couldn't ride a horse. Louts.
The Girls' County High suffers from a peculiarly virulent form of conjunctivitis. Status snobbery meets there with social snobbery. I'm afraid it sometimes affects Judy's vision. Now, let's find out about the bus times.
Oh, not again. Gran says she'll ask.
I suppose you're going to produce computers that will make foolproof maps and timetables.
How did you guess? We're working on them at the moment. And to replace headmasters, eliminating the purely hackwork type of manpower, in fact.
Well, if you want to be in at the death, you'd better brush your ways up a bit and get through your exams. Otherwise, you may find Electrometrico have eliminated you before your apprenticeship's finished.
Don't worry, we'll probably all be eliminated long before then.
Oh, no, not again. Not the same old cry. And you call yourselves the cool generation. Can't you even discuss the times of buses without whining about the bomb?
Come on, Mark. Let's leave him and go for our Sundays.
I suppose it's best.
And don't forget, we eat at 1:30.
Oh, my timetables. Meat it is, I set it down.
Yeah, but you never know with Judy. It could be fish.
Oh.
Well, Mother, what are you thinking?
Oh, Harold, you're all so clever, I'm quite confused.
Nonsense.
Arthur and I were never clever. We were never anything, really.
Oh, you know that's not true.
I can't even tell whether you're quarrelling or not. When I think you are, you all start laughing.
Well, sometimes I'm not really sure myself.
And I feel so helpless. This is the first morning of my life when I've had absolutely nothing to do. Not a single thing.
Don't blame us. The doctor said you were to take things easy.
Oh, I don't want to dig the garden or carry our furniture upstairs when it arrives, but I must do something, Harold.
You just take it easy for a few days, Mother. The old man seems on top of the world.
Oh, he's impossible. It's quite impossible.
There's just one thing. I've got a responsible position here. I'm one of the leading citizens. I can't have him trading on it.
Oh, he won't, Harold. He's settled down a lot since the bad years. Really, he has.
I'm glad to hear it. I can't have any bother now that this Good Child's Meadow business is coming to a head.
No, Harold.
And now that you've had a look at them, what do you think of the offspring?
Judy's grown into a very pretty girl.
Pretty?
She's very like Beth, Harold. Very like. In character, I mean.
There'll never be another Beth.
No, Harold.
You may have noticed, Mother, that in the opinion of the younger generation, I'm a monster of obstinacy and insensitivity. Well, they may be right. It's been the greatest happiness to me that they should have turned out such rebels. I think you'd find the whole thing would come to you much more easily, Mother, if you really tried to grasp the basic principles on which electric cooking and heating rest. Now, this is a super kitchen.
I'm awfully stupid, Harold, you know, but I've still got a very good memory. I think if you were just to show me the various switches with that chart you gave me, I could pick it all up for myself. I've got a very good sense of timing.
My dear Mother, with an auto timer, there's no need to have a sense of timing.
No, dear.
Now, take this meal we're cooking this evening. Of course, it's not a normal meal. I specially designed it to illustrate all the equipment. Now, the goulash in your top oven. And just for this evening, an example of conspicuous waste, an apple strudel in your lower oven.
Yes.
Of course, that's really reserved for the big fellows, turkeys and such, and for any fiestas. We'll bake there for this little party we're giving for you before Christmas.
Party? Oh, Harold, you never told me.
Just a few young folks to meet the old folks. Well, you'd call them young. The Bartleys and the Cranstons. Oh, and Sally Bulmer, she's the local welfare officer. We're on all the same committees.
It's very sweet of you, Harold, dear. I don't know what to say. I'm afraid your friends will be most disappointed. Your father and I are not much good at parties.
Nonsense. Though you will see the old man smartens himself up a bit, won't you, Mother?
Oh, he's much better at parties than I am.
Now, concentrate on the drop-in hob.
Drop-in hob, here, yes.
Now, soup for Dad on the thermostat. And on the 2 hob points, 2 veg for my conservative-minded parents.
Thank you, dear.
And now, a special treat for Dad, whose true blue palate can't take goulash. A half chicken for the grill.
Oh, Harold, that's too much.
Well, frankly, I shouldn't have pandered to him like this if it hadn't been a very useful way of demonstrating the rote roaster.
Oh, yes.
Now, let's concentrate on the job in hand. What do you do with the auto timer?
But I don't need the auto timer at all, do I?
Why not?
Because we're not going out.
Oh, Mother, you're wrong.
But you explained about the clock yesterday. It starts the meal and turns it off when you're out. I remember.
And I explained another little thing to you. The pinger timer that warns you when the meal is ready when you're in.
Oh, of course, I'd forgotten the little bell, the ringer timer.
Well, no, Mother, I did explain that too. Neither Beth nor I particularly cared for a loud bell in the house, so we had the telephone and the auto timer fitted with muted pingers instead of ringers. It's a 5-hour pinger.
The damn race can call off at winter.
Arthur, I do wish you wouldn't creep around in your slippers.
What have you got your shoes on for? How's your mother getting on with all this electric lark, Harold?
It'll take time.
Harold's showing me how to use the 5-hour pinger timer.
Pinger-ponga. Did you say 5 hours? I don't know, wait 5 ruddy hours from a grub, thank you.
Oh, Arthur, don't be so silly. Of course, dinner won't take that long to cook. The clock hasn't anything to do with 5 hours. It's just its name, isn't it, Harold?
No, Mother. Dad, you're going to have half a grilled chicken to yourself.
Oh, good. Don't forget the Worcester sauce. What I'm looking for now is a bottle of beer. It's no substitute for my evening pint, but if I toddle down to the local on these icy roads, I'm liable to go ask them a tip.
Yeah, help yourself, Dad. It's in the fridge over there.
Oh, I thought that led to another room. Oh, I wouldn't like to be locked inside this lot. Why the hell don't you put all this stuff outside in the frost if your aim is to freeze the taste out of it?
Oughtn't we to warm the plates, Harold?
Yes. Now, see if you can manage by yourself.
Now, let me see. Look, Dad, all this space for plates.
Very nice. Where do you keep the beer mugs, Harold?
On the shelf over there. Now, Mother, what do you do next?
I thought I was finished, Harold.
You've forgotten your warm drawer switch.
Shame on you, Mother. Whatever else you do in this weather, you must keep your drawers warm. Got a running great head in it, this stuff. Well, chin-chin, I'm off.
The old man's a bit crude at times. Well, we've got an hour to kill before we grill the chicken. Shall we do a general run through the whole works?
Oh, yes, Harold.
Everything from the deep freeze down to the mixer was Beth's own choice. This whole kitchen is a beautiful memorial to Beth. Mind you, she was no slave to labor-saving devices. She always had taste. No mayonnaise is ever made in a mixer in this house. She had an infinite capacity for patience. She never seemed tired. After a whole day on the bench, dealing with cases that rent her heart and wore out her patience, she still gave the rice 6 separate rinsings. There was never any starch left in Beth's rice.
Anyone in? Oh, hello, Dad. Didn't think it was your turn. Hello, Gran.
Hello, Mark, dear.
I shan't be in to supper, Dad.
Why not?
Evening school.
I thought we were agreed that we'd fix supper time to suit evening classes.
Yes, well, it doesn't.
You're trying to fit in some meeting to save the world from devastation before you go to the tech. That's it, isn't it? My dear boy, can't you tell me? We can agree to disagree, surely.
Anyway, what are you doing in here? It's not your domain.
Your dad's been giving me another lesson.
Oh, take no notice of him, Gran. Just push the knob you like and hope for the best. Don't let him treat you to his little hobbies we never do, none of us. The great student of social trends. And to hell with the principles of electricity.
Don't use that language before your grandmother, please, old man.
Then I'll use it elsewhere. Ta-ta! Don't you trust him, lady. You does what you wants, how you wants. Oh, hello, Ray. All dressed up and somewhere to go.
Works dance. Cheerio. Ban the bomb.
Oh, he's been at it again. So long.
You've been holding forth again, Dad. I know the look. Word drunk, that's him, Gran. What was the lesson for the day?
Your father's been showing me how to use all these wonderful gadgets. Only I'm so slow to learn.
Oh, never you worry, Gran. I know all the magic words to charm the monsters. I'll bring me wand along and teach you all the spells. Anyway, these monsters will be out of date in a year. So much for you, Dad. You're dismissed.
Oh, Ray, please.
Word drunk, that's him. Oh, Father, dear Father, come home from the soapbox. The principles of electricity. Gran's beginning a new course from tomorrow night, and it'll all be done by flare.
That's all very well for you ex-art school blokes. You can use mumbo-jumbo, the artist's intuition. But your grandmother's never studied art.
She doesn't need to. She's a picture all to herself, aren't you, love?
Oh, thank you, dear.
Well, that's settled. 6:30 in the kitchen, and the password's spaghetti bolognese. Now, how do I look?
You look really smart. What is it tonight?
Works dance. Dancing with our director's wife.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, come along, love, and be Twister Tool's dancing grandmother.
Lucky her.
Who? Oh, you mean our dear director's wife? Yes, well, I mustn't keep her waiting. Yeah, where's her ladyship? She promised me a buttonhole.
Well, Judy's hobnobbing with her county friend.
Well, if that's the stink she likes, let her breathe it. I'm off. Don't wait up.
Enjoy yourself.
Bye.
Bye.
He's a good lad, isn't he, Mother?
He must be a great favourite with the girls.
Oh, that charm would have spoilt anyone else years ago. There isn't an activity here he doesn't take part in. Sports, dancing, acting, the lot. Of course, he has a natural ease. I watch him walk into a room sometimes, and then I think what an effort it always cost his mother or me to go out to parties.
He must inherit his charm from Arthur. He's always at his best at parties.
Well, Mother, your party will be very informal. I won't introduce you all at once. Just circulate.
It's no good, Sylvie. I can't live here. I have to tell Harold. We'll leave as soon as Ruddy Christmas is over.
Well, we've only been here a week, dear, and the weather's been so bad.
A week too much as far as I'm concerned.
Now, Arthur, I feel a bit lost, too, with nothing to do, but it'll be different as soon as our furniture's arrived. We can make our room like home then, all our own things. You'll have your own old comfortable chair instead of these yellow and black tubular things.
They don't even cover your bottoms.
It's because I'm fat that Dr. Pearson made me retire. Oh, it will be nice when we've got all our own things. And then you won't want to stay in bed all day or wear your pajamas under your shirt. Oh, there, I'm nagging you again.
I never seen such a godforsaken hole as this in my life. Not even in the trenches.
We're very lucky old people, really. You know we've got to live within your pension.
I wish to God you'd have me quietly put to sleep. It'd be far better for all of you to have me out of the way. Is there any beer? This blasted central heating dries up my mouth.
They say it gets rid of all the drafts, dear.
You can all have screens, can't you? Give me the old-fashioned coal fire every time.
Oh, I like them better, too, but they do mean more work. And I must say, it's warmer here in the passages.
Who the hell wants to sit in the passages?
I'll put the temperature down for you. Ray showed me how to.
Oh, good.
He's taken over my training from Harold now, you know. He's a handsome boy. You can tell what a flirt he must be with the girls.
I say, he looks like a girl himself with his long eyelashes and big blue eyes.
It was at 70. I've turned it down to 60.
70? What does Harold think we are? Bloody monkeys in the jungle?
Dear, I think he's coming up the stairs.
Well, I hope he breaks his neck.
Oh, Arthur, really, you must be careful.
Oh, I'm wearing my best smile.
Are the old folks at home?
Hello, Harold.
I thought you'd like to see the proofs of the Christmas card. Remember last year's?
Oh, yes. There was a picture of a gigantic pudding, and you'd written underneath it, "Our monster pudding, but we shan't give Beth any." I had to have it explained to me.
That was the year before last, Mother. This year's is a drawing of me wearing wings and singing in the bath, "Hark the herald angel sings." There's a copy, Mother, and one for you, Dad.
Oh, thank you.
I tried to say how happy I am to have you here. It's a poor place, but mine own. Or rather, not exactly that, because, as you know, the new towns preclude freeholds.
Yes, dear. It is a lovely home.
I must say it's more like Englishman's castle and less like the snake house at the zoo. Now that your mother's been shown how to control the central heating.
Mother, who showed you how to alter the thermostat?
Ray did, dear.
He had no
But,
right to. These gauges are very delicate mechanisms, and in any case, they should only be altered in October and March.
Your mother and I suppose will be dried up to ruddy dust.
Of course, if you find the house so uncomfortably hot, the temperature must be lowered. But I would like you to ask me first before. After all, I am the head of the house.
I suppose you run the weather outside as well.
When your furniture arrives and you've got your own room fitted up, perhaps you'll be good enough to set the temperature as you want it there. And we can adjust the rest of the house so that we don't all catch our death of cold. I'm sorry. I'm being absurdly pompous.
Yeah.
It's a matter of generations. You live in the glorious age of drafts. We don't.
I can tell you, Harold, as soon as our furniture arrives, you won't see me again in your posh lounge. Not a single comfortable chair to sit on.
We're in the house all day, you see, Harold. You wouldn't want us to be uncomfortable.
I've got some work to do in my study. It's lucky I've kept an electric fire. I nearly threw it out. I didn't think it would ever be needed again.
We must be more careful, Arthur. After all, he is our son.
Hope he roasts himself to death.
Arthur.
Don't look so down in the dumps, for heaven's sake, Sylvie. Because young Master Harold's turned out to be the little twister he always was, we don't have to worry. I told him off all right.
Yes, Arthur, but you must promise me you'll behave yourself tomorrow at the party.
Don't you worry, you little head ducks. I always behave at parties. There's nothing to worry about. As a matter of fact, I've been a bit under the weather for some years. Dicky lungs. The Huns had a spot of poison gas they wanted to get rid of in 17, and yours truly took a basinful of it. Look, here's a certificate of disability I shall have to carry around with me.
Now, Father, you don't have to.
It's very necessary, especially in a new place.
My husband oughtn't to spend the winters in England, but there, you're a hero one minute and forgotten the next in this world.
Oh, I'm sure that's not so.
Then you can't know much. Well, we can't ask the public to have too long a memory. There's been a whole generation of new heroes since then. Mrs. Cabot and I had the tragedy of losing our youngest in the last war.
I always thought Harold was an only child. Oh, no. And we had a daughter killed, too, on the roads.
I must look after the drinks, Mother.
You must be a great student of human nature, Mrs. Calvert. Must I? I don't see why.
All those hotels, all those residents at close quarters.
Oh, I see. It was a job.
Oh, come now. The things you must have seen.
Not really. There was very little time to look around.
I should say so. She's done the major part of the work all the time. I'm very good at getting in the way. And she's got the business head. She saw the red light in time. Holiday camps instead of hotels. Awful things if you ask me, but nobody is asking me. Anyhow, Mrs. Calvert got out of the business just at the right time, and at a very nice price.
Oh, Arthur, you do exaggerate.
Oh, do I? Then I'll exaggerate in another corner of the room.
I wasn't the proprietress, really. Here's a caution.
Now, you're Harold's mother. I'd have known it at once.
We are supposed to be rather alike.
I'm Sally Boom.
Oh, yes. You're the welfare officer. Harold's often spoken of you.
Oh, I can't really believe that. Once or twice, but not often.
Oh, yes, he has.
Well, I'll try to believe you, because it'll raise my morale. You see, Harold does so much work, he puts us all to shame. I've been so anxious to have this talk with you.
You have?
You see, you're his mother, and he's overworking.
Is he?
Well, someone's going to tell you that sooner or later, so why not me? Of course, well, the children do their best, but the young have to be selfish. It's the law of life. At present, they're still a bit numb, but it'll wear off, and then look out for squalls. In fact, since she died, well, not that Beth didn't have her faults, but still she was what he looked for when he came home in the evenings. And now he'll have you. Oh, I think that's so good.
Thank you. It's nice of you to say so.
Oh, we all do. Oh, most of us, that is. I won't disguise from you that there is the anti-Harold group, but they're simply the jealous ones. A live wire always makes enemies. And then, I know I'm keeping you, but I believe you'll feel it's been worthwhile.
Oh, it's very good of you to tell me.
I know you can't do anything about all this, but just knowing it may help you to help him, because I assure you he'd never, never tell you it himself. Wild horses wouldn't make him do it. And Cashel, as you may believe, is without wild horses.
But what can Harold do?
But teach. He's a wonderful teacher. And he wastes his time on these outside things, campaigns, committees, surveys, amateur dramatics. He's doing far too much. He very nearly had a bad breakdown just after she died.
A breakdown?
We don't want our Harold running the school in one of his states, and his states are bad. And now, on top of everything else, all this fuss over Goodchild's Meadow. It's a righteous cause, but why our Harold?
Who speaks of good Charles Meadow? Oh, Sally Bulmer. Righteous cause indeed. Oh, introduce me to the guest of honor, Sally.
Oh, sorry.
Jeff!
Yeah?
Come over here. I found Harold's mum.
Mrs. Calvert, these are the Bartleys. Muriel and Jeff.
No more, no less.
The Bartles, eh? So there's been talk already.
Harold's mentioned you several times.
Aha, what's he been saying about us? There might be money in it. I've got a good lawyer.
Well, you can ask him yourself. Here he comes with his father.
Harold, what the hell's the filthy stuff in this jug?
Pineapple punch, Dad. Have you met everybody?
Yes, too true I have. Everybody. But Mum hasn't met this pair.
No.
This is Jack and Rennie Cranston, my missus.
How do you do? How do you do?
Ah, the Major's been telling us all about you.
Oh, I wouldn't believe the half of it if I were you.
I don't think the Major really expects us to, but he tells a good story.
How about getting something proper for Mrs. Cranston to drink, Sylvie? I'm sure Harold's got a bottle of scotch tucked away somewhere in his study.
Oh, no, really, thanks. I'm ever so happy with this.
That's what you say now. I bet you'll have a terrible head in the morning. Pineapple for an old man.
Oh, man, I should think. What you feed him on, Mrs. Calvert? Raw meat?
I'll get the scotch for those who want it.
That's more like it. These two, Sylvie, are planning to rob an old man of his last penny at bridge.
Oh, we'd have to get up early to rob your husband, Mrs. Calvert.
I'd stay up the night before if I were you.
Sit down here, Arthur. That's right, yeah. Oh, you can have a scotch in a minute.
You don't have to worry about him, Mrs. Calvert. We're taking him in charge. You found plenty of friends here. We both love him already. He's just of an age to get along with my dad, who lives with us. Dad'll come for him in the mornings, and they can go down on the bus together to the British Legion, or have a look in at the Crown. Dad likes a bet and a game of cards, too. They'll make company for each other.
Yes.
Shall he call tomorrow?
Not tomorrow, I'm afraid. I know that cough well. I've lived with it for years. My husband's in for one of his bronchial attacks.
Oh.
I could be nursing him for weeks.
Oh, dear. Is there anything I can do?
Nothing, Mrs. Cranston. I know how to cope. I'm very, very used to it.
Well, now, Mother, how do you feel?
Oh, I'm all right, Harold.
That's not good enough, Mother. This is not just a routine inquiry. I really want to know. The old man's as fit as a fiddle, thanks to your nursing. In fact, he's quite a social success in Cashel. Keeps them all in fits of laughter. But you...
Well, my blood pressure's gone down.
I mean, how are you spiritually?
Spiritually? Well, I was never very...
Well, mentally, then. I want to know because, well, it's a sort of anniversary today.
Is it?
Sort of. It's no time till Easter, and you've been here just 3 months.
Really? I'd never have guessed.
Ah. Does it seem shorter or longer?
It's hard to say.
It's very important. All this problem of retirement and families has been grossly worked up by the professional sociologists. While they've been arguing, some of the more practical of us have been solving it for them, haven't we, Mother?
Yes, Harold.
Good. So it's time for a review of the situation. You seem to have gone downhill a little since Dad got up and about again.
I do like to have something to do, Harold.
The doctor?
Oh, no, Harold. The doctor was most anxious that I shouldn't be idle. I've worked since I was a little girl on the farm. No worry. That's the thing to avoid. That and back-breaking work. The work here wouldn't break the back of a mouse.
Mother, when your furniture arrived and you were settled in, I replaced Beth's name with yours in the family roster of housework. What could be fairer than that?
But I don't do a full day's work, Harold. Beth had all sorts of other things to do. Why not let me do all the housework, except for the heavy stuff?
It's the children I'm thinking of. They must pull their weight. Besides, everyone's a right to retirement sometime, even in Utopia.
If only I could do something other than housework.
Wait a moment. Can you type?
Well, I wouldn't call it typing, but I used to do the menus and that if the receptionist was away. 2 fingers.
Excellent. You could help Muriel Bartley afternoons, sending out campaign literature about Good Charles Meadow.
I'm not at all clever.
I can't take too prominent a part in this little public agitation, as Muriel knows. With my position as headmaster, council might start objecting. But I still feel I set the thing in motion. It would be nice to know that one of the family's helping.
Of course, I don't understand about it, but I'll do my best, dear.
That's settled then.
But Mrs. Bartley, shouldn't you ask?
Muriel will do what I say. When can you start?
Tomorrow, if you like. After I've done the morning shopping.
Good. I'll tell Muriel.
No more, thank you, Ray. I've had plenty, really.
Oh, now, love, the family dials round the table are enough to make you want to bring it all up again, I know. But you must be a good girl and eat.
Do, Gran. I know my macaroni pongs a bit.
Mrs. Trenchard-Bourne says she has long spells when food simply revolts her.
I was never a big eater.
You wouldn't think it'll look at her, would you?
Don't you let them rush you, Mother. You had a long day. Just take your time.
Oh, yes. I've got plenty of time, and I...
Muriel was very pleased with your help. She phoned me and said so.
Did she?
Oh, and I had a phone call from your headmistress, Judy.
What was that old hen pecking about for?
Well, she apparently feels that your chances of a distinguished career are put in grievous peril by your proposed appearance in my production of Look Back in Anger.
Oh, Daddy, how absolutely mad she really is.
Miss Castle had a quite remarkable university record.
Oh, I know. She's brilliant at biology and botany and all the rest of it. But as a head mistress...
Miss Castle believes that rehearsals for the play are not advisable in your A-level year. That must be enough for me. Luckily, we've only had the read-through and one rehearsal.
But, Daddy, you said you wanted me in it.
I did. But this sort of thing can't possibly interfere with your A-levels.
But I don't want to go to a university anyway.
Your mother...
Mummy didn't go to one. She was doing some sort of social science certificate when she met you. She told me. And she didn't want me to go to a university.
You will kindly never say that again, Judy. Your mother would abide by my decision.
Don't worry, Judykins. You'll be the belle of the ball wherever you go.
I'm sorry, Judy, if you're disappointed. Of course, I should have liked you in the play. But such disappointments are a part of life, you know.
Well, if we're to get 3 rubbers into the night, I must be toddling. Excuse me, Harold, old lad. Bye, all.
Goodbye, dear.
Oh, cheerio, Grandad.
Bye, Grandad. What's the play about, Harold, dear?
Well, to be honest, it's strictly not for the mums. No, it concerns one Jimmy Porter. The most likable, unlikable youngster who ever wanted to set the world to rights if he knew how. The part's a natural one for our Mark here.
Who isn't, by the way, going to be able to play it after all?
Cool, that's torn it.
Did I really hear what I thought I heard?
You heard.
Oh, I shall be sorry not to see you on the stage, Mark, dear.
Well, you won't, I'm afraid, Gran. You might have old Ray here instead.
Oh, no, she won't. I've never looked back, and what's more, I'm never angry.
May I inquire your reasons for evading your commitment?
You ought to do it, really, Ray. You'd have fun.
I want an answer, Mark. I'm not unreasonable, you know. If it's the evening classes, well, of course, I must accept it, as in the case of Judy.
Mark isn't in it, and it's the end of the world, but anybody can play my part, I suppose.
What's biting her?
She's tired. She wants to be by herself.
If you work that girl up much more, Dad, she'll die of starvation. She takes most of her meals at the Run now.
I'm waiting to know your serious reasons for letting me down, Mark. I thought we'd fixed the evening classes when we scheduled the rehearsals.
We had. It's nothing to do with evening classes. The local CND committee's chosen me to go to a unity discussion with 100 people. The dates clash. That's all.
That's all. I must say.
Such disappointments are a part of life. That's what you said, wasn't it?
Now, see here. I won't...
Look! You very nearly had it, you know. We stood it when we were kids. We stood it when Mum was ill. We stood it after she died. But if there's not much more coming from you, I can tell you just now where you can stuff it. I'll go and stay with friends. Come on, Ray, let's get some fresh air.
That'll be quite enough of that. Thank you, Wardress Webb. You see, No, I don't want to hear any excuses. The rules about makeup for prisoners are perfectly clear. But Wiggins swore blue that she'd been out of the storeroom when this month's makeup packs were distributed. My dear Wardress Webb, if you're going to believe everything that women like Wiggins tell you, they don't happen to be very honest, you know. That's why they're here. Yes, I realise that.
TV!
But I'm not acting as I used to.
TV!
Oh, everybody's out, I'm afraid, Miss Bulmer.
Except you. Now, what am I interrupting?
Oh, it's Wardress Webb.
Oh, the new serial. Isn't it the most magnificent rubbish?
I'm afraid I rather enjoy it.
Then you shouldn't. Oh, there's no harm in it in mild doses, but night after night. Good Lord, woman, you've got more to do than that.
It's very kind of you, Miss Bulmer, I know, but I'm not at all a clever person, and what appeals to me wouldn't appeal to you.
Well, you can't be a half-wit. You've run a good number of hotels for a good number of years, and that isn't idiot's work. Harold's very worried about you.
About me? I should have thought he'd be more worried about Mark running off like that.
Not at all. I've told him it'll make a man of him. The Foresters where he's staying are very nice people. He'll be back. No, he's worried about you letting Mrs. Bartley down.
But I didn't let her down. I finished the job I was asked to do.
Yes,
But when she began finding other little jobs, it became silly. I realize I've got to make my own life. I can't have little jobs invented for me at my age. And I never really understood all that meadow business.
Well, it's even more complicated now that the Save the Meadow League has made a counter-proposal. The idea is that instead of using the meadow, the ministry should agree to a small extension of the town into the surrounding country. And as it happens, the farmer who rents the meadow also owns some suitable building land on the outskirts. So if he sold that to the corporation, nobody would be the loser.
Oh, I still don't understand.
Oh, there's plenty of other things going on in our new town.
I'm not used to doing nothing, Miss Bulmer. But it must be in my own way. It mustn't be made to happen. It must just happen.
Well, we're all very worried about you. Even the children say you're not eating enough.
Oh, it's very kind of you to worry, Miss Pullman. I know it's your job.
Job? Oh, I've not come here as a welfare officer, bless you. I've come here as woman to woman. I've always felt very close to the Calvert family. And now that Beth...
Then it's even kinder of you to want to help me, but...
Oh, it's not you, principally. Harold is too important to Carshall.
We can't afford it for him to have mum trouble.
I see.
So we must do something about it, mustn't we? Oh, now, what's this you've been reading?
Oh, it's rather good. It's about a girl who's maid of honour to Queen Anne.
Queen Anne? Queen Anne's dead, woman, very dead. And I bet it's all very different in your book. 14 children dead before her, surrounded by intrigue, swollen with dropsy, broken by remorse. She's dead, all right. But Cashel isn't. It's full of life and people and things to do. Come out and meet us. Well, some of us are bores at times, but you'll have lots of fun.
I'm not a girl, Miss Bulmer.
I know that. But I'll tell you what you are. You're a bit of a juggins. Why are you living in other people's lives all the time, Mrs. Calvert? And what people? Wardress Webb and Queen Anne.
Yes. I have my own life, after all,
That's
haven't I?
just what I'm trying to tell you. Now that the weather's picking up, you must get round and about more.
Well, I shop twice a week.
Shop? Oh, no. I don't mean that kind of thing. I mean adventure. Away from the telly, away from books.
I've not been very well, you know.
Well, you'll be much worse if you go on in this way. You'll be a nutcase. Telleitis. It's the scourge of our time. Well, you don't even sit out in the garden. That's the done thing round here. You don't have to worry about calling to neighbours over the fence. There's no snobbery of that kind, thank the Lord.
Well, I'm really rather a friendly person, I think.
Well, if you do want to get out among people, Gorman's Wood is only a step. Or you could take the bus to Suckley Park. I don't expect you ever went there on your previous visits. Beth was never very keen on walking. It used to look like a private garden then, but they've made a lot of changes. It's all most attractive and put to good use now.
Well, the first really fine day, I'll start visiting. I'll find plenty to do as I go along. It's just taken me a little time to settle down, that's all.
A little time? It's very nearly 6 months. Oh. Sorry if I've made myself disagreeable, but, well, somebody had to do it. It's shock treatment. It may or may not work. That's up to you.
You needn't apologize, Miss Bulmer. You've told me things I really knew all the time. You needn't worry about me.
I thought you were giving us ravioli, Ray, not spaghetti bolognese.
It's the same.
Yes, but not the same pasta. I'd look forward to ravioli. I suggest we pass a vote of censure on the cook for a culpable, misleading menu.
It was my fault, really. I spent so much time wandering round Old Cashel.
Old Cashel? What on earth did you find to do there? I don't believe I've been there for 6 years.
I thought some of it was beautiful.
Some idiot at the county council wanted me to give a lunch last year at the Crown for a visiting group of educationalists from Yugoslavia. I refused to lend myself to that sort of deception. If our school meals are good enough for the boys and the staff, they're good enough for visiting VIPs. I was amused to find that the British council chap who came down with them agreed with me.
I had a very nice afternoon tea at the Crown.
Regular old gadabout she's becoming her old age.
Mrs. Trenchard Ball always uses the Crown.
Enough said. How have you been getting on touring on your own, love?
Well, I mostly go into the countryside. I was brought up on a farm, you know. There's only one area I haven't been to yet. That's Ardley Forest.
I'll wait till this unsettled weather's over. It's hot enough for thunderstorms. There's a lot of wonky beech trees there.
I went to Gorman's Wood the other day. I really can't see why they don't build there instead of Good Child's Meadow.
Careful, Gran.
I can look after myself, Ray. You may have formed that opinion, Mother, but I hope you won't broadcast it about. You could do our cause a lot of harm.
I don't know why anyone should take any account of your mother's views on local politics.
Just because she is my mother, Dad.
I still don't see...
Did you go anywhere else, sir?
I went round a school.
What school, Mother?
It was called the Rectory School, I think.
Oh, love, you do choose your walks clumsily.
Oh, it's an awful place, Gran. Mrs. Ogilvy says she can't imagine who could send a girl there.
Now, you know, Mother, even the county rejects it.
It was only that it reminded me so much of the rectory.
Rectory? What rectory, Gran?
The rectory where I was in service as a girl, dear.
Your grandmother was housekeeper?
No, Arthur, it was before I met you. I was a housemaid.
How did you meet?
Later on, I was working at Lady Pembroke's country house. She'd given it for a hospital. Your grandfather was badly gassed, you know, and he wanted nursing all the time.
By God, I did.
So you were a nurse then, Gran?
Oh, no, dear. I was terrified of the nurses. They looked so stiff and starched when I looked up from scrubbing the floor.
I bet it was drafty in the rectory.
Well, it was in the kitchen quarters, but the gentry were protected by a green baize door.
Did you wear a pretty cap, love?
Yes, I suppose it was rather pretty, with long ribbons behind, you know.
There's no need to look ashamed, Judy, because your grandmother was in service.
I wasn't, Gran, I wasn't.
Well, it wouldn't have mattered if you had been, dear. It all happened in another world. At the beginning of the First War. Oh, things were very different then, you know. Especially in the countryside.
Perhaps Judy looked ashamed because you never told us, Dad.
I choose to ignore that remark, Ray. Well, Mother, what are you planning for tomorrow?
If it's a nice morning, I thought I'd take a lot of sandwiches and explore Ardley Forest. Oh, wretched rain. Arthur! No sense in shouting, I suppose. He can't hear. What on earth? Oh, the poor little thing. You must get away from that tree. Come over to me, dear. You'll be all right here. Come on. Oh, dear, she won't move. It's all right, dear. I'm coming. I do wish I wasn't so heavy.
Now, don't stir, dear. Just you rest.
How's the little girl?
I'm keeping her in bed today.
Today?
You had a little turn after you brought Mandy home yesterday. You'll find your thighs a little bruised. I think you banged it against the table.
Oh, but I'm all right. I must get up.
You'll do as you're told. I'm going to spoil you a little.
But Arthur, Captain Calvert, my husband...
They're one and the same person, aren't they? I phoned last night and spoke to your grandson. Raymond, was it? We decided it was best you rested here for the night, and they'll pick you up today lunchtime.
Oh, I'm sorry to have been such a nuisance. You see, Captain Calvert's an invalid, and my son Harold was out last night over this Good Child's Meadow business.
Good Child's Meadow? Oh, Lord.
Why, do you know about it?
Mommy, I don't want to stay in my bed. I want to get into hers. You don't mind, Mrs. Calvert?
Of course not. Come on, dear. Climb in.
She's wearing your nightgown. Now, Mandy, that's rude. She saves your life and you bawl her out for not bringing her nightgown with her.
I do bring my own clothes when I go away to stay, but I didn't know I'd be staying.
Well, you'll stay here often from now on because you saved my life. Mandy, that's a very conceited thing to say. Wasn't it awful, the crash of thunder?
Mm-hmm.
And weren't we scared?
We were.
You don't have to stay here just 'cause you saved me. No, you must stay here because you've got a very pretty face. Now, Mandy, that's personal and silly. Oh, I don't mean silly. How awful of me. You have got a nice face. We'd like you to visit us whenever you can.
That's very kind of you, but my home is so near.
I'd have a nice rest now till your folks come. However, I must make a start. Right now, I've got to make a whole raft of sandwiches. Now, Mandy, let Mrs. Calvert rest, won't you? I guess we can talk now. Making sandwiches. That's all she does.
The farmer's wife has always something to do with Mandy.
How do you know?
Oh, I was born on a farm. My mother never stopped working. There were always jobs.
Like what?
Well, there were the eggs to collect. That meant a regular old hide-and-seek.
What do you mean, hide and seek?
Well, you could never tell where they'd lay.
Were they loose? Do you mean they went round the place as they pleased?
Yes, they'd run all over the farm.
Oh, tell me more. Tell me more. You're not still talking.
Well,
Oh, for heaven's sake, Mrs. Calvert. I don't mean you. I mean Mandy. It's getting on for 11:45.
Oh, dear, the morning has gone quickly. They'll be here soon, and I'm not dressed. I'm not even up.
Now, don't you move. You just stay in bed until they arrive, and I'll bring them up. Then we can all see how you feel. Mommy, do you know all the things she did when she was little? No, dear. You can tell me this evening. Please, let me tell you some now. You know, she used to think you could tell who liked butter by putting flowers under their chins. And she wore a pinafore and a straw bonnet, and donkeys wore bonnets, too.
I think you better move in here, Mrs. Calvert. Visiting won't be enough.
Ciao. Ciao.
Oh, come on up, Timbo. It's your house.
Yes, Daddy, come on up. Do you know her mother used to put a peeled onion in her ear? She had the earache. Isn't it awful?
Is it all right, Mrs. Calvert?
Of course, Mr. Egan.
Do you think I'd ask you to come in if it wasn't?
Well, this is Mrs. Calvert's bedroom, Sal.
Daddy, she knew an old woman that had drunk soup made of mice to cure a cold.
Good Lord.
Timbo, I don't know the minds of the British. You banished Mrs. Calvert's thigh last night, and now you hesitate to enter her room.
That was professional, darling.
That was professional. Wouldn't you know right away, Mrs. Calvert, that he taught school?
Really?
Yeah. Games master at a boys' public school in Victoria. I used to think Vancouver was bad enough when Dad's firm sent him there from California. But Victoria? Oh, boy. Oh, very British. Thank the Lord his aunt died and left him this place.
Good old auntie.
I don't say I'm crazy about Britain, but my God, you should see the imitations overseas.
I thought Daddy was cutting down trees when you met him.
No, dear. You've no idea what he was like then, Mrs. Calvert. Actually, I was hoping to work in timber when I came to Canada. That's when I first called him Timbo. He seemed a dope, but you can't tell with British men.
Thank you, dear. What are we having for lunch?
It's cold, and it's all ready. The Calverts will be here any minute. Mrs. C says her son is always on the dot.
Must you go?
Oh, yes, dear.
Must you, Mommy?
Oh, you've had enough of me to go on with.
No, we haven't, have we, Mommy?
I wish you would come back soon if you can, Mrs. C. I'd come and get you in the car, and you could stay the night if you wished. I don't want Mandy going back to school for a while. If you could be with her... I'm just so busy on the farm this time of year.
Well, really,
Well, you better make up your mind to come often, Mrs. Calvert. You're Mandy's latest craze, and then Shirley likes to see people. The right people, that is. She doesn't see many these days. Oh, there's a car drawing up. That must be them.
Them? Really, darling, they're Mrs. Calvert's family, not the plumbers. Mandy, you come down with me and I'll let our guests in. Then you can bring them up to see your lifesaver.
You sure I shouldn't dress first?
Quite sure. Here's my compact. Smarten yourself up.
Thank you.
Come on, Mommy. Race you.
Off we go.
Oh, really, Mr. Egan, I must apologize for all the trouble I've
Trouble?
caused you.
Oh, you don't seem to realize that but for you, we might be missing a daughter. Oh, trouble indeed.
Mandy exaggerates.
I know my little girl, and I saw the state she was in when you brought her here.
Really staying on in your house all morning. We got talking.
Now, look, Mrs. Calvert, get this clear. Shirley and Mandy both like you, and as far as I'm concerned, that's all that matters. It's the only criterion I make for guests in this house.
Here she is. Here she is. There was smoke, too, wasn't there?
Yes, dear.
Well, when he was nearly struck by lightning, there was only flame. That's what he says.
Oh, Arthur.
All right, old girl. Harold's parking the car. Got a kiss?
Oh, don't be silly. Arthur, this is Mr. Egan.
Oh, welcome to Murrell Farm. Captain Calvert, isn't it?
Major. Thank God old Sylvia's all right. I don't want to go through another night of anxiety like last night.
Oh, he's an old fraud. I bet he slept like a top.
Not a wink, a tossed and turned.
And snored and snored. I don't believe a word of it.
As soon as your son has seen you and passed you as fit, we'll have a drink downstairs and leave you to get dressed. What will you drink, Major?
I'm afraid the doctors made me cut it out. An occasional light ale. I have all the other vices.
I keep cider for the men. Perhaps that would do.
Here she is. Here she is. She saved my life.
So, you're a heroine, Mother.
This is my son, Harold, Mr. Egan.
How do you do? Welcome. I've been trying to meet you for weeks, but you farmers are hard to trap. Do you realize, Mother, that Egan leases Goodchild's Meadow? He's a very important chap. I hope I can bring the wider issues home to you. I can't help feeling that Egan's not really pulling his weight. Technically, he's on our side, but he's had over a month to get cracking and nothing's happened.
Well, he's quite honest about it. He's trying to keep his lease of the meadow only because it belonged to his aunt's family for centuries, and he feels she'd want him to try. He's offered a piece of his other land in exchange.
Does he ever say what he thinks the minister's decision is likely to be?
I don't see much of Mr. Egan, dear. Mrs. Egan and I only talk a lot of women's natter.
I've no idea how you pass the time. You're there about 5 afternoons a week. You seem to be a great favourite.
They're very nice. As long as my gabble amuses a little girl, I spend most of the time with her. Really, it's like living my childhood over again. But of course, much nicer.
Nicer?
Oh, much. I didn't have a very happy childhood.
You never talked about it.
I've tried to forget it. It wasn't happy at all.
I do hope they're not making use of you, Mother.
They'll never know what they've done for me. Harold, don't you think you're doing too much about the meadow? All these committees.
Did they tell you that?
Of course not.
Well, Beth was very strong about the artificial division between town and country. Oh, God, Mother, how I miss her. And the children don't care. They don't miss her at all.
Now, Harold, they're growing up, that's all.
And I promised her, on her deathbed, that I'd keep us together. And now Mark...
Oh, he'll come back.
How do you know?
I've seen him.
You have?
Yes, in Old Castle.
Well, he's not going to use the place as an hotel. Who's that on the stairs? I thought Father was playing cards at the Bartleys.
Oh, it's Judy.
Oh, it can't be. She's working evenings in the library. Her exams are almost due.
Hello.
Oh, Judy, dear, how pretty.
Do you like it?
Oh, it's lovely. Tangerine, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And where may you be going, young lady?
Oh, it's an awful bore, really. It's the first barbecue of the summer. They're mostly rather awful, small farmers and people. But Mrs. Ogilvy says it's terribly important to rally round all the same.
Go upstairs and get on with some work.
Excuse me, Dad.
Now, Harold, don't be silly, dear. You can make up for it later.
I wish you wouldn't interfere, Mother. I must do what I think Beth would wish.
Mummy liked me to look nice?
Yes, dear. I'm sure Beth would not have minded.
Do you think... Are you sure? I've no wish to play the heavy Victorian father, God knows. If you think... All right, Judy. Run along.
Thank you, Dad. Bye, Gran.
Bye, dear.
Well, Mother, I hope you've got your Chinese kimono, or whatever they call it, back from the cleaners for the 23rd.